For example, in Yeovil, they have all turned blue tonight. That has been a really, really bad area and a bad night for the Lib Dems.
David, I'd like to leave a last word to you.
Well, one of the interesting things is the election is going to be over very soon, instead of what we thought might have a week or two of tense negotiations with several parties. There's obviously the situation we can have a minority government that is actually de facto a majority government.
Thank you very much. Well, it's been a quite extraordinary evening. We began expecting to tell a quite different story from the one we ended up telling. We began, like everybody else, thinking this was going to be a hung parliament. There had been negotiations going on. That's what the polls said. Out came our exit poll. Everything began to change. Nobody quite believed it. Then suddenly they did believe it. And now it seems all to have come true. So it's been a quite astonishing roller coaster ride, this election of 2015. My thanks to everybody here in the studio. Thanks to you. I know you'll be carrying on. It's coming up to 7 o'clock when we'll have a news with Louise Minchin. Hugh Edwards is going to be carrying on our coverage for the rest of Friday, which will incidentally include the big VE Day celebrations. Speaking for myself, I'm back with a special edition of Question Time, giving our Question Time audience a chance to air their views this evening at 8:30 on BBC One. So that will be the first time that the public, well, apart from the ones who were with Sophie Rayworth, have had a chance to talk about that. In the meantime, from this BBC election studio, good morning.
Thank you, David. Good morning. After a dramatic night, people are waking up to an election result that's far clearer than had been predicted. David Cameron and the Conservatives are heading for victory and may even have enough seats to govern alone. The latest forecast suggests they'll win 325 seats, just one seat short of an overall majority. After his victory in his Oxfordshire constituency, Mr Cameron said he wanted to bring the United Kingdom together. The Labour leader Ed Miliband said it had been a very difficult and disappointing night for his party. The Tories' coalition partners, the Liberal Democrats, have lost dozens of seats, although party leader Nick Clegg has held on. In Scotland, the SNP have pretty much swept the board. I should warn you there is some flash photography in this report by Chris Mason.
As follows.
In David Cameron's victory speech in his constituency in Oxfordshire, he set out how he hopes to continue to govern as Prime Minister.
It is too early to say exactly what sort of result there will be at the end of this night and the end of this election campaign. But to me, this election campaign was always about the difficult decisions we had to take over the last 5 years, the foundation of a stronger economy that we built for our country, and the chance now to build on that foundation and to say to people that if you want a job, if you want that apprenticeship, if you want a home that you can own of your own, if you want security and dignity in retirement, we are on your side.
Miliband Ed.
The Labour leader Ed Miliband hasn't quite conceded defeat, but take a look at this. He almost has.
This has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night for the Labour Party. We haven't made the gains we wanted in England and Wales, and in Scotland, we've seen a surge of nationalism overwhelm our party.
It's been a horrible night for the Liberal Democrats, but leader Nick Clegg has survived.
It is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats.
Alex Salmond.
The Scottish National Party has won almost every seat in Scotland. Amongst their winners, a familiar face.
It is an extraordinary statement of intent from the people of Scotland. The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country.
Election night provokes a range of emotions. Cheers for some, tears for others. And there are more results to come. Chris Mason, BBC News.
Douglas Carswell has won UKIP's first seat of the night in Clacton with a margin of just over 3,000 votes. He defected from the Conservatives, which prompted a by-election last year. In his victory speech, the newly re-elected MP criticised the country's dysfunctional political system.
Here in our part of Essex, people voted for UKIP and they got UKIP. Yet across the country, about 5 million people will have either voted for UKIP or for the Green Party. Those 5 million people will be lucky to get a tiny handful of MPs in the House of Commons.
In South Thanet, the seat Nigel Farage is fighting, there's been an unexpectedly high turnout. The counting was delayed due to the volume of votes. It will be a tense wait for the UKIP leader, who in the past said he would stand down if he did not win the seat. A few hours ago, he spoke to journalists outside the Walpole Bay Hotel in Margate, where a UKIP event is being held.
Sunderland. First result we saw, UKIP vote up 7,000, Tory vote down 1,000. And my congratulations to the Daily Mail and the Sun. They're geniuses. They understand politics beautifully. They think the UKIP vote splits the Tory vote.
No, I can't.
God help us.
One of Britain's most colourful figures, Respect Party's George Galloway, has lost his seat to Labour. Nicknamed Glorious George, he's held Bradford West since 2012. He's been a critic of Israel and the Iraq War, and he's also appeared in a reality TV show pretending to be a cat. So that's the very latest news for you. Should we catch up with the weather? Carol has it. Morning to you, Carol.
Good morning. For many of us, we're starting off on a dry and a bright note. However, we do have some showers around and also some rain, which is currently in the southwest, and that's going to be spreading northwards as we go through the course of the day. So you can see that rain quite nicely on the radar picture. Ahead of it, there are 1 or 2 showers here and there. We've got them across parts of Scotland this morning. It's been a cold start as well. -4 in Dalwhinnie was the overnight low. So touch of frost around, but some blue skies. For Northern Ireland, you're getting off to a dry start as well, but 1 or 2 showers will develop. Through the morning, we've got some showers across northern England, and you can see the extent of the cloud and where it's broken. So some sunshine, but the rain coming in across South Wales and the southwest, and ahead of it too, we will see 1 or 2 showers develop. Now, through the day, as this rain advances northwards, it will be heavy, particularly across parts of Wales and then later into northern England. And you can see some splashes of it getting over towards the southeast. But here it will tend to be lighter in nature. Whereas for Scotland, the lion's share of the sunshine will be across the northwest. The showers in Northern Ireland heaviest in the west. And then as we go through the evening and overnight, that band of rain continues to push off into the North Sea. And then behind it, we're looking at some showers following on. Quite murky as well, and quite a lot of cloud to start the day tomorrow. So tomorrow, as well as the showers, well, we will see some sunshine and the showers fading in the west as we go through the course of the day. So brightening up, and temperatures between about 10 in Aberdeen to a high of 18 as we've moved down towards London. And then for Sunday, a lot of dry weather around, feeling quite warm as well for many parts. However, we do have wet and windy weather coming in from the northwest, and that will advance a little bit further southeast as we head on through the course of the day, Lou.
Thanks, Carol. Now it's time to go back to the team at the BBC Election Centre and say good morning to Hugh Edwards. Morning, Hugh.
Yes, indeed, a very good morning from the BBC Election Centre. On this Friday morning, the 8th of May, this general election has produced quite a remarkable story. A surprise in many areas, a nasty shock for lots of people, and there will be many familiar politicians who are no longer in the House of Commons. Principally, the main story we have for you this morning, if you're just joining us, is that after all the consistent messages of the opinion polls over the last 5, 6, 7 weeks, this actually looks like being a majority win for the Conservatives. How many people thought that? Let's have a look at the prediction at this stage. So a lovely sunny day over our Palace of Westminster, and this is our forecast. And what a difference to 24 hours ago. Conservatives on 329. Labour on 233. This is not the actual result as we look at it. This is our projected result at the end of the day. The finishing line is 326 in the House of Commons. So if the Conservatives are on 329, they have a small majority. Who would have thought that, eh? Well, that's quite a remarkable thing. Let's look at the actual results about where we are at the moment. The results that have come in already. Conservatives on 260. Adding 21 last time, most of those at the expense of their coalition partners, the Liberal Democrats, who've had a brutal night. Labour on 213, that's 28 seats down. Can I just underline there are quite a few results yet to come, so these numbers will clearly change quite a bit. The SNP, you have to blink several times when you see that, don't you? 55 seats in Scotland, 49 gains. Will they be in a powerful position at Westminster if there's a majority Conservative government? Well, I'll let you ponder that one. The DUP on 8 seats in Northern Ireland, and they clearly will be looking to help the Conservatives at some point. David Cameron needs that. The Lib Dems on 7. I told you it was a brutal night for the Lib Dems. They've lost quite a few of their key people, including including Danny Alexander. Douglas Alexander for Labour has already lost his seat, by the way, and Vince Cable and others to Simon Hughes. Sinn Féin on 4, they've lost one. And there are a few of the other seats we'll go through as we explain to you what goes on. Plaid Cymru on 3, and some of the others making up. But, of course, the others, at this point, not nearly as significant as they might have been if we're looking at a Conservative majority. With me in the studio here, we have Peter Kellner, and we have Laura Kuenssberg, and we have Nick Robinson, and we'll chat to them all in a second. But I really would like to have a word with John Curtis, Professor John Curtis, now, because, John, there's been lots of talk about this exit poll and what it meant, and we're all patting you on the back. But I'm just wondering, at this point, are you now telling us that you think it'll be a majority Conservative government?
Well, certainly taking the results in so far, we've now got over 550 of them. Our best guess is now that, indeed, that the Conservatives will get around 329 seats. There's basically, this morning, around a baker's dozen or so of seats left to declare. And so long as the Conservatives pick up around half of those, they should be past the winning posts. But, of course, it's been pretty clear for for most of the night that the Conservatives David Cameron was certainly going to remain as Prime Minister. But it now looks as though he won't even need to rely on the DUP. That said, however, Hugh, we should bear in mind he will have a very small majority. And given that backbench MPs these days are not necessarily as willing to follow the whip as they once were, don't be surprised if in 12, 18 months' time, when some of the guilt come off the gingerbread of this election victory, that we discover that Mr Cameron is actually having to deal with a rather rebellious set of backbenchers who occasionally might be able to deliver him a bloody nose. So, as compared with the Conservatives' expectations, I'm sure they're delighted, but the truth is there are potential pitfalls down the path in 12, 18 months' time.
Bear with us, John, because we know that David Cameron's on his way to Conservative headquarters, and we're just following the journey because we expect Mr Cameron to say something when he gets there, and certainly to say something in Downing Street a little later today. Whether that happens in the next couple of hours, we're not quite sure, because I'm sure the Prime Minister will want to see how the numbers stack up, but Mr Cameron on his way now through central London, having made his way from Witney. John, your thoughts on where we are today, given what we've been saying over the campaign? And for viewers tuning in this morning, wondering how on earth we're looking at this kind of result after everything that was predicted in the campaign, what would you say to them?
Well, I mean, the truth is clearly all of the opinion polls, well, either all the opinion polls were wrong at the time they were taken, that's one possibility, or the other possibility is that, at least in England and Wales at least, there was a substantial shift away from Labour towards the Conservatives at the last minute. I mean, certainly it's intriguing that if you look at the figures for the Democrats, for UKIP, for the Greens, or indeed the SNP in Scotland, those look as though they're all going to be pretty much in line with the expectations of the opinion polls. It's just very much the figures for Conservative and Labour that are out of line, but of course those are the big and important ones in terms of determining the shape of the House of Commons. So I'm sure there'll be many an inquiry as to what went wrong, quote unquote. It may be our old friend late swing, or it may be, again, we're going to be raising questions about the methods of the polls.
We'll talk in a second again, John. Thanks very much. John Curtis there for us. We are expecting, by the way, a result from Ed Balls, the Shadow Chancellor's constituency. We have been told that there is a recount there and that has been requested by Labour. And clearly that wouldn't be requested by Labour if they were on the right side of that line. So that could be really one of the most crucial results of the night if it turns out in that way. Len Tingle, our political editor in Leeds, is there. Len, what can you tell us about the latest on this recount report?
Well, it's clearly been a painful evening for Ed Balls. We've been hearing that the result is really far too close to call. Remember, this is a slim 1,100 majority that he's sitting on, and we've been hearing all evening that as the count has progressed, that it's been far too close to call. In fact, the words that the Conservatives were using, that there was hardly a fag paper between them. And then, just a few minutes ago, we heard that there's going to be a full recount. Well, that usually means that it is very, very close indeed. So we're not expecting a result for some time.
If it is a full recount, Len, given your experience there, how long do you think that could take?
Could be at least an hour, and that is very much possibly an underestimate given the sort of things that we're hearing. I mean, what time is it now? It's 7:15, and we're still hearing results from here. They're a good hour to an hour and a half late. Everything has been very close. We've just been hearing, for instance, that the Liberal Democrat in Leeds North West, Greg Mulholland, has lost. Labour have gained there. But the future of Ed Balls is still very much hanging there.
Len, we'll be back with you in the next hour or so. Thanks very much, Len Tingle there, with, well, quite what could possibly be an absolutely crucial result for Labour in terms of its leadership, Nick. That's a remarkable thing for us to be considering.
Just ponder, as you did, Hugh, the difference between where we were 24 hours ago, saying, I think, universally that Ed Miliband had a good campaign. There was a significant chance of him walking into Downing Street. The possibility now that he quits today, that he's lost his shadow Foreign Secretary, Douglas Alexander, who ran the campaign, may yet lose his shadow Chancellor, Ed Balls. It is as if an electoral firing squad has felled a generation of Labour leaders. This will produce the most extraordinary soul-searching in the Labour Party. They really believed that this government, of all governments after austerity, after, as it were, helping the rich, would be thrown out, and they haven't been.
Well, let's hold that thought for a moment, because what I'd like to do now, for all of you joining us this morning, to consider this remarkably unexpected result, is to ask Emily, who's with us, to take us through some of the more remarkable individual results of the night, and, of course, as Nick was suggesting there, some pretty remarkable individual stories too, Emily.
That's the thing, Hugh. We've talked about those Lib Dem ministerial losses, as well as people like Charles Kennedy or Simon Hughes, people who've been in the House since 1983. The House will look very, very different without these familiar figures. But as well as the ones going out, there's also a few big beasts coming in. So I've just picked out some of the ones that you might want to see if you haven't been up with us all night. This one, Clacton. Now, we call this a UKIP win because we actually treat it as if we've gone back to 2010 when it was a Conservative seat. You'll remember Douglas Carswell winning that on 60% share of the vote for UKIP. And in essence, he has retained the by-election result. We call this a UKIP win. It's the only UKIP seat so far. They've had a good share, but they haven't done very well in terms of other seats. What about this one? You're welcoming back Alex Salmond to the House of Commons here. He's taken Gordon. Christine Jardine was standing for the Lib Dems. Her name was barely off Nick Clegg's lips in the last few weeks because he was trying very hard to keep Alex Salmond out for the SNP, but they have taken it. Not a big surprise. I can show you the swing, which 14% is actually a moderate swing in terms of the kind of SNP gains we've been seeing so far. What about this one? This is Boris. Not a big surprise to see it held for the Conservatives with Boris. I think you might be surprised by this, though. Given that the Conservatives are having a pretty strong night, it's a Conservative to Labour swing of 0.5%. It's quite interesting as well to see UKIP in third place there. And whilst I'm talking about the ones coming in, another big beast going out, which had quite a dramatic impact on social media. Bradford West has been taken by Naseem Shah for Labour. She started with nothing. She has this extraordinary backstory, and she has pushed out the Respect candidate, one George Galloway. He will no longer sit in the House of Commons as an MP. He may, however, decide to run for London Mayor. Hugh.
Emily, thanks very much. Well, as we said, some very, very important milestones there for us to consider if you're just joining us this morning. In a moment, I'm going to ask Jeremy to take us through the kind of look in the House of Commons. We'll do that in a moment. But I'm just wondering where David Cameron has got to at this point, because I think he's on his way to Conservative headquarters. Let's have a look. And just arriving with his wife, Samantha, going in to thank all the party workers. We saw some of them at the count in Witney, but of course there'll be a big team of people there. Lots of them, by their own admission, not expecting the kind of figures that we're seeing this morning. So as soon as Mr Cameron emerges from there, he may say something, he may not. He may wait until he gets back to Downing Street, and then we'll be thinking about whether he might go on a visit to the palace to see the Queen before lunchtime. But I stress, these timings are pure conjecture at this point. So if you're joining us, let's just reinforce where we are. We think on the basis of the results in, and there are 81 to come, by the way, so we've got quite a few to go. On the basis of the results in, we think David Cameron is now heading for a majority government, albeit a small majority, and we can talk about the challenges and the pitfalls of a small majority government as we go through the day, because we've only got to think back 10, 20, 30 years, thinking of John Major and Labour back in the 70s. Small majority governments carry their own risks and their own problems. However, Mr Cameron would have been delighted with this outcome if you'd said this to him a few weeks ago. So, Jeremy, just tell us how you think it looks.
Well, it's interesting just trying to think back to the last time an incumbent government went into an election and added to its tally of seats, and that is what the Conservatives have done at this election. Just have a look. So we're bringing the numbers from our forecast, but also real results as well now, into the House of Commons, and we have the Conservatives firmly on the government benches here, with 329 under our forecast, and David Cameron, although he's hiding it a bit there, he can feel increasingly confident that he will be able to be Prime Minister without going into another coalition, because he's crossed the line, the 326 you need for an overall majority, assuming that, as John Curtis said, that the forecast come through as we are expecting. It gives them a majority of 8, and by the way, that doesn't take into account the fact that Sinn Féin MPs don't tend to turn up at Westminster, so it's actually slightly wider gap in the Conservatives' favour than those figures suggest. So that is the scale of the win and this shock result in this election, because that really is what it is, I think, for the Conservatives as much as anyone. Let's have a look at the opposition benches and this terrible result for Labour here. And the number of Labour MPs is 233, we are projecting, and there is a rather forlorn Ed Miliband. They are down 25 seats on Gordon Brown's result. Yes, that's attributed, of course, to what's happened in Scotland, which is wipeout, but also the fact that they didn't really make any kind of serious gains against the Conservatives in the rest of the country. So now this amazing new presence at Westminster, and really right at the centre of the story tonight, 56 SNP MPs, and if you want any sense of the scale of this turnaround for the SNP, it's 50 more than they had at the 2010 election. It doesn't need any more than that, does it? It's quite remarkable, and the swings are almost off the scale. We'll bring on the others now. The Liberal Democrats, by contrast, have had a nightmare. 8 of them they could fit into 2 London taxis. Let's see the other parties now. Bring them on. Plaid Cymru, the Welsh Nationalists, with the 3 they started with. UKIP on 2, we're saying, the Greens on 1, and the others, including all the Northern Ireland parties, on 18. Now, previously, we've taken the DUP in Northern Ireland out from the others and conjured with the idea that maybe they could be summoned from those benches and placed over here on the government benches if Mr Cameron needed a bit more of a margin. But as we're seeing, the result gives him the ability to govern alone with an overall majority. And how many people were predicting that over the last month? Hugh.
Jeremy, indeed, and that is the question. We have another result. This is where Michael Moore was standing, the former Scottish Secretary, the Lib Dem. This is in Berwickshire. Let's have a look at it.
I, Tracy Logan, returning officer for the Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk County constituency in the United Kingdom General Election 2015, hereby declare the total number of votes cast is 55,094. The turnout is 74.24%. The total number of votes given for each candidate in this constituency is as follows. Callum Kerr, Scottish National Party, 20,145. John Lamont, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 19,817. Kenrick Lloyd-Jones, Scottish Labour Party, 2,700. Michael Moore, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 10,294. Peter Neilson, UK Independence Party, 1,316. Jessie Ray, Independent, 135. Pauline Stewart, Scottish Green Party, 631. I hereby declare that Callum Kerr has been duly elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as the member for the Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk County constituency. The majority is 328. The number of ballot papers rejected and not counted by me at this election was 56. I'd just like to pass you over to Callum Kerr.
Well, another stunning win for the Scottish National Party, Callum Kerr for the SNP. Let's have a look at the figures just to underline what they've achieved again, because this is part of a much bigger and a very strong narrative for the SNP overnight. A majority of 328 over the Conservatives, but look at the Lib Dem. Michael Moore, very high profile, former Scottish Secretary. There he is on 10,000 votes, and let's see the difference from last time. The share, first of all, the SNP on 37, the Conservatives nearly there on 36, and the Lib Dems on 19. What does that tell us? Well, again, a massive surge for the SNP, and there's the story, isn't it? The Lib Dems down 27%. So the swing, if you just want a quick look at the swing, just to underline what's going on, it is a big swing of 27% from the Lib Dems to the SNP. Your thoughts on that, Laura?
Lib Dems have been totaled by the SNP in this particular seat. But of course, it's Labour that are their biggest victims by far. And we've seen that story from the start of the night through till now. And in terms of Ed Miliband's future, well, I think from people I've been in touch with through the night and in the last hour or so, it looks impossible for him to stay on. People calling for bloodletting, calling for a leadership contest that starts this morning. It starts right now. Even some suggestions online that actually Ed Miliband's senior team has already quit in the last couple of hours. That's been denied by them, I should say that. But clearly this is where the story has moved for the Labour Party. A total reversal of what they were expecting when we came on.
Peter?
Hugh, 24 hours ago, there were 4 things predicted. 2 we got right, 2 we got wrong. We knew there would be a SNP tsunami in Scotland. We knew that Labour would take a shed-load of Lib Dem seats. The 2 things that have caught us all out are just how the Tories have just taken pretty well every Lib Dem seat where they came second. And also, there's been practically no net gains by Labour from the Conservatives. I think at the moment, Labour has taken 9 seats from the Conservatives and lost 6 seats to the Conservatives. A net gain of 3, Labour is looking for a net gain of 35 or 40.
Something very interesting in that particular result. Forgive me, it's mental arithmetic. I didn't write the figures down. Add up the Unionist vote. Tories almost won the seat. Liberal Democrats, Labour, of course, UKIP, 33,000 votes by my briefing, roughly 20,000 for the SNP. So the SNP are massive gainers from the first past the vote system. They are massive gainers from the split in Unionist support. And one of the things that will happen, I think, as a result of this, is people will look at the electoral maths here and say the SNP will have more than 50 members of parliament with far fewer votes than UKIP, who may get 1 or 2. And that really is quite a profound thing for the debate about how this settlement is now reached. Because the great victors, we know, overnight are 2 individuals, Nicola Sturgeon of the SNP and David Cameron, who's done something that no leader has done for decades, which is increased his vote share while in government. How do those 2 people, those 2 leaders and those countries, largely England and Scotland, of course, Wales and Northern Ireland too, how do they reach an accommodation?
Nick, the difference is that both Nicola Sturgeon and David Cameron got the numbers, unquestionably. The difference is David Cameron has got the power from those numbers. Nicola Sturgeon hasn't, because she's got all those seats, but she was hoping that a weaker Tory party would leave her in a position to dictate what happened at Westminster. With an outright Tory majority, the SNP have all these seats and no power.
Just to underline what we're saying, we'll be going to some of the news where you are in a moment, but we're talking about Nicola Sturgeon's achievement. All the Scottish results are now in. They're all in. So let's just look at them and let's just underline what's gone on. 59 seats in Scotland, and there you have it. 56 to the SNP, a gain of 50. And let's just think, just a few weeks ago, when people were talking about this kind of number, it was seen as a kind of fantasy. Well, there you have it. And there you have Conservatives on just one, Lib Dems on one, and Labour on one, and they've lost 40 seats in Scotland. You have to say it several times in order to just realise what's happened there. The share of the vote, 50%, up 30% on the last general election. Don't be confused with the last parliamentary elections in Scotland. Labour, down 18%. Conservatives, down 2%. Lib Dems, down 11%. Yes, Peter?
2 seconds. I've quite rightly been criticised, the pollsters have been criticised. Those Scotland figures are pretty well exactly in line with the polls. The polls have got some things wrong, but some things right.
OK. Well, there'll be more from the Election Centre in just a moment. But first we're going to go back to Broadcasting House and talk again to Sophie, who's been piecing together that big jigsaw very successfully all night. Sophie, over to you.
Yeah, our jigsaw is coming together very nicely now, and you can see just how much the political balance, the power base in the United Kingdom is changing. Let me show you images from last night on the left. So those are the 2010 general election colours. On the right, that is how our map is looking now as we lay it down, and we're getting the new political party colours in place. And you can see, obviously, that tsunami, that political tsunami in Scotland that has taken place, but also a distinct absence of orange tiles, the Lib Dem seats that have literally been wiped out. And talking of Lib Dem, let's go down to the southwest corner of England, because this should be a Lib Dem stronghold, and we have nothing but blue tiles here at the moment. We also have a Lib Dem voter. Kojo, we spoke to you at the beginning of the night, and you didn't believe the exit polls. You couldn't believe the exit polls.
Yeah, and it's still sinking in. Look, we expected it to be a bruising night. I think all the polls pointed to that. But, to lose over 40 of your seats, including in areas like the southwest, where there are some decent majorities, including MPs like Vince Cable, who, again, by all accounts, was a fantastic local MP. I really didn't see this coming.
No, you really wouldn't believe it. Well, I'm going to leave you there in the southwest. You never know. You never know. There could be a Lib Dem seat down there. Let's head towards London. This is London. It's all 73 constituencies. It's slightly bucking the trend, actually, isn't it, Ben Page? Because it's very red. It's very Labour.
In the same way that Scotland has gone SNP, the one place that's bucked the trend here is London, which, yes, 7 gains at least for Labour. London is cementing its reputation as a sort of little island of red in a sea of blue in southern England. Very, very different from the rest of England, or much of the rest of southern England.
And we have here a Labour voter. Are you pleased with the result tonight? You can't be pleased nationally.
Yes, I'm pleased with what we've achieved in our constituency, but not nationally.
So London, you're happy with the gains, but nationally it's pretty
Yes, it's
bleak
disappointing.
picture.
Yes, it's disappointing. I was expecting probably it to be much closer than what it is. But let's see how the new government performs. As a small business owner, I strongly want some sort of initiative towards small businesses.
OK, thank you very much. I'm just going to travel a little bit further up along our map towards some people who've been very important for us tonight, because these are our tile layers who have been working right through the night. I think, actually, we can show you a bit of their hard work, because we've had a time-lapse camera on it right through the night. But as we show you that, how's it been?
Tiring, but really exciting as well.
You're all young political students. I mean, what an extraordinary night to be out and working on this.
Yeah, particularly tonight. I mean, we've had so many developments that no one could really expect, especially at the top of the map, and particularly with the Labour bottom. It's been really fascinating, and I'm sure I speak for everyone when we say that whilst it's been extremely fascinating, there have been developments no one could have predicted.
And you two have been in charge of doing the tiles in Scotland. Who would have thought?
Just all yellow.
I've spent all night putting these down.
I don't think I put a single non-yellow tile down.
It's been very continuous, but rewarding as well, and exciting overall.
Did you ever imagine, I mean, the poll said it was going to be pretty much SNP, but did you ever imagine it was going to be quite that?
I think a part of me did. I was in Simon Hughes' constituency, so I was obviously surprised to see him go and Neil Coyle come in. But I think overall SNP have done brilliant.
Well, you've got plenty more work to do, so stick with us. You've been up all night, but I hope you'll stay to the bitter end. Thank you very much. We shall continue laying our tiles.
Welcome back to the BBC Election Centre. Just 62 results to go. We're going straight to Brighton, wondering whether the Green Party will hang on to the seat they had in the last Parliament. Caroline Lucas there. Brighton Pavilion is the seat. Let's join the declaration.
Nigel David Carter, UKIP, 2,724. Caroline Lucas, Green Party, 22,871. That was 22,871. Clarence Eden Mitchell, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,448. Howard Pilot, the Socialist Party of Great Britain, 88. Perna Sen, Labour Party, 14,900. Thank you. That was 14,904. Nick Yeomans, Independent, 116. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of official mark, 36. Voting for more than permitted, number 53. Unmarked or uncertain, 97. That gave the number of total rejected votes to be 186. As I've already said, the turnout was 71.67%, and I declare that Caroline Lucas is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Brighton Pavilion constituency.
So Caroline Lucas holds on to the seat in Brighton Pavilion with a majority of nearly 8,000 on a turnout of 71%. We may have a look at the share as well, because that's interesting for us. 42% of the vote to the Greens, a very strong performance by them in Brighton Pavilion. And just to compare with last time, so that we can underline what they've done there, they've added 11%. Caroline Lucas added 11% to the vote. Some suggestions because of the Green Council in Brighton, which has had a few difficulties and has caused a bit of friction. Well, there was some suggestion that might affect that vote. Well, clearly hasn't. The Greens have done extremely well and held on there. Caroline Lucas returned as the Member of Parliament for Brighton Pavilion. We're going to go straight to Tatton now, because the Chancellor, George Osborne, has kindly agreed to talk to us. Mr Osborne, well done on keeping the seat, and good morning to you.
Good morning.
What do you make of it?
Well, it's a great result for the Conservatives, and certainly not what any of the pundits expected. But look, we now take seriously the task of getting back to work and finishing the job we started of turning this country around and addressing some of the big challenges, making sure the economy works for everyone, making sure we address the issues in our United Kingdom, which of course this election has thrown into sharp relief, and making sure here in the north of England that we build that northern powerhouse so we rebalance our national economy. So lots to do. We take tonight's result with good heart, but we get back to work and ask complete what the British people have asked us to complete.
Bear with us, Mr Osborne, because we're staying with you, but we're also looking at images of Downing Street right now, live images of Mr Cameron and Mrs Cameron arriving. They've just driven in through the gates, and now they're walking along the path up to the front door of number 10. Broad smiles. Mr Cameron looking understandably a little tired after a very long night, but clearly very pleased to be back at number 10, and they're now just waving to the assembled press and media before they go in through the famous door. And I'm sure that we'll see the Prime Minister a little later. Mr Osborne, what are you expecting today then? Do you expect us to have a statement from Mr Cameron at some point, and then maybe to outline for us what he intends to do now that he's possibly heading for a majority government, something that very few people, if any, had predicted?
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's always good to see the next-door neighbour coming back after a long night's work, and a good night's work. You will hear from the Prime Minister later, and we don't know what the full results are, and I don't think it would be right to preempt those full results. But clearly, we have a mandate to get on with the work that we started 5 years ago of turning Britain around, repairing its economy, making sure that we were providing work for people, making sure we're rebalancing our United Kingdom. So, as I was saying earlier, parts of our country like the north act as an economic counterbalance to our great capital city. And we've got lots of ideas we now need to turn into the laws that we will pass through our Parliament, ideas on childcare and housing and helping working people keep more of their income tax-free, which we put to the British people in a manifesto and seem to have been warmly received.
Lots of viewers, Mr. Osborne, might be wondering why you are claiming that you've been, praised by the voters and rewarded by the voters for your stewardship of the past 5 years. The Lib Dems, on the other hand, have had a very brutal night. Any thoughts on your former coalition partners?
Well, for me personally, I was frankly sad to see Danny Alexander lose his seat in Inverness, and I've worked extremely closely with him, and I think he has given great public service to our nation. But in the end, we stood as different parties because we believe in different things, and we put forward different manifestos to the British people, and they made judgments about us. And I think in the end our argument was a more coherent one, a more compelling one. I think we had ideas about how to take forward the work we had achieved in government, and sometimes I think I felt our Liberal Democrat colleagues were trying to disown some of the work we'd achieved together in government. But it's ultimately up to them to talk about that. As I say, we've now got our clear instructions from the British people to continue with the task in hand, and I don't think anyone doubts that this country's got some really big challenges, and indeed this election has probably thrown up or at least accentuated some of those challenges, particularly north of the border in Scotland. So there's lots to be getting on with, and we will, as we always try and do, indeed I do here locally in the northwest of England, work across party divides when we can to solve some of those national challenges.
You mentioned Scotland, Mr. Osborne. The point I was about to raise, given the SNP's overwhelming result there, Mr. Cameron did refer to potentially his outlook for the United Kingdom, which he underlined several times in his address in Witney. What will be the strategy? How are you going to try to are you going to try to reach out to voters in Scotland who've clearly rejected the Conservatives and Labour and the Lib Dems in this election?
Well, look, it's a huge challenge, and if I said to you, Hugh, there was some easy answer, I wouldn't be telling you the truth. And the Conservative Party, it's great to see my colleague there on the borders re-elected, but the Conservative Party has been shut out of too many constituencies in Scotland for a long time. The Labour Party now finds itself in a similar situation, and we have to listen to what the Scottish people are telling us. If we can find common ground, we will seek it, but of course ultimately Scottish nationalists want an independent Scotland and they want to break up the United Kingdom. That's not something I want to see, and as the referendum showed, a majority of the Scottish people don't want to see that. We have got some great all-party proposals, including the Scottish nationalists' proposals on further devolution ready to go. So whilst I'm absolutely clear we've got to reflect on the results, we've got to see what more we can do to make the people of Scotland feel that they are part of a strong United Kingdom. I think it would be a shame to just throw away all the work that the so-called Smith Commission did, because we've got legislation we can take through Parliament which would represent a significant further devolution of responsibility and power to Scotland, including, crucially for me as a centre-right politician, responsibility over raising the money that the Scottish Parliament spends, which I think would create a better political debate in Scotland.
Mr. Osborne, we'll see you later on probably, but thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
George Osborne, the Chancellor. Thoughts, Nick?
Well, I think that decision about how they deal with Scotland is definitely the biggest decision of David Cameron's political career. I, again and again, put it to him that he needn't have had a referendum on Scotland, and he has always insisted, privately and publicly, he had a duty to do it. There was no choice. I think Alex Salmond has often miscalculated this Prime Minister. He thought that in a way the Tories would be delighted to get rid of Scotland, forgetting that Cameron, whether you love or loathe him, he's an old school Tory. He's someone who believes in church and state and monarch and the union. And he will be deeply, deeply worried about this, even, as I say, if you believe, as some do, that he's exploited the rise of the SNP to get himself to power. But I think an awful lot of thinking will now be done on what they can do to try to create what he said, and it's not a phrase he's used for a very, very long time, to recreate one nation.
Interesting. We'll pick it up in the studio in a second because I want to go straight to Westminster. Andrew is there. Andrew Neil is there with some guests. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning to you, Hugh. Yes, rather gloomy back here in Westminster. Probably reflects the mood of everybody except the Conservatives and the Scottish Nationalists. This, by the way, is a hat. Good morning to you. And I hope very shortly Paddy Ashdown will be eating this hat live on television, because he told us last night if the BBC poll was accurate, which it's turned out to be, he's going to eat a hat. So there you go. That's what staying tuned for. We've got a mixture of politicians and pundits here, all of whom got the election result wrong, so I'm not sure why we're listening to them, but never mind. Matthew Goodwin, academic who follows UKIP. Ken Livingstone needs no introduction. Miranda Green, who I have a date with every Thursday night, represents the Lib Dems. Tim Montgomery, Conservative commentator. Ken Livingstone, Mr Miliband fought this election with a more muscular kind of Labour Party. He ditched New Labour. And not only did he get wiped out in Scotland, he couldn't even carry England.
Well, it's been a tragic result for Labour, and the most depressing since '92 and the most unexpected since '92. But I'll tell you one thing, Squangy, which I think is similar to '92. You've now got a Tory party which will be back in government, consumed about Europe and infighting and who's going to succeed.
That's fine. You see, you want to talk about the Tories. I'm asking you about Labour, because that's who you're here to talk about. This is a bad result. How do they put the party together again?
Well, not by going back to New Labour. If you look at where we've lost votes, Labour voters have gone over to the SNP, who've been standing strong against austerity. They've gone over to UKIP. We lost our working class core vote during the New Labour years because we didn't give good jobs to working class people. We didn't build homes for their kids. And we can't claw it back by going back down that Blair road again.
OK. Matthew Goodwin, this is a bad night for UKIP, isn't it?
It is. Once again, the first-past-the-post system has really taught an insurgent party a lesson. On the one hand, UKIP is probably going to take 13 to 14% of the national votes, so probably around 3.5, possibly 4 million votes. That would make it one of the most successful insurgencies in post-war English politics for a new party, but look at all of its key targets: Castle Point, Boston Skegness, Great Grimsby.
Perhaps Thanet South for Mr Farage we're waiting.
Thanet South. Despite investing, what limited resource it had, it failed to cross the line. There is one interesting point, though, about UKIP, which links into Ken's point. Look at the north of England. Look at some of the seats like Hartlepool, Rotherham, and also some seats in Wales. We do actually have now real evidence that Labour does face a bit of a significant challenge.
But they may have to wait for 5 years. That's a long time for an insurgent party to have to hang around. Tim Montgomery, a lot of Conservatives are surprised at how well they've done. And no doubt Mr Cameron delighted to be back in Downing Street, but his troubles could be just beginning.
Well, they're nice troubles to have for the Conservatives. I was certainly surprised at the scale of the victory. This is way beyond what I think I expected, most pundits expected. And he does now have the opportunity, for example, to put in the boundary reforms that he wasn't able to deliver in the last Parliament, which will give the Tories potentially a comfort zone of an extra 20 seats. He does, of course, have to confront the European referendum issue now. He has no excuses but to go ahead and deliver that as promised. And, of course, the biggest issue of all, you have a Tory-dominated England set against a Scotland where the SNP have really walked the whole board. And he needs to be very generous, I think, very quickly to establish in the minds of the Scottish people that he's not going to try and impose upon them. I think he needs to offer something, as Boris Johnson has suggested, a federal UK, full devolution to Scotland so that it can stay within the UK but really govern its own financial affairs as well as its legislative affairs.
Well, my understanding is something like that is in the works, but it's not easy and it's complicated because it has huge implications for England as well as whatever you do for Scotland. Miranda Green, the Liberal Democrats after this, I mean, our latest prediction, I think, has them down. We're saying they're down to about 8 seats, even worse than the original exit poll. It's going to take a generation for this party to rebuild itself.
Yeah, it's absolutely dreadful result. A really, really sad night for the party. And also, it's a sad night for anyone who thought that the coalition that's just finished was the beginning of a different sort of politics, the ability of two parties to work together. you know, this is what happens across Europe, as we know. The smaller party gets smashed to smithereens, and it's an awful warning for anyone in the future of British politics who tries to do it again and tries to cooperate, and I think that's very sad as well.
Tim Farron, unstoppable, is the new leader. I mean, there are not many to choose from now, if you're down to 8 MPs.
Yeah, no, I think he is pretty unstoppable. He's way out ahead of anyone else, and there'll be so few, and they'll be licking their wounds. I think that is what will happen.
When do the knives come out for Ed Miliband?
Well, there'll be some New Labour people saying we need to have a leadership election and so on. But let's remember...
Well, not just New Labour. There's been several people have been saying.
But let's look at what's happened in this campaign. He came out of it very well. Everyone was surprised how well he did in debates. He stuck to serious issues. And he has my support. There's no need, I think, to step back now, because it's going to be a very difficult Parliament. There's going to be a lot of rebellions. And I think a united Labour Party, not tearing itself apart with some leadership
But it will
election.
tear itself apart. The Parliamentary Party didn't choose Mr Miliband. There's a lot of he's almost unpopular on Labour backbenches, as Mr Cameron is among some Tory backbenchers. It's the worst result for Labour in seats since 1987. His leadership's bound to be on the line.
Yes, but as I said earlier, we're paying the price now for what we failed to do when we're in government under New Labour. And there's no
Everything's
shortcut.
New Labour, isn't it? Everything's New Labour to blame.
I mean, the biggest mistake of the last 5
won
years...
elections.
Yeah, but the biggest mistake of that, well, so could anybody, because people were... They would have voted for the proverbial pig's bladder on a stick in 1997. But the reality, though, is if you look at what happens in Scotland, I mean, the big surge the SNP is because they took a very strong stand against austerity. And I think the lesson we should draw from this, the anger that's left us losing a lot of votes to UKIP in the north, we've got to be much stronger in standing up to the Tories' policies of cuts.
All right, well, Hugh, here in Westminster, we're speculation about maybe 3 leadership elections coming up. Mr Miliband, Mr Farage and Mr Clegg. Their leadership could all now be in trouble. Back to you.
Andrew, thanks very much. We'll be back with you in a short while, and Andrew there will have some more guests for us during the morning. Well, let's just underline exactly what's happened in Scotland, for those of you just joining us, because the SNP are really enjoying the results of a tidal wave of support right across Scotland. And what we're going to do now is, before we talk to Fraser Nelson, the editor of The Spectator, who's just joined us, before I chat to Fraser about Scotland and indeed right around the UK, Emily, why don't you take us through some of the big SNP gains, and we'll then have a bit of context.
One of the leaders I don't think they'll be replacing tonight or today is Nicola Sturgeon for the SNP. She has seen absolutely astounding gains right all the way across Scotland. And I'm going to take you to some of the seats we've picked out, because these names all have human faces behind them, and many of them will be incredibly familiar. So Renfrewshire East was Jim Murphy's seat, the Labour leader in Scotland, but he has lost out to Kirsten Oswald of the SNP. Let's just have a look at the swing that took. He needed a 21.6% swing, and it's more than that. It's 24. Let me take you to a couple of the others. Douglas Alexander is now out of his job, not only Shadow Foreign Secretary for Labour, but also the campaign manager of the whole of Labour's strategy. This is now an SNP gain. Mary Black, one of the youngest candidates, a student, 20 years old, thanking her parents at the declaration counter. She takes that seat for the SNP from Labour. This was quite a moment when the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, the man who works alongside George Osborne, who you just saw, lost his seat, Dali Alexander, said quite frankly to us he doesn't know what he's going to do next. He doesn't know what he's going to do today. He's going home for a sleep because he no longer has a job, neither in the Treasury nor indeed a seat as an MP. He's been pushed out by Drew Hendry of the SNP on that 50% share of the vote. Have a look and see what that sort of swing is. 20%. These are sort of unimaginable shapes before tonight in Scotland. And just a couple more. Ross Skylock Arbor, Charles Kennedy's seat. He's been an MP here since 1983, as well as, of course, the former Lib Dem leader. 48% is the share of the vote for the SNP. Ian Blackford taking it from Charles Kennedy. Have a look at this swing now. You'll start to get used to this kind of swing, and you shouldn't, because they're unprecedented in our electoral systems. 25% from the Lib Dems to the SNP, and perhaps just one more, Glasgow North East. Now, this gets into what I can only call silly territory, and you'll see what I mean when I show you the swing that happened here. Our swingometer can barely cope with this. It's a 39% swing away from Labour to the SNP. We think that's the top one, certainly of this election, perhaps ever. If I tell you that that Portillo moment in 1997 was a swing of 17%, that caused gasps then. Look at this.
It's astonishing. Emily, thanks very much. Just a thought, Fraser. Boris Johnson saying there has to be some kind of federal offer. Everybody needs to take a deep breath and think about how we want the UK to progress. I think even most people in the SNP, probably in the heart of hearts, most people who voted SNP tonight do not want to throw absolutely everything, throw away everything. Does that make sense?
He does, but I go further and say we have to take a deep breath and remember that the SNP's triumph today is no more a demand for independence than the referendum was a few months ago. If you look at the polling asking people if they wanted independent Scotland, that's hardly moved since the referendum. What we saw last night was the collapse of the Scottish Labour Party, its replacement by the SNP. But the Scottish Tories actually held firm. You know, they held the seat. They're down with Labour to 1 seat in Scotland. But this is not Scotland tearing at the chain of the Union, wanting to be set free. This is simply saying that they want to represent them in Westminster, a louder voice for Scotland. This is, and I think it's a shame where it can look down here in England as if this is a great big cry, a demand for federalism, a demand for independence, that if you give them fiscal autonomy and more devolution, it will somehow go away. That's not the way. We've seen one political order replaced by another.
What was David Cameron talking about then when he said he was going to revisit the entire thought about strengthening the union, and that meant, of course, reaching out to all of those people who voted SNP in such big numbers last night?
Well, David Cameron would be wise to start fighting for the union right now. It might not be long before we have the second referendum. If Nicola Sturgeon wins a majority next year, as she looks perfectly capable of doing, and she has a second referendum in there, then we really have to make these arguments afresh. The Prime Minister, as a Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he can't do what he did last time, which was go in late, make negative arguments about the SNP. He needs to campaign for the union right now. He's seen how much danger it's in. This has put a second referendum back on the agenda tonight, and we need to think immediately about what to do to save the union.
Laura?
I agree with a lot of what Fraser said, but I think there are two other things that are worth saying. For many people, this is not a demand for independence overnight. It is not that. But for some people, it is. And I suppose the question is whether or not having more than 50 SNP bums on seats in Westminster sets off a chain of events, including a likely second referendum, that takes us irrevocably further and further down that road. The other thing is, I think, whatever David Cameron says, whatever he pulls out the hat, the first challenge is to get Scottish voters to listen to him. Since the referendum, we had all three unionist parties, and including the SNP, putting forward proposals together under the Smith Commission. When you talk to voters in Scotland, that's not cut through at all. Many people believe the vow that was made, nothing has happened, there's been no movement. So the first challenge, as Fraser says, is to campaign hard for the union, if that's what David Cameron really wants. It sounds as if it is. But whether Scottish voters will actually open their ears to him, that's a very different question.
The key, if I could just briefly, the key thing that many Tories believe, but only Boris Johnson's willing to say in public, is if the Scots had to pay for the things they spend on, politics might change. Deeply controversial statement, but what's called fiscal autonomy. In other words, you don't just get a grant from Westminster and then spend it, you raise all your own money and spend it. The consequence of that, £7.9 billion off the Scottish budget, according to the Institute of Fiscal Studies. But the Tory offer may seem a generous one, run your own affairs, whilst in reality being motivated by a view rather like the poll tax was many years ago. If people pay for it, they'll be a bit more fussy about it.
Just final thoughts, Fraser.
A lot of Tories in England have been fantasising about getting rid of Scotland, thinking, wouldn't it be great, we'd rule England forever if only there weren't all of these Scottish Labour MPs. Well, now there are no more Scottish Labour MPs. So that aspect of the Tories wanting to jettison Scotland and the better to govern England, that has changed tonight.
Laura.
Very big questions, though, for Scottish Labour about how they rebuild. Can they rebuild? Ought they to start again as an independent Labour Party, perhaps, that's dissociated completely from the rest of the UK Labour Party? Very difficult question.
I mean, you were making the point about the seat there, because just if you look at the percentage of the vote for the Scottish Tories, at 14.9%, Party's worst yet, lower than 15.6 back in 2001. So it's held on to the MP, but you know, it doesn't look too healthy percentage-wise, does it?
They're 2 percentage points down versus Scottish Labour, that's something like 20 percentage points down. So the SNP tsunami has swept away Labour, it's swept away Lib Dems. Ruth Davidson and the Scottish Tories have actually, not suffered nearly as badly as the other parties.
OK. We're going straight back to Westminster because the hat is about to be eaten, we hope. Andrew?
Thanks, Hugh. I'm joined by the man who ran the Liberal Democrat campaign, former leader of his party, Paddy Ashdown. Now, you said to me about 11 o'clock last night, seems like another age, that if the exit poll was right, you'd eat your hat. Well, this is a hat.
You are so predictable, aren't you? I just knew you'd do it.
I wanted to get a bigger one.
I bet you. Look, I tell you what, I'll do you a little deal. Ali Campbell, you remember, followed this up with eating his kilt. So I'll eat my hat, he can eat his kilt, and we'll do it in public display and public humiliation, and we can sell tickets.
Well, we might hope we will be able to sell a lot of tickets. We may hold you to that.
That is the very last time I will question the BBC exit poll.
But, well, 8% of the votes are prediction at the moment, and 8 seats. This is beyond your worst nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, look, tell you, you invent the instruments and adjectives of pain, and I'll agree with them. Humbling, humiliating, pain beyond our imaginings, all that I agree with. But nevertheless, Andrew, I remain immensely proud of the campaign that we fought, immensely proud of our leader, immensely proud of the values of decency, respect for others, unity, stability that we fought for, immensely proud that we put the national interest first. And, those values which are quintessentially liberal that we stand for, I think are also quintessentially British and are now needed in our country, it seems to be, more than ever before. And we will fight for them as we must, and we will be back.
But throughout the campaign, you told us, not just you, Mr. Clegg, all the people, that incumbency meant in those areas, these constituencies where you had sitting members dug in, well-regarded, that they would do much better than the polls. And you were doing a lot of private polling. Is this a total surprise to you? Did you pick up none of what was about to happen?
Neither the opinion polls, all of them we discussed in your programme, nor us. Yes, that's right.
Your own private polling gave
and I don't think you did either, to be fair, if you're humble enough to admit so.
No, no, I understand that.
Yeah, I mean, none of us did.
Except that we said you're polling badly at 8%, but you said you'll still do better in the constituencies.
Yes, but we weren't the only people. Look, let's not go back into all that. The point is, let's look to the future. Did we make a mistake in predicting that? Say we did. Did you as well? Yes, you did. Did the opinion polls? Yes, we did. That's interesting. Here's the question. What happens next? Now, I think what happens next, by the way, is the Prime Minister has unleashed a campaign of fear. He now has a divided nation. He is pretty well single-handedly the instrument of the second rise of the SNP by that exceedingly foolish speech afterwards. He now has a divided nation to heal. If he's going to be the government, and he is, we wish him well. He's Her Majesty's government, Prime Minister. We wish him well, but he has now to heal the very divisions that he creted to fill the ballot boxes.
I know you wanted to talk about the Tories, just as Ken Livingstone talked about the Tories. I want to talk about the Liberal Democrats.
Well, I couldn't have been clearer. It was pretty humiliating result.
No, but you wanted to look to the future. That's what you're going to have to begin the future under a new leader.
Look, Andrew, do me a favour. You've got a couple of hours to wait. I mean, this man's been Deputy Prime Minister. He has fought in the national interest. Give him a bit of space to make his own decision in his own time. I am not speculating about it. And frankly, I think it's a bit, I don't know.
Well, whether
it's a bit bad taste. No, it's not. No, fair enough.
You're down to 8 seats. Let me ask the question. I'm not asking about Mr. Clegg now. I'm going to ask you another question since you didn't ask that one.
Well, I think I did answer it. I answered it pretty clearly, by the way. Give him the space to make his own decision. Is that not an answer? I think it is.
It would seem to me it's pretty clear he's going, but time will tell.
Let him
8
seats.
If
that's what the case is. And by the way,
I want to ask a question. It's going to take a generation to rebuild this party, isn't it?
Let me just, by the way, I'll come back to that in a second. Let me just address this. If it is the case that Mr. Clegg goes, then I would like people to reflect on the fact that the man who put the national interest first, and is, in my view, the decentest man in British politics, has now paid the price for that.
Okay.
I don't know if that's his decision.
You're paying great tribute to Mr. Clegg, and if that's understandable, that's great.
Okay.
But we're running out of time, and I just wanted to answer the question. It will take a generation to rebuild this party.
Do you know, Andrew, you forget, and I remember this, I am the only British political party leader.
I know the asterisks were going to
Yes, exactly. And in 1989, when I came, you said exactly the same. By 1992 we were back, and by 1997 we doubled our seats. No, it won't. This country now needs liberal values more than ever before. It'll be unsafe without them, and our nation is the poorer without that. So I am very confident that if this government does what I think it will do, widen the divisions of our country, and I hope it won't, but I think there's good reason to believe it will, because it's now got a right wing of 60 that will drive the country, the government, just as Mr. Major was driven, then those values will be needed, and we will be back representing them. You may be sure of that.
Well, you're nothing if not resilient this morning.
That's what Liberals have to be if we're going to survive, and we will do so, and we will be back. And I promise you that this country's decent values will depend on us, and we will be back to fight.
And I'm going to get you a bigger hat. Hugh, back to you and Elstree.
Andrew, thanks very much. Thanks to Paddy Ashdown too. And stay with us, because we'll have an update on the news in a second. But of course, the big story is that we have 43 seats to go in this general election. And as things stand, we expect David Cameron to return to Downing Street as Prime Minister and at the head of a majority government, a small majority maybe, but a majority government. And that is a result that, for those of you joining us this morning, will no doubt be a bit of a surprise, and certainly has been unexpected. So that's the signal so far. We're also looking at a position where Nick Clegg and Ed Miliband and others expected to make some rather significant statements about their own positions going through the morning. So stay with us. This is New Broadcasting House, and this is the jigsaw, the new electoral jigsaw of the United Kingdom, which is coming together. So with that jigsaw in mind, let's have the latest update on the news this morning, and let's join Louise.
Thank you, Hugh. Good morning. The results are still coming in, but the picture is becoming clearer. David Cameron and the Conservatives are heading for victory. The latest forecast suggests they'll win 329 seats, giving them an overall majority. After winning in his Oxfordshire constituency, Mr Cameron said he wanted to bring the United Kingdom together. The Labour leader, Ed Miliband, said it had been a very difficult and disappointing night for his party. The Liberal Democrats have lost dozens of seats, although party leader Nick Clegg has held on. In Scotland, the SNP have pretty much swept the board. I should warn you, there is some flash photography in this report by Chris Mason.
If you've just woken up, this picture tells you all you need to know. David Cameron will be continuing as our Prime Minister. After winning his seat in Oxfordshire a few hours ago, he set out how he hopes to continue to govern.
It is too early to say exactly what sort of result there will be at the end of this night and the end of this election campaign. But to me, this election campaign was always about the difficult decisions we had to take over the last 5 years, the foundation of a stronger economy that we built for our country, and the chance now to build on that foundation and to say to people that if you want a job, if you want that apprenticeship, if you want a home that you can own of your own, if you want security and dignity in retirement, we are on your side. Miliband, Ed.
The Labour leader Ed Miliband hasn't quite conceded defeat, but take a look at this. He almost has.
This has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night for the Labour Party. We haven't made the gains we wanted in England and Wales, and in Scotland, we've seen a surge of nationalism overwhelm our party.
It's been a horrible night for the Liberal Democrats, but leader Nick Clegg has survived.
It is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats.
Alex Salmond.
The Scottish National Party has won almost every seat in Scotland. Amongst their winners, a familiar face.
It is an extraordinary statement of intent from the people of Scotland. The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country.
Let's take a look at some of the night's high-profile losers. The former Lib Dem leader, Charles Kennedy, the leader of Labour in Scotland, Jim Murphy, the Business Secretary, Vince Cable, George Galloway from Respect, the Conservative Minister, Esther McVeigh, and the Lib Dem Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Danny Alexander. Election night provokes a range of emotions. Cheers for some, tears for others, and for the rest of us, utter exhaustion. Chris Mason, BBC News.
Caroline Lucas, the Green Party's sole MP of the last 5 years, has held on to her Brighton Pavilion constituency with an increased majority. She called the victory historic.
Brighton made history in 2010 by electing me as the first Green MP, because here we made that kind of politics real, because we made politics about giving people hope, not filling them with fear. And tonight we've made history again, in Brighton and nationally. Thanks to thousands of people up and down the country, this is the Greens' most successful election campaign ever, with almost 1 million people voting Green.
Douglas Carswell has won UKIP's first seat of the night in Clacton with a margin of just over 3,000 votes. He defected from the Conservatives, which prompted a by-election last year. In his victory speech, the newly re-elected MP criticised the country's dysfunctional political system.
Here in our part of Essex, people voted for UKIP and they got UKIP. Yet across the country, about 5 million people will have either voted for UKIP or for the Green Party. Those 5 million people will be lucky to get a tiny handful of MPs in the House of Commons.
In South Thanet, the seat Nigel Farage is fighting, there has been an unexpectedly high turnout. The declaration has been delayed due to the volume of votes. It'll be a tense wait for the UKIP leader, who in the past said he would stand down if he did not win the seat. A few hours ago, he spoke to journalists outside the Walpole Bay Hotel in Margate, where a UKIP event is being held.
Sunderland, first result we saw, UKIP vote up 7,000, Tory vote down 1,000, and my congratulations to the Daily Mail and the Sun. They're geniuses. They understand politics beautifully. They think the UKIP vote splits the Tory vote.
No, I can't. No, I can't.
God help us.
So that's the very latest for you. We'll keep you right up to date. Let's keep you up to date as well with the weather. Carol has it. Morning again.
Good morning, Louise. Good morning to you as well. This morning, some of us getting off to a dry and a bright start. Some have some showers and others have some rain. The rain currently in the southwest will continue to advance northeastwards through the course of the day. This is what's been happening in the last few hours. The rain coming in from the southwest, pushing now in towards South Wales. Ahead of it, there are some showers and quite a lot of cloud. Now, the heaviest rain today is going to be in the west, so across southwest England, through Wales, and eventually we'll see some heavy rain push into northern England. For Northern Ireland, you can expect 1 or 2 showers, more especially in the west as well. But we're also looking at some brighter skies. And for Scotland, some showers in the north. It's been a cold start, so some sunshine first thing in Scotland, but then sunny spells as we go through the day as a bit more cloud develops. So here's the rain coming up across northern England. The green colours telling you that there will be some heavy bursts. And you can see some spots of rain coming away towards the southeast. Here too there'll be some brighter skies, as there will be across the far southwest. And then through the evening and overnight, that rain clears, leaving tomorrow with sunshine and showers, Louise.
Oh, thank you, Carol. Now it's time to go back to the team at the BBC Election Centre and back to Hugh.
Very good morning from the BBC Election Centre, and this is our forecast. Projected onto the Palace of Westminster this morning, Friday the 8th of May 2015, after this general election. 39 results to come, 611 in. This is our forecast, 329 to the Conservatives, 233 to Labour. And that tells us that if that forecast is correct, David Cameron, against all the predictions, all the forecasts previously, he will be back in Downing Street, this time with a majority. A small majority of just a few seats, possibly, but back as the Prime Minister and head of a majority government. We're expecting a result in Morley, which is where Ed Balls, the Shadow Chancellor, is standing. And I think that that result is due in just a moment. We'll bring it to you as soon as we have it, but we are getting reports that Ed Balls is in a bit of trouble there. We'll get that to you as soon as we can. In the meantime, a result for a seat that's of interest, certainly where UKIP are concerned, Rochester and Stroud, and this is what happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to declare the result for the Rochester and Stroud constituency. I, Neil Davis, being the acting returning officer for the constituency, hereby give notice that the number of votes given for each candidate is as follows. Prue Bray, Liberal Democrat, 1251. Daniel John Terence Byrne, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 202. Clive Bryn Malcolm Gregory, Green Party, 1516. Nushaba Parveen Khan, Labour Party, 10,396. Mark John Reckless, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 16,009. And Kelly Jane Tolhurst, the Conservative Party candidate, 23,142. That was 23,142. And declare that Kelly Jane Tolhurst has been elected as the Member of Parliament for the constituency of Rochester and Stroud. Congratulations, Kelly.
So a very disappointing result for UKIP, but a very good result for Kelly Tolhurst and the Conservatives. Let's have a closer look at those figures, and we'll have the result, by the way, from Ed Balls' seat in just a few moments. They're not declared yet, but as I say, the strong rumour there is that Ed Balls, the Shadow Chancellor, may have lost his seat in Morley and Outwood, but as soon as that result comes in, we'll be there straight away. In the meantime, Emily, let's have a look at the Rochester figures.
Well, this was the second of those UKIP won by-elections at the end of last summer. You'll remember a real high watermark for UKIP. Douglas Carswell took Clacton, and he retained Clacton tonight, but this one, not so good for UKIP. Mark Reckless still gets a 30% share of the vote, so in terms of the share, he's done incredibly well. But we're calling this a Conservative win because it started in 2010 as Conservative, won by UKIP at a by-election. Now it's gone back, and as you can see there, Kelly Tolhurst has retaken it for the Conservatives. We call this a Conservative win. Let me just show you this interesting pattern of the party's fortunes. So this will still take us back to the last time it was fought to general elections. You can see those massive gains for UKIP. Conservative share falling slightly. Labour and the Lib Dems much, much worse hit than the Conservatives. And it still shows a very impressive swing from the Conservatives to UKIP. But unlike in Clacton, it hasn't been enough to keep this for Mark Reckless for UKIP there.
Emily, thanks very much. Well, let's go straight to Leeds, where the count is taking place for several seats, including the seat for Ed Balls, who's there, just getting onto the platform in Morley and Outwood.
Constituency after a recount. I, Tom Reardon, Acting Returning Officer for the Morley and Outwood constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Balls, Ed, Labour and Cooperative Party, 18,354. Craven, Arnie, Yorkshire First, 479. Jews, David Allen, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 7,951. Hemingway, Martin Francis, Green Party, 1,264. Jenkins, Andrea Marie, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,776. Taylor, Rebecca Elizabeth, Liberal Democrats, 1,426. Therefore, I give public notice that Andrea Marie Jenkins is duly elected as the Conservative Party candidate, Member of Parliament for the Morley and Outwood constituency. The total number of votes cast across the Morley and Outwood constituency at the UK parliamentary election on the 7th of May 2015 was 48,389. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 139. The ballot papers were rejected for the following reasons. Does not bear the official mark, not the unique identifying mark, 0. Votes are given for more than one candidate, 27. Writing or mark by which the voter may be identified, 0. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 112. I'm now going to ask the
Well, I think it's fair to say that's probably the biggest casualty of this election so far. It's difficult to imagine a bigger one at this stage. Ed Balls, the Shadow Chancellor, one of the biggest figures in the Labour Party, been such an influential figure in Labour governments past, and indeed, of course, since they've been out of office for the last 5 years. MP for Normanton since 2005. His wife, Yvette Cooper, Shadow Home Secretary, has been re-elected, but Ed Balls has lost his seat, and Laura Kuenssberg with me. And I'm just wondering, Laura, at this point, what Labour makes of that.
Well, this is a huge moment. I mean, if you think just less than 24 hours ago, he had a reasonable expectation of being back in the Treasury, not as a junior minister, not as an advisor, but as the Chancellor. And it's not just the fact that he was the Shadow Chancellor, he's also been, unusually, very differently to the Blair-Brown years, him and Ed Miliband have actually managed to present a pretty united front over the last couple of years. He's been a very, very significant figure in the Labour Party. You also have to think, while this is a terribly painful humiliation for Ed Balls here, this is also something that will hasten Ed Miliband's departure. They have really been in this together. It makes it much harder for Ed Miliband to fight to stay on, given the fact that Ed Balls has lost. But just quickly, look at why it happened. The UKIP vote there was up 16%. And then he lost to the Conservatives by a number of 400 votes or so. It is UKIP votes here in the north that killed off Ed Balls in this seat. A few hours ago at the beginning of the night, we suggested to his team there are rumours he might lose. They just didn't want to go there at that point. After a recount they requested, he's now out the door.
Well, let's wait, because he may say something. He may come up and say a few words. So let's stay on the pictures. You mentioned UKIP there, Laura, and Suzanne Evans of UKIP has just joined us, sitting next to me in the studio. Suzanne, thanks for coming in. A point there, first of all, then, if we can just address this result, I'll come on to others. The point that Nigel Farage was making earlier, which is that it is very dangerous to assume that UKIP is just taking votes from the Conservatives.
Absolutely. We've always said this, but for some reason people have not been listening. We've always known it. Where we are at the moment is I think we've taken 78 second places. 31 of those, I think, have been from the Conservatives, but far more have been from Labour. I think, is it 47?
Wait a second, Suzanne. Let's listen to Ed Balls.
Could I start by thanking the returning officer and all the counting staff? It's been a very, very long night, and so thank you to you for all staying on to finish this job here today. Thank you. And let me start by saying to my political opponents in Westminster, congratulations, and in particular to thank the other candidates, but to congratulate the new MP for Morley and Outwood, Andrea Jenkins. Andrea, you have fought a really decent campaign, and you've done so in a very good way. And I know you'll work really hard to be the Member of Parliament for Morley and Outwood, and you'll have the support of the constituency to do that very important job. So thank you for the way in which you've conducted this campaign. I'd like to thank all of my campaign team who've worked 7 days a week for 5 years, and my agent Neil Dawson, but all of the team. It's the best campaign team, and I'm just hugely grateful. I'm just sorry we couldn't quite do enough to repeat what we did in 2010. And it's been a great honour to be the Member of Parliament for Morley and Outwood, and before that for Normanton. And I have found it a great privilege, and we've done some important things to represent individuals in times of difficulty or hardship, but also to make advances in this constituency and in Westminster. Any personal disappointment I have at this result is as nothing compared to the sense of sorrow I have at the result that Labour has achieved across the United Kingdom tonight in Scotland, but also in England and in Wales, and the sense of concern I have about the future. We will now face 5 years where questions will arise about the future of our union, about whether or not we can stay as a member of the European Union and fight for jobs and investment, whether we can make sure we secure our national health service at a time of public spending cuts. And those are real concerns to me and to many people across the United Kingdom. Even on this very difficult night, I would just like to say I've been proud to be a Labour and Cooperative Member of Parliament. And we have always been a party which has been internationalist, because we believe we've solved problems by working with other countries to solve them. We've always been a party which believed in the union because the pooling and sharing of risk which comes from our union underpins justice and fairness. We've always been the party who founded the National Health Service and will do everything we can to secure the future of the National Health Service. Even on this difficult night, I am sure the Labour Party will emerge in the coming weeks and months more united and more determined. And in the next few years, I think more than ever, we will need in Parliament and across the country a Labour Party absolutely determined to stand up for working people in this constituency and in our country. I am confident Labour will be back. Thank you very much.
Very sombre, very thoughtful, very reflective Ed Balls, who's lost his seat at 10 years representing that area of Leeds. Very gracious speech and thanking all his opponents, but certainly, importantly too, offering a message of encouragement to all Labour members after what's been an incredibly bruising election result for them. Nick Robinson, our political editor, is back with us in the studio. Nick, your thoughts there on what is a major, major defeat for Labour?
It is now the symbol of the whole night, isn't it, Hugh? It is as if an electoral firing squad has felled a generation of Labour leaders. It is as if the punishment that the party took in 2010 after that crisis has somehow been delayed. As if in Scotland they said, we're still angry. Angry not with you necessarily over that economic crisis, but with your failure to stand up against the Tories in the way you want to. Anger in England, which has produced a rise in Tory support, a rise in UKIP support, which is what's felled Mr. Balls, which has made them suffer. You've already heard the parallel with Were You Up for Portillo? People will remember this moment, Hugh. And you know what? I'm going to make a prediction which won't be all that popular. Michael Portillo became a hugely popular figure afterwards. Ed Balls is currently loathed by a lot of people. They will love him. The truth is, there is a side to Ed Balls that the public has never got. The piano playing, marathon running, football playing, passionate, family man, who also happens to be one of the cleverest economists that most people have ever met. Now, the country don't see that. They see the Gordon Brown bullying bruiser. They see the guy who won't admit he got things wrong. They see the tough guy who took people on in the Labour Party. But funnily enough, I think they'll see another side, perhaps, of course, of the husband of the next Labour leader, Yvette Cooper.
An interesting thought, Laura, isn't it?
It certainly is. And I think that is absolutely true in that regard. Even many people in Westminster who loathe Ed Balls respect him as an economist, respect him as a politician, and as somebody who's been there, stayed there, through all sorts of ups and downs, having been at Gordon Brown's side, and then fought to be leader of the Labour Party. Let's not forget, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, he was 4th out of 4, maybe it was 3rd, without looking back at the detail. But a very major figure, but who has, perhaps in the last couple of years, while being in opposition, been able to become a bit more at ease with himself, taking up the piano, all those kinds of things, and it may well be that we see him as a very useful political spouse.
Well, we'll have more from the election centre in just a moment. We'll be talking a little more about that very shocking result for Labour and Ed Balls in Morley and Outwood. We'll talk a little more about that. We'll also be talking to Suzanne Evans from UKIP, who's waiting patiently to talk to us. Suzanne, we'll be back to you in a second. That'll be in just a moment's time after the latest update on some news. And in the meantime, we'll join Andrew again at Westminster.
Thanks, Hugh. I've got the Foreign Secretary, Philip Hammond, with me. Our prediction now is that you're going to get 37% of the vote. Labour around 30-31. It's a lot more than the polls said. It's even more than our exit poll originally said. Yeah. Why is the Tory brand still toxic in the sense that people who are going to vote Tory won't admit it in public or even to pollsters?
Well, I think, first of all, a lot of people were genuinely undecided until the day, and they looked at the arguments and they were concerned about the impact of a Miliband-led minority government propped up by the SNP, the effect that would have on Britain's standing in the world, the effect it would have on the economic recovery, and they made their decision in the end to stick with the plan that they know, stick with the government that they have experienced over the last 5 years.
Mr Cameron is going to form a government that believes in the union, that will continue with fiscal consolidation at quite a tough pace, cut the deficit by quite a lot. Scotland has elected a party that doesn't believe in the union and doesn't want fiscal austerity. You have no mandate to govern in Scotland.
Well, we've settled the question of Scotland in the Union with the referendum last year, and we have made a clear commitment to further devolution to Scotland so that Scotland can operate within the Union with a high degree of autonomy. And we now need to move quickly to show our good faith
Don't you have to do
on
more?
that, and deliver that autonomy.
Isn't the
for
Smith
Scottish
Commission now been overtaken by events?
No, I don't.
It doesn't cut through in Scotland. You need to do
I don't think so.
a
Look,
lot more.
The story in Scotland this morning is about Labour's failure. Labour has lost its base in Scotland and it's gone to the SNP because Labour has
You've
been...
lost your base.
No, look, we had one seat before and we've got one seat now.
Exactly.
Labour had
So does
dozens
Labour.
of seats lost last night. Labour has taken its base in Scotland for granted for many, many years and has now paid the price.
Are you saying to me this morning that you plan to do no more than the Smith Commission extra bit of devolution? That you're not thinking of a much more radical home rule proposal for Scotland?
Well, look, I think, frankly, it's a bit early to expect us to have been thinking about anything that's reflective of the results
Big
last
issue,
night.
though.
And we clearly will want to look at the result last night in the round. But we have made a very significant proposal to the Scots for further devolution. And I think what the Prime Minister suggested in his acceptance speech in Witney is that we now need to move quickly to put that into place and show that we can work with an SNP government in Scotland.
But here's the issue. On the one hand, you're going to be grappling with this huge Scottish issue where you have only one seat. And at the same time, you're trying to renegotiate our terms of membership of the European Union. What's the chances? They're quite high, I would have thought, that your own backbenchers are going to turn into the kind of Maastricht rebels that John Major faced in the early 90s.
Well, I think we all want the same thing. We want to see a renegotiation of the terms of Britain's relationship with the European Union. And if we can get that right, if we can get the package that we need, then the British people, I'm confident, will decide that Britain's future is with a reformed European Union.
And you're not worried about lots of rebellion? There's quite a lot of insatiable backbenchers on the European issue on your side.
Of course, we will have to be very mindful of what the parliamentary party thinks, but the parliamentary party will also have to be mindful of the mood of the country overall.
Looking forward to continuing as Foreign Secretary?
Well, that's up to the Prime Minister to
you would
decide
like to?
when he forms his government. Of course, always happy to serve, Andrew.
All right. Well, we thank you for being with us this morning. Back to Hugh.
It is just turned 8:30. A very good morning. If you're just joining us for this special coverage of the election results, we've reached a very significant moment this morning. There are still 31 results to go, and we have been projecting consistently for the last few hours the probability of a small majority for the Conservatives. But that's been a projection. We're now in a position to firm that up a little bit because the figures have been put through the system once again, and Professor John Curtice is with me. And John, what can you tell us?
Well, the truth is, Hugh, it does now look as though the Conservatives will emerge from this election with at least a small overall majority. We're currently expecting them now to get 329 seats. And the truth is, of those, there are only 4 or 5 about which there's any possible doubt at all. And the truth is, if they all go pear-shaped, we're still pretty convinced the Conservatives are going to get 326 seats. In truth, the defeat of Ed Balls was not just a personal defeat for Ed Balls. That was a seat that, according to all the other results we've seen today, Labour should have won. Losing that, in a sense, was the clearest signal that, in fact, they weren't doing well enough to stop the Tories from getting the 326-seat mark. So it's not going to be a very big majority. It, of course, may not necessarily survive a few by-election defeats during the course of the next 5 years, but for the time being, at least, it looks as though Mr Cameron will have a small majority to deal with.
John, thanks very much, and we'll talk to John a bit later on. Professor John Curtice there with a very firm forecast now. The BBC forecast is that the Conservatives will win a majority in the House of Commons. Forget all the talk of negotiations, forget all the talk of red lines, forget all the talk about common ground with other parties and potential coalitions and confidence and supply and all the rest of it. Because if this forecast is correct, and we're now saying this very firmly, the Conservatives should be back with a majority of at least 3 seats. James Landale is in Downing Street for us, our Deputy Political Editor. James, your thoughts this morning, and what are we expecting there in the next couple of hours?
Well, my thoughts this morning are just, the Prime Minister, as he walked in a short while ago, with this extraordinary look of relief on his face, on his wife's face, and almost as if they were as surprised as the rest of us, as the scale of the Conservative victory and the changes that have taken place that we've been recounting overnight. In terms of what happens now, the Prime Minister is inside. I'm told that he's sort of reuniting himself with his children, who he hasn't seen much of in recent days. Apparently, whenever they see them, they keep on saying, "Have you won the election yet? Have you won the election yet?" So he's gone inside to tell them that, yes, he has. He'll turn around twice, then at around 12:30 before lunchtime, we expect him to see the Queen. She's come up from Windsor, or is coming up from Windsor, as she always planned to do for the VE Day commemorations rather. The Prime Minister will see her before lunch. He doesn't have to see her, he just remains Prime Minister, but he has decided as a courtesy, if nothing else, that he will go to see the Queen to inform her of the election result. Then we expect him to come back here to Downing Street. He will come here and give a statement to the nation. They're already working out, making sure the cables stretch for the podium, and there he will set out what his plans are for his future government. Particularly interesting is what he says about the future of the House of Commons and the Union, with the knowledge there are now 56 SNP MPs coming to Parliament. And then the expectation is there might be some government formation, some cabinet appointments later on today.
James, thanks very much for now. James Landale, with the latest for us in Downing Street. And by the way, I'm told that Ed Miliband is on his way to Labour Party headquarters in central London too. And our Labour campaign correspondent, Lucy Manning, is there for us. Lucy, just some thoughts on timings and what you're expecting there.
Well, we've just had some Labour aides arriving back looking ashen-faced, some of them close to tears. Ed Miliband is on his way back. We expect him to be here in the next half hour, 45 minutes. He will go inside, speak to Labour HQ. They are pretty shell-shocked in there. And then at midday, he will give a speech. I think all the expectations are that he will have to say he is stepping aside. This has been a terrible night for Labour. I mean, yesterday, I think he had the expectation that today he might be on his way to being Prime Minister. And what we've got now is him having on his way back from Doncaster to think about resigning as leader of the Labour Party. I've spent the last 6 weeks on the campaign trail with him and saw him yesterday, and there was real expectation that they had a good campaign, that they would do well. And I think most people were in agreement that they had a good campaign, but you've got this result today. It looks like it's going to be even worse than Gordon Brown did. The key figures going, Ed Balls, Douglas Alexander. It's really been a night that Labour didn't expect. Why has it happened? Well, obviously Scotland, and not just the wipeout there, but I think the Tory cries that Labour would go in with the SNP. I think that potentially scared voters. And also the Labour campaign, and I said this the night before, it was concentrated on the core vote. And when I put that to the Labour team, that they'd concentrated on the core vote, they said, no, we didn't do that. If we did do that, it means we're not going to win. Well, here we are looking at a situation where they haven't won, and perhaps that strategy where they talked about taxing the rich, where it was talking of scrapping the so-called bedroom tax, playing to the left, that just hasn't played well in the country at all. And one of the aides said to me here that perhaps what the party now needs is a fundamental rethink, that the party didn't regroup after that Gordon Brown defeat, and it now needs to do that after these results today.
Lucy, thanks very much. We'll be back as soon as we see Mr Miliband there, but thanks for the moment. Lucy Manning there for us. So, if you're just joining us, it's probably worth just underlining where we are and just to tell you, really, the story of how we got to where we are today, because when we came on air last night, 10 o'clock last night, clearly we were expecting all of the run of opinion polls over the last 5 or 6 weeks to be borne out. In other words, that this would be a very, very close result between Conservatives and Labour, with some interesting thoughts about what UKIP and the Lib Dems and the SNP would be doing. Well, we're in a very different place, because David Cameron is now back in Downing Street and probably going to head a majority government. That's the firm prediction we're making. So how did we get here? Jeremy's going to tell us. He's in our virtual Downing Street.
Yes, here I am, right by the door of number 10 in our virtual Downing Street, and what we've done is work out the path that the Conservatives have taken back to power. So at the beginning of the night, we had a line here, just down here on the floor, didn't we, which said 326, there it is, and the door of number 10 there, and the party that reached that line would send the leader through the door of number 10, and of course throughout the campaign everyone was saying it's not going to happen. There's not going to be a situation where either Labour or the Conservatives make the trip to the line and send a leader through the door with an overall majority. Well, how wrong everyone was. Let's bring on these paving stones that the Conservatives have laid down. And first of all, it falls short because these are the actual results. So we're showing you first the actual results. There are some more to add, but you'll see, let's see. Well, we've got Morley and Outwood there, Ed Balls' seat right towards the end. The most marginal ones, and these will be the ones we concentrate on in 5 years' time, at the next general election, most marginal at the end, Gower in Wales went to the Conservatives from Labour, as did the Vale of Clwyd. No one had really predicted that at all. Then Brighton Kemp Town stayed Conservative. Thornbury was the Pensions Minister Steve Webb, Lib Dem seat, goes to the Conservatives. Lewis was Norman Baker's. So you've got a mixture here of well-defended Conservative seats that stayed blue, perhaps against the odds, and then seats they have taken from the Lib Dems as well. And then a couple at the end, as I mentioned, which were taken from Labour, including Ed Balls', quite remarkable. There are still some more to come. We'll have a look at those in just a moment. But let's bring on the Labour seats we know about first. And here they are, rolling up the street towards, but not anywhere near, the door of number 10. So, next we bring on the seats we're still waiting for. A smaller and smaller group here. And now you see how the Conservatives have crossed the line. This is forecast now. These are the seats. The forecasts on this programme have proved remarkably robust, but I want to stress that if they are grey in the middle, it means it is still forecast. Don't think this is the result. It's not yet. And right towards the line here are some very, very tight seats indeed. So St Ives, for example, Andrew George's seat, or let's see, Wells, another Lib Dem seat there. Tessa Munt is the MP there. Warwick, Devon West, you can see the names here. These seats that we are still waiting for, but we think even on a 50-50 or 48-52% basis, we're calling them at this point for the Conservatives under our forecast, and it is those seats that have got the Conservatives across the line, we believe, to 328. But they're not there yet in reality. We wait for every seat to be called, then we will know the final number. Just to conclude the picture for you, let's just bring on the rest of the Labour seats. Here they come. Incredible to think that they are down 23 on Gordon Brown's performance, down to 235. So Labour 235, the Conservatives we think on 328, and look at the gap there in Downing Street. Just look at the way that illustrates how Labour have fallen short and how this shock victory by the Conservatives has been pulled off. Hugh, back to you.
Jeremy, thanks very much. And of course, as Jeremy was underlining there, one of the big themes has been the Conservative ability to take seats away from the Lib Dems. That's been one of the big, strong storylines of the night and has inflicted a huge amount of damage on their former coalition partners. Emily, let's have a look at some of the key battleground areas, including the southwest.
They must be thinking that was the best thing they ever did. That decision to go into coalition government with the Lib Dems has cost the Lib Dems dearly and helped the Conservatives. So I've just taken one region here, which is the southwest, and you can see how the tally looks in terms of the size of the hexagon, with the Conservatives on 46. They've gained 13 tonight. The Lib Dems, we haven't even brought it up fully because they have no seats in the southwest as things stand. That's what the map looks like. Remember, it was that patchwork of yellow and blue, tightly fought marginals before. We've got a couple undeclared, but broadly, it is all coloured up blue so far. And if I just show you what that looks like in terms of the seats that they've taken right the way down the southwest, these were all Lib Dem seats. They are now all Conservative. You'll see some big names there. Yeovil. No one expected that at the beginning of the night, to lose David Laws, Schools Minister, and definitely Lib Dem on the right of his own party, his seat to the Conservatives. You can scroll right the way down there and see the kind of losses. And I'm also going to show you the seats that the Lib Dems have lost to Labour as well. And you can see it covers the country. It's not just the southwest. It's Burnley as well in the northwest. It's Cambridge in the southeast. It's Bradford East in Yorkshire and Humber. Just have a look at something like this. Burnley had Gordon Birtwistle, who was the MP here, but it's been gamed by Labour, 38% of the vote. And you can see the kind of swings. 6.3, it's not massive compared to the kind of swings we've seen in Scotland with the SNP, but this is the sort of movement now that has really pushed the Lib Dems out. Both the other parties have gained from it.
Emily, thanks very much. Let's go straight to Norwich because the Liberal Democrat, former Minister Norman Lamb is there. Norman, thanks very much for hanging on to talk to us. Your reflections on what's been a very, very difficult night for your party?
Yeah, it's very painful and it's so sad to see so many good colleagues losing their seats. Ultimately, we have to respect the judgment of the people. It's a democracy and it's a painful experience. And it's interesting to look at the contrasting fortunes of the two coalition parties. We've been together in government. I think in many respects it's been a successful period of government. We now have record levels of employment. We have public finances back under control. We've got a lot more to do there, but we've made real progress. But just look at the difference between the larger party and the smaller party, and it almost feels like a sort of unwritten rule of politics that the small party in coalitions almost always loses out. That's certainly the European experience, and we know we've been involved in a big experiment here. Could we survive going into government, particularly under the electoral system we have, and it's been very painful.
Where does the party go from here? We are expecting to have Nick Clegg a little later, as you know. What are your thoughts on how the party should go ahead?
Well, look, it's a resilient party. We have to regroup and rebuild. We've been through very many difficult times in the post-war period, and we can recover from this. But it's a long haul back, because there's no point trying to pretend otherwise. But the Liberal voice in Parliament is incredibly important, and we can't rely on any other party to provide that in this Parliament. So our position there, I think, is vital at the moment. But I want to leave Nick to make his own decision. And then we must have a period, I think, of reflection. It's not a good time to be making big decisions when we're all utterly exhausted.
Norman Lamb, thanks very much for talking to us again today.
Thank you.
The former Lib Dem minister there, Norman Lamb, talking to us in Norwich. Let's go straight to Glasgow because the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, has joined us. Good morning, First Minister.
Good morning, Hugh.
Nice of you to join us, and many
congratulations
on
very much indeed.
On what everyone acknowledges clearly has been a sweeping night of success for your party. Was it beyond your expectations?
Yes, undoubtedly. We were hoping to do well. I think we were quietly confident of doing well, but never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that we would win 56 out of Scotland's 59 MPs. The tectonic plates of Scottish politics shifted yesterday. It is a historic result. That's often an overused phrase, but it's probably not quite even meeting what happened yesterday. You know, there is an appetite for change in Scotland. There is very clearly a strong appetite for Scotland's voice to be heard much, much more loudly in Westminster than it has been heard before. And that's now the job of these 56 SNP MPs.
Some of your opponents, First Minister, are saying very clearly today that this is the best possible illustration of the assertion that if you vote SNP in Scotland, you get a Conservative government at Westminster.
Well, I mean, that's nonsense. The reason that the Conservatives are back in government is that Labour couldn't beat the Conservatives in England. If Labour had held on to all of its seats in Scotland, if they'd won all of the seats that the SNP won last night, the Conservatives would still be heading back to Downing Street. The failure here is of Labour to beat the Conservatives. The Shadow Chancellor, for goodness sake, has just lost his seat. Labour has barely increased their share of the vote and were unable to take the seats that they required to take to have a fighting chance of being in government. I was very clear during the campaign that if we had managed to get an anti-Tory majority, then the SNP would have worked with Ed Miliband and asked Ed Miliband to work with us to keep the Tories out. So Labour can't blame the SNP for their failure to be strong enough to beat the Conservatives.
If we are right in saying that the Conservatives are back with a majority, albeit a small majority, I'm wondering what kind of influence or power that you would have, even with as many MPs as 56, in that Parliament.
Well, we'll seek to have significant influence. We'll certainly make Scotland's voice heard. And I think if it is the case that the Conservatives are back with an overall majority, it's all the more important, in my view, that we've got a big, strong team of SNP MPs standing up for Scotland and fighting our corner. But the other point I would make is this: even a majority Conservative government cannot ignore what happened in Scotland yesterday. There has been an overwhelming vote for Scotland to have a louder voice in Westminster, and an overwhelming vote against continued austerity. The issues that the SNP put at the very heart of this campaign were endorsed convincingly by people in Scotland yesterday, so these are now issues that we'll take to the very heart of the Westminster agenda.
When Boris Johnson spoke overnight of the importance of looking at some kind of federal settlement, is that something you'd find attractive?
Well, you know, we want to see the Smith Commission proposals strengthened, and we'll certainly argue that case. We've said in our manifesto, and it's no secret, that we want to see powers over business taxes, employment, welfare devolved to Scotland so that we can grow our economy and lift people out of poverty, grow the revenues of the country. But when I launched the SNP manifesto, 3 weeks or so ago now, I put ending austerity at the very top of our agenda. I said it was our #1 priority. People in Scotland voted for that yesterday, and we'll continue to seek to take that argument to the heart of Westminster.
In your manifesto for next year's parliamentary elections in Scotland, will you then, on the basis of this very strong performance, be talking about another referendum on independence?
Look, I'm not going to talk about our 2016 manifesto the morning after the 2015 election. With the greatest of respect, I'll fight one election at a time. But I was very, very clear during the campaign and said directly and explicitly to voters across Scotland that this election was not about independence. It was not about winning a mandate for another referendum. I said to people that if they voted SNP, then I would not turn round the morning after the election and assume that their votes were a vote for independence. I'm not going to go back on that. This was a vote to make Scotland's voice heard loudly at Westminster. Scotland voted for that yesterday, and it's now the job of the SNP to represent those who voted for us and to represent those who didn't, to make Scotland's voice heard. And I think one of the significant things, one of the many significant things about the result, is that it wasn't just people who voted yes in the referendum last year who put their trust in the SNP yesterday. Significant numbers of people who voted no also did so. So we will seek to represent everybody in Scotland to the very best of our ability.
First Minister Laura Kuenssberg here would like to ask a question as well.
First Minister, you said also consistently through the campaign you would offer another referendum if there was, to use your phrase, a significant change in the circumstances. Now, you've said yourself this morning the tectonic plates of Scottish politics have moved. That is surely a significant change.
Laura, I know you were listening carefully because we talked at length about this. I said the result of this election would not lead to another referendum. You know, I was very, very clear, and maybe it's unusual in politics, but I'm not the morning after the election going to go back on what I said during the election campaign.
No, but you didn't consistently rule it out. Would you rule it out now this morning, or accept that there has been a significant change? You can't argue there hasn't been one.
But I said the result of this election wasn't a significant change. The result of this election is not going to lead to another independence referendum. If there's ever going to be another referendum, people will have to vote for that in a Scottish Parliament election. And we'll publish our 2016 manifesto when the time comes for that, and people will have the opportunity to look at that and decide whether or not to vote for that when the time comes. This was a vote to make Scotland's voice heard, and that's what our 56 men and women elected to represent constituencies across this country are now going to seek to do.
First Minister, I think we're expecting to see you a little later on in London. Is that right, for the VE Day commemorations?
I'm coming down to London, of course, to represent the Scottish Government at the VE Day commemorations later on, yes.
We'll see you later on. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Nicola Sturgeon there, the First Minister of Scotland, talking after that remarkable night of results for the Scottish National Party, taking 56 of 59 seats in Scotland. It really is an earthquake in political terms there. Let's join Emily.
With just 20 or so seats to go, there is one image that I need to show you right now. This compares the exit poll with the 2015 results, and I cannot tell you how nervous all of us were going on air last night with an exit poll that we almost couldn't get to grips with. We simply couldn't believe it when we saw it. And now you can see how almost exactly matched it is with the real results. Even if you ignore the numbers, some will be a point out here or there, but broadly the shape showing those gains for the SNP that unlike anything we've seen before, and again the losses for the Lib Dems and UKIP round about the 9–10% mark. You can imagine there are sighs of relief on the balcony above me right now, Hugh.
Emily, thanks very much. I think we'll be hearing from Nigel Farage in just a moment. I think he's just been speaking because we're still expecting the result from his seat in South Thanet, but this is what he had to say.
Across the country, the narrative that UKIP takes Tory votes completely blown out of the water by last night's result. Perfectly clear.
So you will resign then if you lose today?
Are you calling me a liar?
No.
Is that a commitment?
Well, thank you.
What do you make, Mr Farage, of the national picture with the Conservatives apparently forming a...
Well, I just think nothing will change. I think we're going to go on running massive budget deficits. I don't think very much is going to change. I would like to see the Conservative Prime Minister break one promise, which is the maintenance of the Barnett formula, and he pledged, before the Scottish referendum result that would continue, and that strikes me as being ludicrous. So I hope he'll do that, and I think there'll be many on the Conservative backbenches that will urge him to do so.
And we'll let you go to your account, but could you tell us what you think about the SNP surge in Scotland and what that means for the UK?
Well, it shows political change can happen, but it's odd, isn't it, that you get a first-past-the-post system where a party can get a minority share of the vote and win nearly 100% of the seats, and by the same contrast, you can get a party that wins, clearly the third popular share of the vote and hardly anything in the House of Commons. So I do think the system is bust, and I do think there'll be great demand for it to change. But overall, yeah, the pollsters were wrong. It's a Conservative government. I just think very little will change.
Are you disappointed with UKIP's performance?
There's a long list of UKIPers begging you to stay. Paul Nuttall, Suzanne Evans, Aaron Banks, Steve Crowler.
Very sweet,
Could you be persuaded?
Nigel Farage speaking very frankly as ever, but raising some important questions about the nature of the Westminster system and the way that it produces lots of seats for some and then maybe not so many for others, even though they are on a very big share of the vote. Suzanne Evans is with me, Mr Farage's colleague. That point, Suzanne, I think is one that lots of people will kind of reflect on.
Yes, absolutely. How can it possibly be fair that we're going to take 3.5 million votes and get one seat in the face of possibly two, as the way it looks at it at the moment, and yet the SNP can get 56 seats with 1.5 million votes? It simply isn't fair, and this is something that we have been calling for quite some time now, and I think the majority of people in the country will see that it's completely wrong. The Conservatives are looking to be set to be winning a majority. I think actually they haven't won it fair and square. I think they have won purely because of the fear of a potential Labour SNP coalition. And that's certainly what I found out on the doorstep in our target seats, that people have very much wanted to vote for UKIP, but they have been so terrified of the breakup of the union, of the SNP being able to hold Parliament to ransom effectively, that unfortunately they didn't feel able to put the cross in the UKIP box. And I think tomorrow when we see some of the council results, I think we'll see a much stronger performance for UKIP because people will have been able to vote with their heart rather than their head.
You believe, Suzanne Evans, that was the deciding factor, fear of the SNP?
I think it was. I absolutely think it was. That's certainly my experience. It was actually quite depressing talking to some voters who said, I really wanted to vote for you. I love what you stand for. Your policies were great, but I'm sorry, I just can't let those people in.
Certainly some Conservative candidates we've been talking to in the last couple of weeks did feel that in the closing period of this long campaign, that the SNP strategy that was played, according to Suzanne Evans, very effectively by the Conservatives, was a wedge that was driving some UKIP waverers back towards them. However, whether it will have been proven to be the top deciding factor, that's quite a claim to make at this stage. However, Lord Ashcroft...
I think we'll see when we see the council elections tomorrow and see if there's any discrepancy there between the amount of vote share we have for council elections as opposed to the national share for Parliament. But we've done incredibly well. I mean, this night is a very bittersweet night for us, I think. I'm devastated that Mark Reckless has lost his seat. Devastated. He's been a fabulous constituency MP. He will be an extraordinarily hard act to follow. I'm also bitterly disappointed that the Conservatives, not just in Rochester and Stroud, but elsewhere in the country as well, have run a really vicious, nasty and bitter campaign against UKIP. Perhaps not as vicious and nasty as the one that Labour have been running against us in their strongholds, where we've clearly been holding their feet to the fire. The fact I think we have, in fact, had more second places in seats that have been won by Labour than the Conservatives shows again that we do not just take Tory votes. We've always said that, and I think tonight that is proof positive.
Suzanne, good to see you. Thanks very much again for coming in. Suzanne Evans there of UKIP with her thoughts on where we are. Well, the jigsaw outside New Broadcasting House in central London is really taking shape because there are only 21 results to come in this general election, and we are forecasting a Conservative majority, an outright win for David Cameron and the Conservatives. A small majority of maybe 3 seats, like the majority that Harold Wilson won back in October of 1974. And there are clear challenges because within a couple of years that Labour government had lost the majority and was having to look for help from the Liberals as they were then. So there are clearly challenges ahead, but at this stage it's a very surprising, unexpected, but great win for the Conservatives, given the uncertainty of recent weeks, and certainly has taken lots of people by surprise. Let's have a look at the jigsaw then, and Sophie is there for us, piecing it together very carefully with some guests.
Yes, Hugh, not many tiles left to lay, as you say, but you can see from our map, and just to remind you, this map just shows every single constituency in exactly the same size. So you really get a sense now of how the power balance has shifted. I can show you actually the 2010 general election colours laid out last night next to the 2015 election colours. Still, obviously, a few tiles left to lay, but you can see, particularly here in Scotland, just one Lib Dem seat, one Labour seat, one Conservative seat. The rest has gone yellow. And if I come south of the border, red tiles, of course, but you can really see how the Conservative vote, the other big story of the night, has eaten into some even strongholds. This is Ed Balls' Morley seat. Now, I am joined here by 3 Conservative voters. Did you ever think we would see a result like this?
As a farmer, I'm delighted to see a result like this. A government that's focused on national food security, increasing exports, growing the rural community and reducing the red tape burden, which we all hate.
What happened? Why do you think the polls got it so wrong? Is it this shy Tory factor?
Possibly, but I think, you know, people realise that Ed Balls has been voted out. Ed Miliband is a weak leader, and I think that came in the ballot box yesterday. People decided it wasn't worth the risk.
You're a Tory voter in a marginal Lib Dem seat. How surprised are you at the result tonight?
I'm actually really surprised. I don't think anyone really expected to see a Conservative majority come in, but now that they have, or it certainly seems like they have, I think British farmers now want to see them actually delivering on the commitments that they made pre this election.
All right, 3 Tory voters there. Thank you very much. And I have to say that you can see very strikingly just what has happened, particularly to the Liberal Democrat vote when you come down here to the southwest tip of England, because, you know, a Lib Dem stronghold, some of that before, but as you can see, not a single Lib Dem seat there at the moment. St Ives at the very tip, yet to declare that's a Lib Dem seat, or wasn't certainly. But here, all blue tiles. Ben Page and Michael Mashinsky. Now, you used to run, or you ran in 2005 with Linton Crosby. You ran the Conservative campaign, and you've been predicting all along, haven't you, a Conservative majority, unlike everybody else.
Yes, my agency, London Advertising, for the last 8 months has been commentating on the election and consistently have predicted a Conservative majority, which I think is pretty unique.
So why do you think you got it right when others got it wrong?
Well, we saw that the Conservatives over the last 5 years built their lead on economic competence from 11% to an 18% lead over Labour, that Cameron's lead, despite the sort of late comeback from Miliband, was significantly higher, double, in terms of who would make the best Prime Minister. And it's almost impossible for a party to lose when they have those strengths.
So you reckon you got it wrong. Ben Page from Ipsos Mori, what did happen to the polls? So many months of them being really close.
Well, one caveat is that a very small shift in the percentage share of the vote makes a big difference to the seat share. But nevertheless, you know, it doesn't look like the map of Britain that people were expecting. The polls did predict the SNP wipeout of everybody else in Scotland. The polls did predict that Labour would be gaining seats in London. But overall, no. Our prediction, for example, before we did our exit poll, which has worked out very well, but the final poll we did had the Conservatives at 36. They're looking at being 38. It was a couple of points out, and we had Labour too high. There will be an examination of that. We need to understand that.
I think that the media has spent hundreds of thousands of pounds on polls. I think, as in '92, the Market Research Society needs to do an investigation. It's been a bad night for the pollsters, with the exception of Comres.
OK, well, we'll have to leave it there. We've got a few more tiles, as we say, left to lay. But for now, back to you, Hugh.
Sophie, thank you very much. Key seats to look out for just coming up, because there aren't many to go now. We're looking for Bedford, we're looking for Devon North, we're looking for Keighley, Lancaster, Morecambe, Thanet South and Waveney. Thanet South, of course, where Mr Farage is standing. Conservatives holding on to Congleton there in Cheshire. We are forecasting a Conservative majority at the end of this counting session. Just a quick look at those still counting, if you want, because you may want to have a look at a seat which is yours. And there's a list of them on the screen for you right now, including Berwick-upon-Tweed, where Sir Alan Beath was standing down for the Lib Dems. Conservatives looking to take that. There are seats like Banff-and-Buchan, where the SNP are sure to take, because they've been a presence there for many years. That's the seat where Alex Salmond, by the way, was the MP before he went to the Scottish Parliament. Other seats too. Thanet South, which I've mentioned to you, is where Nigel Farage is standing. Wansbeck and Harborough. And then if you just look at the last page for us, there's seats still counting. As you can see, there are not many of them. They also include Thanet North, where Sir Roger Gale, the Conservative, is defending that seat, and there are no suggestions on the basis of where we are now that UKIP will make any inroads there. Let's have a look at Westminster. There's a glorious bird's-eye view of the Palace of Westminster. That's what it's all about. Who can command a majority of the House of Commons? Because the party that can command a majority is the party that can claim power. And David Cameron, on the basis of the forecast that we're now making, with some results still to come, is the person who can command an outright majority. We didn't think we'd be saying that today, but we are, after a night of surprises and after a night of major losses for Labour and the Lib Dems, sweeping gains for the Scottish National Party and some very surprising gains too for the Conservatives. It's time for the news. Let's join Louise.
Thank you, Hugh. Good morning. One of the most fiercely contested and unpredictable elections of recent times has nearly ended, with David Cameron certain to remain in Downing Street. The latest forecast suggests the Conservatives will win 329 seats, giving them an overall majority. Labour leader Ed Miliband said it had been a very difficult and disappointing night. And in one of the biggest blows for Labour, the Shadow Chancellor Ed Balls lost his seat. The Liberal Democrats have lost dozens of seats, although party leader Nick Clegg has held on. In Scotland, the SNP have pretty much swept the board. There is some flash photography in this report by Chris Mason.
How are you feeling this morning? He's moving back in. David Cameron and his wife Samantha have arrived back in Downing Street, knowing he has a second term as Prime Minister. Shortly before 6 o'clock this morning, as he won his seat in Oxfordshire, he set out how he hopes to continue to govern.
This election campaign was always about the difficult decisions we had to take over the last 5 years, the foundation of a stronger economy that we've built for our country, and the chance now to build on that foundation and to say to people that if you want a job, if you want that apprenticeship, if you want a home that you can own of your own, if you want security and dignity in retirement, we are on your side.
Jenkins Andrea Marie, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,776.
Labour had a terrible night. In the last hour, the man who dreamed of being Chancellor confronted the nightmare of losing his seat.
Elected as the Conservative Party candidate.
Any personal disappointment I have at this result is as nothing compared to the sense of sorrow I have at the result that Labour has achieved across the United Kingdom tonight, in Scotland, but also in England and in Wales.
Miliband Ed. As he won his seat in Doncaster, the Labour leader Ed Miliband acknowledged his party had done badly.
This has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night for the Labour Party. We haven't made the gains we wanted in England and Wales, and in Scotland, we've seen a surge of nationalism overwhelm our party.
Alex Salmond. The Scottish National Party has won almost every seat in Scotland. Amongst their winners, a familiar face.
It is an extraordinary statement of intent from the people of Scotland. The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country.
The Liberal Democrat Laura Lee Birch was one of dozens from her party to lose, but leader Nick Clegg has survived.
It is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats.
Let's take a look at some of the night's high-profile losers. The former Lib Dem leader, Charles Kennedy, the leader of Labour in Scotland, Jim Murphy, the Business Secretary, Vince Cable, George Galloway from Respect, the Conservative Minister, Esther McVeigh, and the Lib Dem Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Danny Alexander. But here are the election's big winners, the Scottish National Party and the Conservatives. Chris Mason, BBC News.
So that's a look at events so far. It's time to go straight back to Hugh.
Good morning once again from the BBC Election Centre. It is 9:10 on Friday the 8th of May, and we are coming to the closing phases of this election contest with just 20 seats to go. And we are forecasting a Conservative majority at this stage of maybe 3 seats, maybe 4 seats. We're not precisely saying what it is, clearly, because we still have 20 seats to go, but it's a majority, and that's the important thing for us to be underlining. We're expecting David Cameron to visit Buckingham Palace at around lunchtime to see the Queen. We are expecting Nick Clegg to make a statement about his own future as leader of the Lib Dems, and indeed about his own party. We are expecting Ed Miliband, too, to say something about Labour's response to this very disappointing night for them, and indeed maybe to say something about his own future. I'll have more to say on that in a second when I talk to our correspondent, Ian Watson, who's joining us. He has some news on Ed Miliband. I'll bring that to you as soon as I have it. Emily, in the meantime, before we talk about Ed Miliband then and his future, some explaining to do about why Labour didn't make the gains in some of those Conservative-held seats, especially in places like the Midlands.
Yeah, that's spot on. I mean, these Tory holds start to explain the story of the night in England, at least. I've picked out these places in the West Midlands. Why? They don't look very interesting on the surface of things, but when I tell you that Warwickshire North used to have a majority of 54, it was Labour's #1 target to take. They didn't take it, even though there was no Tory incumbent, even though Labour had a well-known figure, a former immigration minister, Mike O'Brien. It has remained Conservative. UKIP coming into third place there, William Cash, son of Bill Cash, the Eurosceptic MP, giving us that result. Let me just show you that similar picture that's emerging now. At the beginning of the night, we were saying Hales Owen, too close to call between the Tories and Labour, and you can see what happened here. They held it quite comfortably. They've got a majority of 3,082, so pretty good night for the Conservatives just to hold on to these seats that at the beginning, or certainly when we were looking at the forecast polls, suggested Labour could take easily. Another one, Nuneaton. I would call this the Basildon moment, if you like, remembering back to '92, that moment when it looked as if John Major would get to keep his majority in the House of Commons. Nuneaton was sort of that moment here. Once you realised that Labour wasn't going to take a pretty easy picking, it only needed a 2.3% swing. Blair had this seat 3 times. As soon as Nuneaton was held by the Conservatives at around 1:30, 10-2 this morning, you started to realise that it was a very different sort of journey that we were going on to the one that had been forecast up until the moment of the exit poll. Same here in Cannock Chase. You might remember Aidan Burley, the Tory MP who stepped down after that affair with the Nazi uniform stag party that he attended. Anything could have happened here. Labour thought they could pick up that one pretty easily on a 3.5% swing. They didn't. Conservatives held on here. And I'm going to end with this last one, which is a gain. The Conservatives actually took this West Midlands seat from Labour. So not only are they holding on to what we would have thought of as the low-hanging fruit, they're actually picking them up from Labour as well.
OK, Emily, thanks very much again. Well, the time is 13 minutes past 9. Stay with us because our coverage is continuing here on BBC News. And we're going straight to Westminster. Let's join Andrew Neil.
Hugh, thank you for that. Once again, at no expense spared, we've assembled a star-studded cast of commentators to talk us through what might happen now. Jonathan Powell, former Chief of Staff to Tony Blair, who still keeps a close eye on all things political. Isabel Hardman, who writes for The Spectator, but other publications she writes for are also available. Phil Collins, Labour commentator, does a column for The Times, among other things. Mark Ferguson from the Labour list. Welcome to you all. Phil Collins, let me come to you first. So, if there's going to be a change of leader in the Labour Party, and there's going to be a post-mortem, is there a danger now that Labour will go into this perennial argument, we lost because we weren't left-wing enough, or we lost because we were too left-wing?
I think there's always that danger with the Labour Party. There's two easy, convenient excuses the Labour Party likes to invoke. One is that we weren't left-wing enough, and they will use Scotland as the example, the fake example of that false analysis. And the second is the media were all against us, and we were vilified, and there's nothing we can do with it, that kind of victim status. Both of those things are obviously false, and the Labour Party now needs to do what it should have done 5 years ago and have a really calm, settled analysis of why it lost, which in a nutshell is if you put a load of sixth form seminar left-wing nonsense before the electorate in Britain, you will lose.
Mark Ferguson, do you agree with that?
I completely agree that there needs to be a period of calm reflection. Whether or not we'll get that, I don't know. It's entirely possible the Labour Party will jump headlong into a loud and noisy...
Calm reflection or headless chickens?
Well, I mean, the best thing for the Labour Party now would be to spend a serious amount of time thinking about why we've lost. Because if you're going backwards from 2010, which was thought to be the absolute floor of Labour's vote, something has gone seriously, fundamentally wrong with the Labour Party.
Is this something of a crisis for the Labour Party? I mean, is this a serious defeat that requires a lot of soul-searching?
No, it's something that's happened time and again. Every time we try and run from the left, we lose. And we prove it again and again. And you can't blame it on the campaign. Everyone was judged that the Labour campaign was better than the Conservative campaign, as it was in 92 and as it was in 87. The problem is in Britain, you cannot win from the left. You can win from the centre-left, you cannot win from the left. When we learn that again, we'll win again.
But isn't there a problem, though, that is a new problem compared to 92, is that Labour may be too left-wing for England, and not left-wing enough for Scotland?
Well, I don't really believe the SNP are left-wing. They're left-wing and right-wing at the same time. I don't think that's the issue. It's that the Labour Party allowed itself to become rotten in Scotland. It's been in power so long, it etiolated, and now we need to rebuild it.
Isn't there a sense of shell shock in the Labour Party this morning? Because although they didn't think they were going to win an overall majority, they did not. And actually, many thought that Mr Cameron would become the largest party, but then the arithmetic would be difficult to get over the 3-2-3. They never thought they would be down at where they are now at 2-3-4.
No, they were preparing their arguments about legitimacy, as were we all actually last night. They weren't expecting to be in the situation where people are sizing up potential future leaders of the Labour Party to replace Ed Miliband. That wasn't something they'd factored in at all. I think they were actually, as the other guests have said, quite complacent about their voters. They thought they were their voters, that they would turn out for them, and that they would be impressed by policies that may have been fun politics in the Commons, but weren't actually viable when the electorate thought about them.
I want to come on to the potential problems the government may have, but let me just stick with Labour for a minute. I take it your view is that no great rethink, no revival of the Labour brand can take place without a new leader.
No, it's inconceivable. You can't have a result like this and stay in place. I think it's absolutely impossible that Ed Miliband can stay. What has happened? They've tried an experiment with a form of vintage social democracy of a European kind, put it before the British people, and they've said, no, thank you very much. Oh. Now, I don't take the view Ed Miliband has an incoherent view.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we need to go straight back to Hugh now at BBC Elstree.
Andrew, thanks very much. We're going straight to Westminster. Ian Watson, our political correspondent, is there. We were talking about Ed Miliband's future, Ian. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you, Hugh, that he's about to address Labour Party staff at their head office in the next few minutes. Two senior Labour sources have told me they expect him to announce that he's going to stand down. They don't know the mechanics of this or the timetable, but that is their expectation. His own office is saying that this is speculation, but he is going to make his intentions public in central London in a speech at 12 o'clock.
It wouldn't be surprising to lots of people who followed the overnight events, Ian, would it?
It wouldn't be surprising. So far, I think people are being very careful inside the Labour Party to call for this because they're making an assumption this is what's going to happen. Certainly the result was much worse than they expected. I can tell you actually that some of the senior people that I've been speaking to over the past 24 hours certainly expected Labour to come second, but there was still an expectation that he might, if David Cameron couldn't get his Queen's speech through, could actually still end up as Prime Minister. Now, obviously, that has been blown out of the water, and we're currently looking at a potential Conservative overall majority. So given that's the case, I don't think it would be surprising if Ed Miliband did exactly as those senior Labour sources expect him to do, but I think he wants to make his position clear to his staff, first of all, to Labour Party staff, to thank them for what they've done during the course of the campaign. It was seen as a very professional campaign, irrespective of the result, and I think that's why they're saying to us at the moment, his office that is, that this is speculation at this stage, because he wants to make his intentions clear to them before he speaks to the rest of us at 12 o'clock.
Well, indeed, we wait for that. But if it is as we expect now, it will clearly trigger a pretty vigorous debate within the Labour Party about its future direction, given that Ed Miliband had made a very big show, if you like, of distancing himself from the new Labour project.
Yes, his argument is always, Hugh, as you know, was not going back to old Labour, but going beyond new Labour. And apart from putting fiscal responsibility in the front page of their manifesto, there was a lot of messages which would appeal, you would imagine, to Labour's core vote. Certainly he managed to change the policy on immigration. He talked about zero-hours contracts. He talked about defending welfare benefits, child benefit, very much in the last week, as well as putting the NHS pretty high in his agenda as well. Now, if it was seen that that hasn't actually worked in England in particular, in those key marginal seats in the Nuneatons of this world, then I think there will be calls for a rethink, and some people will therefore assume that perhaps the next leadership contest has to be one about policy as much as personality.
Ian, thanks very much. Ian Watson there with some very important news for us, which is that Labour sources are telling him that Ed Miliband is preparing a statement of resignation. No timescale attached to that, but it's clearly been the expectation in some parts of the Labour Party when the scale of these losses and the scale of their disappointment became clear. Andrew Neil has some Labour people with him. Let's join Andrew.
We do indeed. They're still with us, Hugh. Thanks for that. Jonathan Powell, Phil Collins, Mark Ferguson, and journalist Isabel Hardman is with us. All right, who should be the leader of the Labour Party to rebuild it and put it into an election-winning formula?
Well, I think it's time to go to the next generation. We don't know a lot about some of the people who I'd like to see as candidates. People like Chuka Umunna, Liz Kendall, Dan Jarvis. We need to see them now perform. It's hard to say because I've not seen enough of them to see whether you think they're up to it. What kind of Labour Party do they envisage?
So you haven't got a favourite at this stage?
I haven't got a favourite at the moment.
What about you, Mark Ferguson?
I think all three that Phil has named would be fantastic candidates. I also think we will see Andy Burnham and perhaps Yvette Cooper as well throw their names into the hat. But I also suspect we'll see somebody who nobody's talking about because the PLP is not full of big characters.
That's the Parliamentary Labour Party.
Absolutely. But there are big characters in there who might see this as an opportunity to rise to the top. And don't rule out Alan Johnson because it wouldn't be talk about the Labour Party leadership without somebody mentioning Alan.
Well, I do rule him out because we're not doing without him on this week on a Thursday night. There's not an obvious successor, is there?
No, there's no obvious success. I agree that I think it will jump a generation. It's another generation's turn. But one of the few bits of good news from last night was seeing all those new women MPs being elected. And what I'd like to see would be a woman leading the Labour Party.
Would you like to jump a generation?
I think it should jump a generation. I think it's time to move on from the Brownite sort of assistant generation onto a new generation.
Do you think it's possible, Isabel, to have a leadership contest, which they'll probably have to organise pretty quickly, and at the same time have the sort of measured analysis and post-mortem of why they went wrong in this election? Because I would suggest that doing the two things at once may not be possible.
Yes, and I think the measured analysis is what leads to a leader who can win elections rather than a party electing a leader believing that they lost the election because of the right-wing media and because everyone's against them and the electorate is stupid, which is one of the problems straight after a defeat if you don't have a chance to think about it.
I think part of being the leader and winning the ascent of the Labour Party is providing that analysis. So I think you can merge those two things, because one of the things that a putative leader has to do is to describe to the Labour Party why it lost in a convincing way.
With 234-ish seats, do we have a clear idea yet of what kind of parliamentary Labour Party we have?
I'm not sure it's fundamentally different. I mean, the relative lack of new Labour MPs means that the makeup has changed a lot less than we thought it might. I thought there might be a lot more younger MPs, more MPs who were perhaps slightly to the left of the current PLP. That's not really the case anymore. The PLP hasn't particularly changed in makeup, although it obviously has lost some very big characters, particularly in Scotland.
Jonathan Powell, if you were Mr Cameron's Chief of Staff in that position this morning, and obviously Mr Cameron's delighted. I think he's done a lot better than he thought. Most Tories I spoke to thought they'd be lucky to get 290 seats. I know you thought they would do better. They should have listened to you. But would you not have to sit down with them this morning and say, congratulations, Prime Minister, great result, much better than we thought. We have two major problems, Scotland and Europe. And a bunch of backbenchers who are going to cause you trouble, and you've got a small majority.
Yes, they're ringing their bells now, but they're going to be wringing their hands very, very soon. I mean, if you think about previous minority governments of this scale, it's going to be a complete nightmare. This will be like John Major towards the end, which is a huge opportunity for the Labour Party. How on earth do they manage with a tiny majority? If they get the DUP in, they're going to be hostage to the DUP, not just for £1 billion, but also every time something happens in Northern Ireland, they're going to have to make a concession to get their votes. Relying on the nutcases on their backbenches is going to be a complete nightmare.
Very well. On the shock revelation, there are nutcases on the backbenches. We'll leave it there. I thank you for that. Let's go back to Hugh at the election centre.
Andrew, thanks very much. We've been joined by the Conservative Ian Duncan-Smith. Good of you to come in, Ian. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Well, your thoughts on what's been a pretty stunning night for your party?
It's been a good night for us, particularly considering the forecasts just before everyone went to the polls was that it would be pretty static and a hung parliament. It's far from that now, and if the projections are right, we'll be fortunate enough to end up being able to govern with a majority. So that's an excellent position to be in, and I think the public has responded to what I thought was a remarkably clear set of messages about getting the economy right, getting more jobs for people, giving them greater security, and more than continuing those important reforms to welfare and to education and to the economy that will deliver an end to the deficit and an end to borrowing, which is critical, really.
You're a very experienced campaigner. Was there any point during this campaign where you thought you might be in this position?
You know, I'm going to be honest with you. The answer is yes. I'm not just saying that, but I did so many marginal seats and so many candidates, and the single message I was getting back, and I was testing this on the doorstep, and I know I'm not alone, by the way, and some of my colleagues kept saying to me, we're puzzled about this. What we saw on the seats was movement. We saw dynamic movement between UKIP and the Conservatives and then some Liberal Democrats. We didn't see any of that reflected in the polls, and I kept coming back and I was saying to them, I don't quite understand this. This election is far from static when you're on the ground, but it seems static when they're dealing with the polls. So some dynamic's gone missing in the pollsters, but it was definitely on the ground, and colleagues and candidates were telling me that, and I saw it myself. So I don't say I predicted this, but what I did say was that I thought we were going to do better than the pollsters thought, and I believe we have done dramatically better.
David Cameron won't be complaining to have a majority, clearly, because a majority is far better than what went before for you.
Yep.
But majority government, if it's a majority of 2 or 3, is also something that's tricky. And it's not always possible to get things through. I'm thinking back to the 90s, and which you will remember extremely well, and all the problems that John Major had.
Yeah.
It's not an easy thing for somebody to do.
It's not, and the key thing, I think, for any government, and I know the Prime Minister knows this and thinks about it, and those who have been around in difficult days like that will say, whatever else we now do, we keep it simple, we keep it focused, and we absolutely stick to our manifesto commitments, and colleagues who came in to support us have supported that manifesto. So I think it's quite legitimate for the Prime Minister to want them to back and support that. But, you know, the whole process is about understanding how to make legislation where you need to, but not do legislation where you don't. And I think that actually this is a real positive. So today is a real positive moment that we actually cross the line into a majority government as a Conservative, which we haven't done for a little while yet. So that's a great moment.
So two big issues just to pick up on. The proposed referendum on our future in the EU. That's clearly non-negotiable because that's been a commitment. And secondly, your response to this remarkable turn of events in Scotland where the SNP has simply swept the board. The fact that Boris Johnson last night, for example, was talking about some kind of federal solution for the United Kingdom. Is that something that you find attractive? Or, at least from your point of view, what should the response be to the outcome in Scotland?
Well, can I deal with the Europe issue first? The Prime Minister has been very clear about this. He stood on that as a manifesto pledge. He said at the time, should we have to go into any kind of agreement, this would be one of the red lines. Well, we don't have to do that now. So the party knows that this is one of our key commitments. We've made a pledge. The public will not forgive us if we don't meet that pledge. The Prime Minister was absolutely determined to do that, as is the whole party. So that, I believe, amongst the manifesto pledges should be delivered. and I will be very pleased to do that because I've been a believer for many, many years, as you know, that the public needs to have a say on this, otherwise this will go on and on and on. On the second issue, I think, yes, there are some issues here, obviously, and the real point, however, is this. I don't think that the election in Scotland was an election about another referendum. Nicola Sturgeon made that clear. She said this is about Westminster, and she said this is not about a referendum. So what, you know, in the hullabaloo of politics and elections, we all know that everybody makes these great statements, but at the end of it all, what we have is a united kingdom. And I'm a passionate believer in the United Kingdom, and we have to, as politicians, SNP politicians now in having got those MPs, and ourselves as the governing party, have to make sure that we sit down and we sort out that relationship between us. Prime Minister indicated as much just after his result, and I think what you'll find is this is going to be a group of practical people making a practical process that actually allows us to keep the union together and govern well for every person in the United Kingdom.
We're expecting Mr Cameron to say something a little later. I'm bound to ask you whether you're keen to stay in the job you're in.
I'm keen to do whatever is necessary to help the country, so whatever the Prime Minister feels about that, it's over to him. It's always over to him at the end of the day, so there's not much point in me commenting on it, really.
Ian, thanks very much. Good to talk
Pleasure.
to you. Thanks very much. Well, in a moment, we'll be talking to Leanne Wood, the leader of Plaid Cymru. We've been talking about the SNP's remarkable surge in Scotland. It's not been the same for Plaid Cymru in Wales, so a very different kind of level of performance there. So we'll talk to Leanne in a moment. But let's have some more from Emily on what's happened in Wales overnight.
Yes, just 17 seats to go now, Hugh. And as you say, we've concentrated so much on Scotland tonight and those extraordinary gains for the Scottish nationalists. It's easy to forget the picture in Wales. So I brought you up to date because we've had all of them in now. And even though the biggest hexagon is Labour with those 25 seats, perhaps the real story of the night here are those gains for the Conservatives. They're up 3. You can see Plaid Cymru. Now, they haven't lost anything, but they haven't gained anything. All that momentum, publicity for Leanne Wood hasn't really cemented itself into any more seats. The Lib Dems have lost 2 seats. They're on 1. Let me just take you into that. Chops it. As a share, perhaps we can show you that a bit later. But what I'll do now is I'll show you some of the seats that have been quite interesting ones on the night. If I take you to Arvon, first of all, and you can correct my pronunciation as I go, Hugh, then it's a Plaid Cymru hold here with 44%. What they have done is they've increased their majority. Last time we were talking about a majority of about 1,500. This time it's 3,500. So they've made gains in places where they already held, but they haven't taken new seats. The next lot we're going to look at are all Conservative gains. You can see this one from the Lib Dems on a majority of 5,000, pushing the Lib Dems and Brecon Radnorshire, which they hold at an assembly level in Wales, into second place here. They'll be very pleased with that, I think. And this one, a pretty extraordinary result. You can see a very slim majority. I'm guessing it's the tiniest majority of the night so far, a majority of 27, as the Conservatives take Gower from Labour. They look as if they're on the same percentage share of the vote. You'll have to imagine a decimal place in there somewhere, which just gives the Conservatives the edge here. We didn't expect this to be a night where we saw the Conservatives taking seats from Labour, and that's why every time that happens, you can see it's quite a moment. Another one in Vale of Clwyd. We were expecting this to be a Labour hold on the kind of opinion polls that we've been seeing. It was Labour's 51st safest seat, and the Conservatives have taken it from them. Cardiff North, a very, very tightly fought marginal. So we thought started the night as too close to call, ended with the Conservatives holding on here. And one more, which is that moment for Labour in Wales. Labour can gain seats, but only at the expense, as we found out tonight, of the Lib Dems. So they've taken this one from Jenny Willett, who was the former Lib Dem whip, and Joe Stevens is now the MP for Cardiff Central. I could go on, but you probably want to speak to Leanne Wood.
Emily, thanks very much. Well, we do want to speak to Leanne Wood, and she's in Cardiff this morning. Leanne, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Bore da, Hugh.
Well, bore da, but I'm wondering how good a morning it is for Plaid Cymru. You're on 3 seats. You've not gained Ynys Môn or Ceredigion or Llanelli, which were your targets. So how disappointed are you?
We were predicted to lose 2 out of our 3 seats at the beginning of this election campaign, and we've increased our majority in both of those seats, despite the fact that Labour threw a lot of resources at them. So we've also seen an improvement in our share of the vote in places like the Rhondda, Pontypridd, Cardiff and the Western Valleys. And that, of course, stands us in good stead to face next year's National Assembly elections, where we hope to do much better.
I'm just wondering, because you had such a high-profile campaign and you took part in those leaders' debates, lots of people thought that would translate into gains in terms of seats. And I spoke to some of your people, certainly, in Ynys-Môn, who were sounding very confident. So what went wrong?
It was tantalisingly close in Ynys-Môn, 230 more votes our way, and we'd be having a different conversation now this morning. What is concerning is that we now have a Conservative government to rule over Wales without a mandate. It's likely that the cuts and the austerity that we've seen to date is likely to be much worse in the future, and we've got a third-rate devolution settlement here in Wales, unable to withstand those attacks. Contrast our situation with that in Scotland, where the SNP have done very well and are likely to get improvements in their devolution settlement and provide some sort of shield, potentially, for people in Scotland against what's to come from the Tories. And it makes sense for us now here in Wales to consider what we can do from a Team Wales approach to try to provide a similar level of protection for people here in Wales against those cuts as well.
What is going to change in your strategy then, Leanne, given that you've not made any gains this time? What's going to have to change in your strategy as you look ahead to the Assembly elections in Wales next year?
Well, the Assembly elections are very different elections, of course, and people do vote differently in Westminster and Assembly elections, and traditionally Plaid Cymru has had greater levels of support at that level of government. I've had very positive feedback during this election campaign. People have liked what we've said, they've liked our manifesto, our candidates have worked very, very hard, and had there been a different blowing of a different wind in some of those constituencies, then we would have had a different result. So the Assembly election is a very different election. I'll take some time to reflect on this result now and what it means for Wales, but certainly I'm very optimistic about our chances ahead of next year.
Leanne Wood, good of you to join us. Thank you very much indeed. Leanne Wood, the leader of Plaid Cymru there in Cardiff. Andrew Rawnsley of The Observer is with me. Well, that's been quite a night, Andrew. What are your thoughts?
Quite a night. And you and I, Hugh, I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. I mean, we're old enough to remember the 1992 election, which upset expectations. And it's at least the equal of that in stunning people, including, I think, Tories would admit privately they didn't think they were going to get this sort of result. If we step back and look at the big picture, though, and this would be some concern for David Cameron, even, I think, in his moment of triumph. We've become a very, very fractured and divided United Kingdom. I mean, the centre cannot hold. Literally, in the case of the Lib Dems, devastated. Looks like they're going down to lowest number of MPs since 1970, probably. The old joke we can revive, that the Lib Dem parliamentary party could be fitted into a fairly generously sized taxi. The Scottish National Party absolutely sweeping the board in Scotland, but the Conservatives entrenching in the more southern parts of England. Now, the interesting thing after a rather divisive, fractious, negative election campaign is whether David Cameron can be a unifier and a healer as the Prime Minister. Has he the character to do that, the capability? In his own speech at his camp in Witney, he revived, which we didn't hear so much about recently, the phrase One Nation Conservatism, saying he'd like to do that. So that's a big question about his character. And a second question, for those of us who remember the aftermath of 1992, where John Major did have a bit of a honeymoon with his party for pulling off an election against expectations, confounding the pollsters and the pundits who all had to be a bit shamefaced for a few weeks. But it didn't last that long, and he had increasing trouble controlling his own party. So will the element of the Conservative Party that never liked David Cameron that much and are still not fully reconciled to him, would they let him, if he wants to be a more unifying Prime Minister?
Just seeing images of Ed Miliband arriving at Labour Party headquarters right now with a rather difficult message to deliver, I'd expect. Clearly wanting to thank people for very hard work during the campaign. But also expressing regret at losses and regret at not being able to achieve the goals that he'd set over the past 4 or 5 weeks. So this is central London, this is Labour Party headquarters, and Ed Miliband now having disappeared inside to talk to some Labour staff there, and is expected to make a rather important statement, not just about Labour's future, but about Ed Miliband's own future within the next hour or so. Our coverage continues here on BBC News as we look at the results of this election campaign. Welcome back. This is our coverage of the BBC election special, and of course we're at a crucial stage now with 16 seats to go. We're forecasting a Conservative majority. Ed Miliband has just returned to London, the Labour leader. He's pretty much conceded defeat. Not much choice, really, confronted with these figures. Lucy Manning, our Labour campaign correspondent, is outside Labour Party headquarters. Lucy, what's the sense of things there?
Well, Ed Miliband has just walked in, applauded by the staff who worked on his campaign. But for him, this wasn't a victory march up into HQ. This was very much a commiseration clap from his staff. He looked pretty shattered, to be honest. He was here with his wife, Justine. The staff did all come out to applaud, but they will have wanted this to end very, very differently. They had high expectations, and it has all ended in enormous disappointment. He's gone into Labour Party headquarters now. He is going to address the staff, and then he will give a speech at midday. The expectation is that he is going to announce that he is stepping down. I think you're seeing the pictures of him arriving. I did ask him if he was going to resign. There was no answer, but the expectation is that he will step down, because for Ed Miliband, it has been a night of loss. He's lost his shadow chancellor. He's lost most of his seats in Scotland. He has lost the marginals to the Tories, and he's lost any chance of trying to form a government. So, as I said, we will hear from him at midday. Very, very subdued here. This was not how they wanted it to end. It was not how they expected it to end. The big question now for Labour is how they move on from here. The expectation is that there will be a new leader. Who that will be, well, it will have to see. Chuka Umunna, Yvette Cooper, Andy Burnham, maybe some of the new generation. Dan Jarvis might stand. So there will be a new leader. There will be a leadership contest, and they will have to try and work out how to reform Labour. The offer they made to the electorate just didn't work. They have the sign in here that says better plan, better future, and the fact is that the plan they had wasn't the one the public wanted, and Ed Miliband is now having to consider his future.
Lucy, thanks very much. We're expecting that statement by Ed Miliband relatively soon, because he's now back at party headquarters. A very different tone of speech being delivered by David Cameron to his party workers. Let's listen to what he had to say.
To be with you guys and say thank you. You are an amazing team. Now, I'm not an old man, but I remember casting a vote in '87, and that was a great victory. I remember working just as you've been working in '92, and that was an amazing victory. And I remember 2010, achieving that dream of getting Labour out and getting the Tories back in, and that was amazing. But I think this is the sweetest victory of all. To be proud of in this result, the fact that we held on in Scotland, the fact that we extended our representation in Wales, the fact that candidates, and I've seen them work so hard, week in, week out, some of them year in, year out, have triumphed in so many seats. The fact that every election we always think we're going to displace those Lib Dems in the West Country, and we've finally done it. The pollsters got it wrong, the commentators got it wrong. Not to mention some of the people that we read on the blogs and sometimes annoys me that they got it wrong. No, because the real reason to celebrate tonight, the real reason to be proud, the real reason to be excited is we are going to get the opportunity to serve our country again. is that brilliant, positive, upbeat manifesto. All the things we've done in the last 5 years to get to where we are, laying that foundation and now being able to offer real hope to people in our country. I think we are on the brink of something so exciting. As I said at the start of this campaign, I never quite believed we'd get to the end of this campaign in the place we are now. But that's what it's about. So tonight, or not tonight, this morning, this morning, celebrate. You are an amazing team.
Well, what a contrast, eh? Some mobile phone images there, but sound is very clear. A euphoric David Cameron. And what a contrast with the mood outside Labour Party headquarters. A quick word then. Laura, first of all, not just on the contrast, but where you think Ed Miliband's going now.
Well, just quickly on Cameron, the sweetest victory of all.
Yes.
This morning, he can present himself to his party as something he's never been able to do before, somebody who can win a general election. That always held him back over the last 5 years. In terms of Ed Miliband, as Lucy was suggesting just a few moments ago, we can have a pretty good guess who the fight is going to be between. Andy Burnham, almost certain to stand. Chuka Umunna, almost certain to stand. I'm told, in fact, this morning he's already been doing a ring round of MPs, potentially building a bid. His team haven't confirmed that, but that's what I'm being told. Other names in the frame, Liz Kendall, Dan Jarvis, two people most of our audience probably haven't heard of yet, but important, charismatic MPs in the most recent intake. And I think for Ed Miliband's, probably his own personal sake, it's best for him to be making clear early today, early on, without having to be dragged out or have some terrible, painful process. It is best that he's going to do what he is doing this morning.
Thought, Andrew?
Well, David Cameron, understandably intoxicated, and I suppose who can blame him? As he was saying there, I've proved pollsters, pundits wrong. I've also proved, by the way, a lot of people within my own party were saying I was running the wrong sort of campaign. Quite understandably intoxicated. I offer the Conservatives and him this sobering thought. There's still only one with a 36%-ish, we think, don't we, vote share, which by historical standards isn't matching up to, say, the plus 40% Mrs Thatcher used to get. And so a long-term question for the Conservative Party is, can we ever rebuild ourselves to the point where we could expect to get that sort of vote share, and with it, big working majorities, or at least solid majorities, rather than the fragile one he appears to be set for? Point of view of Labour, obviously a terrible night, not just in the expected way in Scotland, but doing so much less well in England and Wales than they expected. And worse in a way, because you can't blame the campaign technically. I mean, you can argue about the messages, but they had a smooth campaign, pretty gaff-free. Laura mentioned many of the personalities are likely to rise as potential leadership candidates. And, of course, beneath this, there'll be a big strategic question. Did Labour do badly because it wasn't left-wing enough, which you'll hear a lot of, particularly from people in Scotland? Or was it that it wasn't centrist and appealing enough to swing voters in England, which you're going to hear from other people? The problem for them is you can make quite a good case for both, depending which part of the country you're looking for. And the challenge for whoever emerges as the next leader is, can they find a way of doing both? Rebuilding Labour in its historic heartland in Scotland after this devastating defeat, but also appealing to those swing voters in England where plainly they were beaten by the Tories in those key marginals that Labour had to win.
Andrew, you mentioned Scotland there twice for us, underlining the scale of the change there. Let's join Kirsty Walk.
Hugh, I am with the former First Minister, Jack McConnell. I want to talk to you both about Ed Miliband's future, but first of all about Scotland. Was it, as Andrew Ronsley said, a failure to be left-wing enough, or was it a failure of strategy? Because it was a catastrophic failure.
Well, first of all, serious condolences, I think that's the right word, to all the candidates who lost, and congratulations and respect for those who have won. High expectations on them, but they've got a job to do now at Westminster for their constituents, and congratulations to them. I don't think the analysis is as simple as that at all. I think that's far too simplistic. This has been a result that's been coming for a long time. We, in Scotland, not just the Labour Party, but all the unionist parties have been gradually losing touch with the Scottish electorate over a long number of years now, and not responding to the identity politics and the cross-class politics of the 21st century. And
did they deserve to lose then?
Well, I think, first of all, I think to suggest that because the SNP have won all these constituencies in the Conservative heartlands of Scotland because they're left-wing, it just isn't true. Because the SNP have been able to appeal to people right across Scotland. We need to learn from that, and I think it's been a catastrophic night for the Labour Party in Scotland, but one that they need to learn from, and learn from very quickly.
OK, well, before I go on to talk about UK, let's talk about what David Cameron has to do to deal with Scotland?
Well, in the same way as the Scottish Labour Party's got to rip up the rule book and start again, I think David Cameron now
and a new leader in Scotland?
Well, changing the leader doesn't seem to have worked that much over the last 8 years. I think what we need to do is have a real debate about what the Scottish Labour Party stands for, what its policies are, what its organisation is, its relationship with the rest of the UK.
And what does Cameron need
and its
to
relationship with the people. I think similarly, David Cameron's got a huge job to do. He needs to start again on the issue of the UK Constitution and the relationship between Scotland.
As Boris Johnson said, a form of federalism, isn't it?
Well, I think that should be up for discussion, but I think what needs to happen immediately is an opening up of the debate that redesigns the relationship between the different nations of the United Kingdom and their relationship to the centre in London.
Let's look at the UK problem for Labour. Did Labour ignore the UKIP threat to them?
Well, I think the Labour strategy for this election was always going to end up in this situation. The idea that we could poll between 30 and 35% and pull off a victory was not going to work. I think that was always the ambition, and I think it's been a failure, and it never responded to the rise of UKIP. The Conservatives did respond to that. We didn't respond to it, and we ended up in a situation today where the Conservatives have won. And I think that whole strategy over the last 5 years...
How would Labour have responded to UKIP?
Well, initially, take them on. Take them on values, British values. Take them on the important issues of the day. Don't let this bunch of cranks with their wacky ideas dominate the agenda in the way they've done over the last few years. We had no answers on Europe. We had no answers on this issue of disengagement of people with politics in the centre. We seem to be offering just simply more of the same kind of people doing more of the same kind of things. And that is something that has to change.
This is a devastating critique of Labour, not in the last 4 weeks, but Labour over the last 5 years. So where was this failure coming? Was it coming from simply on the campaign, or was it coming from the direction of the party?
Look, the Labour Party has only won 3 convincing general elections victories since 1966, all under Tony Blair, whatever people think about his leadership. And we need to be appealing and reaching out across a far wider range of people across the whole United Kingdom if we're ever going to be back in power again. And therefore, any suggestion right now we move to a quick elevation of somebody to the leadership following Ed presumably resigning this morning is wrong. We need a huge debate inside the party about how we represent the broad mass of the British people, and we don't make the same mistake again by going for a minority of the vote and therefore getting beaten.
Jack McConnell, thank you very much indeed.
Kirsty, thanks very much, and thanks to Jack McConnell as well. Well, as we said earlier, we are expecting Mr Cameron to visit Buckingham Palace before lunchtime. Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, is at the palace for us with some thoughts on what the logistics are. Nick, could you talk us through what your understanding is?
Yes, well, of course, the Queen had not expected to be at Buckingham Palace today at all. She's in Windsor. She had expected to spend the entire day in Windsor. She's not part of the VE Day commemoration at the Cenotaph this afternoon. Those plans, though, are being changed. The Queen will be coming up from Windsor to Buckingham Palace, and we can confirm that the Prime Minister, with his wife, will be coming to Buckingham Palace at 12:30 for that audience with the Queen. It is traditional for even an incumbent Prime Minister who wins a new term to come to the palace to be invited by the Queen, or she will, of course, first of all ask him, are you in a position to form a government? To which the answer clearly will be yes, and then the Queen will invite Mr Cameron to form a new government. And just picking up on the discussions that you've been having, Hugh, you know, I have no doubt at all that one of the principal topics during that conversation in the palace will be the cohesion of the United Kingdom. Nick Robinson was saying earlier that David Cameron will be greatly concerned about the implications of the vote in terms of Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom. Well, if the head of government is greatly concerned, you can be absolutely sure, I think, that the head of state, the Queen, will be equally concerned about that. There is no question whatsoever that she was greatly exercised last September around the time of the referendum, and I'm sure that she will once again today wish to discuss with her Prime Minister the implications of the vote in terms of the United Kingdom.
Just a word, Nick, about the formality of this, because you mentioned the fact that the incumbent is also expected to visit the palace, though I suppose technically that's not necessary because he's still Prime Minister. How long will this audience last? And following that, what are the kind of contacts that have been going on in the last few days between Downing Street and the palace?
Well, of course, there has been very close contact between senior officials in the Cabinet Office and at Buckingham Palace in recent days, in the expectation that today they would be trying to unravel the vote and decide who should be invited into form a government. So they will have been poring over this document, the Cabinet Manual, in recent days. That all now has been superseded by this result, which I think you yourself described earlier as unexpected, remarkably unexpected. So they are now taking account of that and moving forward. The length of the audience, well, that really is not something that one can speculate about, but I think, well, generally about 20 minutes, that sort of thing. So 20 minutes, part of it a formal conversation. There's always discussion about whether there is any actual physical kissing of hands. I think that happens on the first occasion when there is a new Prime Minister being invited to form a government. I think it was Tony Blair who said that on subsequent occasions when you go in to be invited to form a government, there is no kissing of hands.
Nick, thank you very much for the clarity. We'll talk to you again later on. Nicholas Mitchell there, our royal correspondent. 15 seats to go, just 15 seats. We've had 635 results. We have 15 parliamentary results to come. They include, by the way, 8 Conservative-held seats, and they include Thanet South, where Nigel Farage is standing. They include Thanet North, too. 3 Lib Dem-held seats last time, including Wells and St Ives and Berwick-upon-Tweed. That's where Sir Alan Beath was the MP for over 30 years, 40 years, actually. And we have 4 Labour-held seats as well. So that's what's going on right now. And I can just show you just a list of those still counting so that we can, you can see if there's one that of interest to you, if you're watching at home and your own local constituency is still not declared. I mentioned Thanet South and Kenilworth there. And if we go on to the next page, you'll see that we also have Thanet North, which we're expecting quite soon. That's one of the Kent seats. There is a UKIP interest there, but we're not expecting Sir Roger Gale, the MP since 1983, there to lose his seat, especially given what's been going on overnight. Lots of interest in the London area because Labour's performance in some parts of London was remarkably robust, but that wasn't reflected elsewhere. Emily will tell us more.
Yeah, we've had the whole of London in now, as you can see. This has all been coloured up, and traditionally we see Labour in the middle, the inner city areas, and this ring of Conservative blue on the outside. What's missing, of course, this time round is all the southwest yellow. That has all gone. The Lib Dem seats have all gone, except for Tom Brake's seat of Carshalton there. He hung on. He still had a tumble, but he hung on there. So you can see Labour on 45, Conservatives on 27. And look at the Lib Dems. They've lost 6 seats in the capital. They're down to just 1 seat so far. Now, why we're picking this out is because actually this is a very different picture, as Hugh was suggesting, to the pattern that Labour have seen elsewhere. The kind of gains they were making, and of course they were at the expense of the Lib Dems mainly, were very, very good. Labour gaining this seat of Hornsey and Wood Green from Lynn Featherstone, who was a Home Office Minister for the Lib Dems, pushing her out into second place and, of course, out of that job. Let's have a look at another one where you can see Bermondsey and Old Southwark. This was one of the moments of the whole night when you saw the face of Simon Hughes, who's been a much-loved constituency MP in Bermondsey. He's been there since 1983, the same amount of time as Charles Kennedy in Ross. And this was a moment when Labour gained the seat of Bermondsey, just south of the Thames, from the Lib Dems, pushing them into second place. You can see here the kind of pattern overnight, this big tumble for the Lib Dems, even with the incumbent. They've always made so much of their incumbency effect, but it wasn't enough to save them tonight. Brent Central, a very different picture here because it was Sarah Tether's seat. When she stepped down, chose not to contend this time round, it looked like a shoo-in for Dawn Butler, and she took it, pushing the Lib Dems, who had no familiar face there, into third place. The Conservatives are now on 20% of the vote. Quite an extraordinary result for them in Brent Central. One more, which is on the outer rim, Ilford North. We're going to account. Hugh, back to you.
Thanks, Emily, very much. Well, we'll have more from the election centre in just a moment. First, goodbye to viewers on BBC World. And let's take a look again outside New Broadcasting House in central London, because there are just 15 pieces of the electoral jigsaw left to put in place. And we should have them all by lunchtime. St Ives may be the last one, just lunchtime, but we'll see. That's in Cornwall, of course. We'll see what's going on there a little later on, and we'll pick up on the story. In the meantime, as we enjoy that scene, let's join Louise with the news.
Thank you, Hugh. Good morning again. With most of the election results now in, David Cameron is set to return to Downing Street as Prime Minister. One of the most fiercely contested elections of recent times has ended, with the Conservatives on course to win a majority. The BBC has learned that Labour leader Ed Miliband is expected to stand down after what he described as a very difficult and disappointing night. The party lost out heavily to the SNP, which pretty much swept the board. In Scotland, the Liberal Democrats also fared badly across the UK, with a string of big party figures losing their seats. There's some flash photography in this report by Chris Mason.
How are you feeling this morning? He's moving back in. David Cameron and his wife Samantha have arrived back in Downing Street, knowing he has a second term as Prime Minister. He's been to Conservative Party headquarters to thank his staff.
But I remember casting a vote in '87, and that was a great victory. I remember working just as you've been working in '92, and that was an amazing victory. And I remember 2010, achieving that dream of getting Labour out and getting the Tories back in, and that was amazing. But I think this is the sweetest victory of all.
Mr Miliband, are you going to resign?
How things are different this morning for Ed Miliband. His activists might be applauding him, but they know he's taken a stuffing.
This has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night for the Labour Party. We haven't made the gains we wanted in England and Wales, and in Scotland, we've seen a surge of nationalism overwhelm our party.
Jenkins, Andrea Marie...
And this, the symbolic moment ramming home Labour's woes. Just look at Ed Ball's Tory rival. She couldn't quite believe she'd beaten him.
Any personal disappointment I have at this result is as nothing compared to the sense of sorrow I have at the result that Labour has achieved across the United Kingdom.
Alex Salmond.
The Scottish National Party has won almost every seat in Scotland. Amongst their winners, a familiar face.
It is an extraordinary statement of intent from the people of Scotland. The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country.
The Liberal Democrat Laura Lee Burt was one of dozens from her party to lose, but leader Nick Clegg has survived.
It is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats.
Let's take a look at some of the night's high-profile losers. The former Lib Dem leader, Charles Kennedy, the leader of Labour in Scotland, Jim Murphy, the Business Secretary, Vince Cable, George Galloway from Respect, the Conservative Minister, Esther McVeigh, and the Lib Dem Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Danny Alexander. The election's big winners are very clear. Parliament is going to look very different. Politics will feel very different. Chris Mason, BBC News.
Most results are now in, but UKIP leader Nigel Farage still has an anxious wait for the votes to be counted in Thanet South. Across the UK, the party picked up around 13% of the votes. Douglas Carswell won UKIP's only seat of the night so far in Clacton. Mark Reckless was beaten in Rochester and Strood. This morning, Nigel Farage strongly criticised the voting system.
There'll be lots and lots of UKIP voters out there very angry that they're not going to be represented, and I think our system is bust. However, we've got a Conservative majority government by the looks of it, which means not terribly much is going to change.
The Green Party's Caroline Lucas has comfortably held onto her seat in Brighton Pavilion. Lucas became her party's first MP in 2010 and saw her share of the vote increase by more than 10%, largely at the expense of the Liberal Democrats. Speaking after her victory, she hailed her party's most successful ever campaign.
Brighton made history in 2010 by electing me as the first Green MP, because here we made that kind of politics real. Because we made politics about giving people hope, not filling them with fear. And tonight we've made history again, in Brighton and nationally, Thanks to thousands of people up and down the country, this is the Greens' most successful election campaign ever, with almost 1 million people voting Green.
Well, that's the very latest. Let's have a weather forecast now from Darren Bett. Morning.
Morning, Louise. Weather is actually changing today. We can see what's heading our way. Looking at the satellite picture, this cloud is spilling up from the southwest. Ahead of it, we do still have some sunshine, but the cloud is bringing some rain. It's been there in the southwest throughout this morning. It's now pushing its way into Wales as well. And as we run through the rest of the day, we'll find the breeze picking up, blowing that wetter weather northwards, further into Wales, parts of the Midlands, eventually towards Northern England, not far away from Northern Ireland as well. Now, Scotland stays quite bright. There'll be some sunshine around. Still a few showers this afternoon, particularly across the far north of the country. The odd shower for Northern Ireland, this rain creeping towards the east coast. But it will be turning much wetter through the afternoon across Northern England. We'll still have the rain across parts of North Wales. It'll be quite wet here and into the Midlands. East Anglia, the southeast, missing most of the rain. This is going to be where it's warmest, but the southwest, it's dull, damp and a bit misty. There'll be some hill fog around as well. This wetter weather, and it will be pretty wet for the evening rush hour across Northern England, slides away into the North Sea overnight. Things become a little bit drier, but there'll be a lot of low cloud. There'll be some mist and fog around as well. A bit chillier across Scotland, not as cold as it was last night. Pretty mild, though, across the south. The weekend, we're going to find the low pressure with some showers around on Saturday. That pulls away. High pressure returns to the southeast, but wet and windy weather arrives in the northwest on Sunday. Louise.
Thanks very much, Darren. That's it for the moment. Let's take you back to Hugh.
Good morning once again. 10:05, and this is a BBC News special covering the election result with just 14 seats to declare, and this is our forecast with 14 seats to go. 329 to the Conservatives, 234 to Labour, a very disappointing result for Labour, but look at that win for David Cameron, a majority. Nobody had forecast this, a majority, albeit a small one, of 3 seats, if that forecast is correct. And we've just had another result in for David Cameron. This is Thanet North, where Sir Roger Gale has been re-elected for the Conservatives there. UKIP did take 25% of the vote, but that was held by the Conservatives. Downing Street. And we've seen David Cameron arrive a short while ago with his wife, and now I think this is the Chancellor, George Osborne, who won his seat in Tatton. We spoke to him a couple of hours ago now, and he was expressing delight with the result, expressing delight that his neighbour, as he put it, in Downing Street was occupying number 10 once again. And Mr Osborne, widely recognised as one of the key strategists, if not the key strategist, of the Conservative campaign, although, of course, there are contenders for that title, including Lynton Crosby and others. But Mr Osborne has been a very, very important figure in engineering this result, a result that has taken most people by surprise, which is a Conservative majority. So, how did that come about? What do the battlegrounds tell us? Jeremy is here to tell us a little more.
Hugh, we've looked an awful lot at this map, which is the 2010 election result. And I will now just change the map and show you this election result. And what I want you to keep your eye on, we know what happens in Scotland, but just watch this hockey stick shape of Lib Dem seats in the southwest and watch this as they disappear. Isn't that extraordinary? And then if I make it flash to see the gains, there is the massive change in Scotland as well, painted with SNP yellow with very few exceptions. Just a few seats to go, as Hugh said. What went wrong for Labour? Let us look at their target seats and see if we can work it out. Here's the board of the 32 most, and I put this in inverted commas, easy to take seats from Labour's point of view, the seats that were so tight. Last time, everyone said, well, they will just walk this board. It will be painted red. So you start, for example, with Warwickshire North, taken by Dan Biles for the Conservatives by just 54 votes in 2010. Got to be a cinch, right? Well, look what happened. This was a key moment. When Warwickshire North stayed blue, you sensed impending disaster for Labour. In fact, even on the first 32 seats, they couldn't manage anything more than this rather patchy spread of Labour gains. It just wasn't happening for them. Now, as we move on, these seats become a bit harder to take, and we start to notice a pattern. They do take some Conservative seats. An important one here, Wirral West. Esther McVeigh, the minister there, loses her seat. But it starts to be Lib Dem seats, which are the ones that Labour take, like Burnley. Elsewhere, the Conservatives hang on in Blackpool North, in Cannock Chase. Cannock Chase was Labour through the Blair years. It's still Conservative. They took Ealing Central. A sign may be that in London there was a little bit of an upswell for them. But look at this, Board 3, which is now seats 70, 80 and 90. And just look how successfully the Conservatives are repelling Labour. Now, this is not easy going here for Labour. Great Yarmouth, for example, would be a 5% swing. So it was always going to be hard, but they're not getting anywhere near most of these seats. Ilford North was the standout positive result for Labour of the night, which needed more than a 5% swing, about 6%. They took that. But again, look, it's Lib Dem seats, Redcar and Hornsey and Wood Green that go Labour. So the Lib Dems are folding, but the Conservatives are staying put. By this board, we see much harder seats. And now the Conservatives are holding on. And now it's pretty much all Lib Dem seats, including this stunning result in Bermondsey. A very hard seat for them to take because partly Simon Hughes was really embedded there. But they took that as well. Let's look now at the Conservative attack board. Now, this is almost theoretical. At the start of the night, you're thinking the Conservatives aren't going to take any Labour seats. Surely they're on the defensive in this election. And indeed, that was mainly the case. But there were some exceptions. And as we go through, you see that they did take Bolton West, for example. You see the party that previously had the seat, their colour on the right-hand side of the rectangle. But the Lib Dems were struggling up and down the country against the Conservatives, their coalition partners. So Solihull, Mid Dorset, Morley and Outwood, we should mention. This is Ed Balls' seat that goes. Telford, a Labour seat goes. Another Labour seat there. And then it's St Austell. And let's see, Somerton and Frome, David Heath goes. Sutton and Cheam painted blue. So it starts to be this amazing advance on the Liberal Democrat seats by the Conservatives, which starts to wipe them out. And here we go, look at it. OK, the Labour is holding strong here, but you wouldn't expect Labour to cede much ground here. The Conservatives were attacking their coalition partners, and it's Eastbourne, and it's Cornwall North, and it's Taunton as well. And by the way, Gower was that rather stunning, and the Vale of Clwyd are those two gains that you never would have expected from Labour. One more for you. One more for you. Number 150 on the Conservative target list. My goodness, we were getting piles of paper to find this one. You'd never think they'd take this, but this is a sign of how bad it was for the Liberal Democrats that Twickenham went down, because it was nowhere near any feasible target list that the Conservatives might have drawn up. So, extraordinary night. The battlegrounds tell the story, but this does as well. Let me bring out our halo of seats and parties. And you see here the circle divided up by the colours, and you see the way the Conservative seats have gone past, taken up past the dotted white line, the 326, and Labour looks diminished here. That's the scale. Conservative 329, Labour 234, SNP 56, that's extraordinary too. Lib Dems 8, remarkable. Plaid Cymru 3, Greens 1, UKIP 1, and the others 18. What a night. Hugh.
What a night indeed, Jeremy. Thank you very much. And that solitary UKIP seat, is that going to change in the next half hour or so in Thanet South? That's the question for us. Nigel Farage already on his way, talking as he arrives at the count. Let's listen.
And what do you think of the results so far?
Well, I think it's remarkable that, given the astonishing results that we've had, and the fact that everything's been wrong about a clear majority Conservative government, including me, there are 4 million people out there that have voted for UKIP. It's a lot of people, and I'm struck that a party that gets half of the vote in one part of the United Kingdom gets nearly 100% of the seats, and another party that, as I say, gets 4 million votes is going to have very little representation. And I think longer term, that's going to make people quite frustrated. I think the desire for change will be very strong after this.
But you're not going to be in a position to be able to change it without more MPs in Parliament, surely?
It's going to be very difficult because the establishment will not want change. I mean, that's absolutely perfectly clear. They will not want change. However, the election cycles in Britain being what they are, you know, we've got Welsh Assembly elections and London elections and who knows by-elections, and so I don't know. And I look at the sort of percentage scores UKIP's getting in South Wales, in the northeast of England, in parts of the country where we didn't even exist 5 years ago, basically. So I think UKIP supporters will be very pleased that we've scored a lot of votes, but there has been a change in our vote. There's no doubt that quite a lot of our older voters who've supported us in the county elections and supported us in the European elections have, for fear of the SNP, left us for the moment and voted Conservative. What is really clear is that the pickup in vote has been our success on social media, and it's now the under-30s that are beginning to vote for UKIP in significant numbers. And I think what that means for UKIP as a party, I think it's going to change quite radically. I think it's going to be become a more radical campaigning party for political reform, social reform. I think what you'll see UKIP become is a very young, very active political force. So, yes, there will be disappointment, but as far as the UKIP story is concerned, we're just going to begin a different chapter.
Will UKIP need a different type of leader?
Very interesting points that are being made by Nigel Farage. I thought, Laura, really, when you think about, you know, the point about radical campaigning on issues of electoral reform, for example, and, you know, contrasting the situation in Scotland. And by the way, just for viewers at home, we are expecting the result from Thanet South very soon. That's the counting centre for you. We've already had Thanet North, which is the neighbouring seat. And I'm just looking at the figures for Thanet North. There was a swing to UKIP from the Conservatives of 11.4%. Conservatives hold on. But clearly, it's an interesting prospect there for UKIP with Mr Farage, who's already said, Laura, that if he doesn't win this seat,
he'll be toast.
He'll be gone. Yes?
He'll be toast.
Yeah.
But just to go back on what he was saying there, a couple of very interesting things. Firstly, echoing Suzanne Evans, his UKIP colleague who was here recently, identifying that Tory campaigning tactic of warning continually, time after time, of the threat, so-called threat of Labour and the SNP working together. He identified that very clearly as something that had pulled votes away from them. But I thought maybe the most interesting thing, claiming they were seeing new voters in large numbers from the under-30s. Now, frankly, at this stage, who knows what he's basing that on? We've got no way here in the studio of substantiating that claim. If he's right, that's a very interesting thing, because UKIP have continually been associated with older, slightly disenfranchised voters for whom the Tories had gone a bit too modern, a bit too centrist, didn't really like that young chap, David Cameron. If he's right, and that could be something that we see permanently, even though they've done not well in terms of turning bums onto seats, could be very interesting to watch in the next couple of years.
A little more of the UKIP story. Let's join Emily.
It's very interesting that Laura picked up on the point, because if he is right about the youth vote, then we're going to have to start to look at very different areas. So at the moment, we're looking much more at the east of England to see the UKIP vote, those coastal towns, places like Grimsby as well, in the northeast. But right now, let me show you this tally, and this plays into the narrative as well that Nigel Farage was talking about, the need or the appetite he suggested for electoral change. And you'll see what I mean. The Conservatives on 52 seats there, Labour on 2 seats, UKIP on 1, the Lib Dems on 1. But when I show you that in terms of a share of the vote, the Conservatives way ahead, clearly, on 50%, Labour on 21. But then look, UKIP gets 16% share of the vote with just 1 seat. The Lib Dems, we saw, also had 1 seat, only 8% share. So this is a little bit the story that he was trying to bring to the fore, this whole question of whether that voting system should change. What's happened to UKIP's fortunes? This was their big win. We call it a win because we take it back to 2010 when it was originally Conservative. Of course, Douglas Carswell won this in a by-election at the end of last summer on 60% share of the vote. He's retained it, 44%, and they'll be very pleased with this one. But it's interesting to notice they haven't really clinched the deal in these other places. Castle Point, a very decent share of the vote, 31%, but you can see Rebecca Harris has been returned as the MP here in a place where Bob Spink stood as an independent MP before. And this one here, Basildon South and Thurrock East, another Thurrock. We're always on the lookout for the UKIP ingredient, and it's always an interesting seat to watch. Don't forget, this was, if you like, the moment of the 1992 election. But once again, the Conservatives have held it. UKIP just above Labour there. You can see what's happened in terms of that share overnight. And it's been a massive gain, a success story for UKIP on any other night or in any other election. But But right here, right now, it's not actually translating into seats in the Commons. So that's why we're waiting with great trepidation, I guess, to see what actually happens in Thanet South. There was some discussion earlier in the campaign of whether Mr Farage had chosen the wrong seat.
We're about to find out. Emily, thanks very much. Laura?
You can see where Emily's stacking up those shares for UKIP that is so high. You can see why we're going to hear them more loudly calling for voting reform. When we have that conversation today, tomorrow, in the weeks to come, it's worth remembering the public was consulted about changing the voting system not so long ago, 2011, after the last general election, and they rejected it completely out of hand.
Let's have a look at some of the latest image we have of Thanet. We've had Thanet North, we're waiting for Thanet South. There's Al Murray, the famous pub landlord, who's been taking part in the campaign there too, entertaining the crowd, as he always does, and pushing the boundaries of humour, as he always does. But he's part of this electoral contest that's going on there today. But as I say, we should get the result from Thanet South quite soon. And then we'll know precisely where Nigel Farage stands, because let's just underline where we are, because we're waiting for Nick Clegg to make a statement about his future. That could come within the next hour. And it's no secret, people are expecting maybe him to announce that he's standing aside. We're waiting for Ed Miliband to signal that he's stepping aside. And who knows what happens with Nigel Farage, depending on whether he wins that seat. So it's all to play for at this point, and lots could happen in the next hour and a half or so. Let's join Andrew.
Thanks, Hugh. Ladbrokes already come out with odds on who the next Labour leader will be. Andy Burnham is their favourite at 5-2, Yvette Cooper 4-1, Chuka Umunna 6-1. What is going to happen to the Labour Party now? We've got John Reid with us, who held many offices of state in the Blair government. Kate Hoey, prominent London Labour MP. Alistair Campbell, who promised to eat his kilt last night on this programme if the BBC exit poll was correct. So I hope he's got his kilt with him, so we can watch that, along with Paddy Ashton's hat, and Tory MEP Dan Hannam. John Reid, what are the fundamental lessons Labour needs to learn as a result of this defeat?
That precisely should be the agenda for the next few months. Well, first of all, let me say, because there are a lot of people out there, good people, who've served the country and served the constituency, who will be very raw this morning, that my thoughts are with them, the Labour candidates and so on. If they were defeated, they were defeated because of a national mood, not because of any particular deficiencies they had. As regards Labour, I think the worst mistake we could make is to think that by changing the captain on the bridge, that somehow we'll address the questions you said should be addressed. If the ship is going in the wrong direction, then no matter what the abilities of a new captain would be, man or woman, we'll get the same result again.
So what's the fundamental, deeper problem that has to be addressed?
Well, I think you can look at recent history, the last 30, 40, 50 years, and ask the question, why did Labour win 3 stunning victories, capturing, in terms of support, not just Scotland and Wales, but England in 97,
and
2001, 2005, indeed, and therefore were able to form a government. And why has that gone so badly wrong since 2007, 2010?
What's the answer?
I think we shifted direction. I think we changed it. I think certainly in terms of the perception of people out there, but this is only my view, they thought we were on the wrong side of all the major arguments on economic competence, on the question of creating wealth rather than just distributing wealth, on the question of immigration, on the question of reform of the public services. Now, that may be where the party wants to be. As somebody once famously said, well, we've got our party back. Yes, but if that's...
That would be Neil Kinnock.
No, I actually think he was quoting a trade union leader. So I don't blame Neil for saying it. He said he heard this said. Well, if you want your party back, but nobody's supporting it, to the extent that you have a government, then you can be indulgent. But if you truly want to offer a radical alternative to what is, in my view, been a pretty awful government, then you have to be honest. And I hope that rather than just, you know, a resignation on Ed's part, I thought Ed ran a good campaign, by the way. he was caricatured. He showed a great deal of resilience. But elections aren't won or lost during a short campaign. They're won over the 4 years before it. And you can't just reverse everything with a few weeks to go. So I hope that debate takes place. It took place around 94, 95, immediately before we won in 97, 2001 and 2005. And I think it was because of that debate and because of that change and because of the honesty of it that allowed us to capture not only the broad sweep of the party, but the broad sweep of the country. And we have to get back to a position where Labour attracts votes across classes, across regions, across social status, because the problems of this country are so profound that only a government that has the legitimacy of the widespread support can tackle those problems. Now, that's my honest assessment, and I hope we have that debate.
Well, speaking of debate, Alistair Campbell, you've written this morning that when Tony Blair stepped down and handed over to Gordon Brown, that the party didn't have that kind of debate, that it needed a debate about the future. It wasn't just about Tony Blair or Gordon Brown. It needed a debate about what was the future of a democratic Labour Party in the 21st century. Will we have it now?
I think we have to. I agree with John. I think we have to. I also agree with John. I think Ed Miliband actually did emerge with a lot of credit in this campaign. I've seen a lot of him recently, and he stood up to a lot. And I think it's clearly horrible. You talk about being raw. Ed will feel very, very raw today. But if I look back to 2007, and the reality is all of us have to accept some responsibility in this, we did not have that debate. We went through it with people like myself wanting Gordon to win. Gordon won. We had as Tony's successor. Right. We sort of shifted without saying that we were shifting. We've now gone through, I think, the last few years without really getting into the guts of why we've been losing support in Scotland, which I think is a calamity, not just for Scotland but for the whole of the UK. And I think, funnily enough, when Gordon went, in a bizarre sort of thing, we took a long, long time to elect a leader, but we didn't really have a debate. And now I've got a real worry that we won't take that long, but we won't have the debate. And I agree with John, I think it's totally up to Ed how he does this, when he goes, how he goes, what he says, and I think people should respect him, whatever he does. But I do think we now do need to take real soul-searching about this, because the reality is, as you were saying to me last night, we've not just been rejected in Scotland, but we've been rejected in marginal seats in England, which we thought, up until 10 o'clock last night, we were going to win. So something very, very profound has happened about people's assessment of the Labour Party, of who we are, of what we stand for, of what we think of the challenges that Britain are facing and how we meet them. And I agree with John, you cannot win in this country. David Cameron has got a majority, and, I didn't see that coming. I don't think he saw that coming, and you have to, give him and his team some credit for that. They've won a majority, but the reality is that the challenges that the country is facing, whether it's on the economy, whether it's on Europe, whether it's on the Union, whether it's on the future of the health service, John is absolutely right. They're only going to be met if actually the country can come together and give some sort of support to the people in there who are going to have to make the difficult decisions.
Kate Hoey, when John Reid talks about the party changed direction, it was on the wrong side of too many arguments. Lots of people watching will probably think what he means is Ed Miliband took the party too far to the left.
I agree with an awful lot of what both my colleagues have said. I do feel we've gone away from wanting to appeal to the whole country. There has been a shift which has put us back into a sort of comfort zone of this is who we want to get to vote for us, and it's been our own supporters and our own people, and we've almost become, using that awful word, tribal again. And I do think that, particularly with the rise of UKIP and some of the other parties and what's happened in Scotland, there is a huge need for a fundamental look at the party. With Scotland being what it is, we are always now going to have a huge task in England and the rest of the United Kingdom. So I don't know what Ed's going to do. I imagine he will go, but I do think that if we do what we did last time, which was spend a year getting a new leader, and as Alistair said, we didn't actually discuss how we were going to continue to reach out to all those people. That whatever you say about Tony Blair, he did.
Dan Hannan, with your MEP hat on, this is not just a British problem. I mean, all mainstream parties in Europe are under some kind of threat, and particularly the traditional centre-left parties. I mean, the Greek Socialist Party, which dominated Greece more than the Labour Party ever has in this country, almost disappeared at the last election, down to 5%. The French Socialist Party is down to about 22% at the moment. The Spanish Socialist Party is under threat from Podemos. The Social Democrats in Sweden only got the same percentage of the vote in this election as they had 8 years before. It's a real problem.
And I think the SNP is better understood as a Scottish version of Syriza or Podemos. It's an anti-austerity movement whose answer to almost everything is more spending, and which seems to have convinced itself that austerity was a kind of decision taken out of meanness or sadism rather than a consequence of the laws of economic gravity, that you just, if you're not borrowing anymore, there are consequences. But I agree very much with what John Reid was saying. I think you don't have to be on the left to see that we have been very lucky in this country in the radical tradition we've had. It was a noble and high-minded tradition that was at its best when it was about taking power from remote elites and dispersing it among the people.
This you mean going back to the Chartists?
The Levellers, the Chartists, the suffragettes, the universal education, female franchise, these were great, religious toleration, these were great achievements, and they were all about dispersing power. And I think John Reid is in that tradition, and in a slightly different way, Kate as well. I think Labour has lost touch with that tradition. It's become seen as a party that is cut off, self-serving, and no longer speaks to or for working people around the country. And by the way, it's in everyone's interest to rediscover that. We need a strong opposition.
I have to interrupt you because this debate is going to go on and on. I hope we'll continue with it today, but we may get some movement in Thanet South. Let me go back to Hugh in the election hub.
Andrew, thanks very much. Yes, Thanet South is within a few minutes of declaring, and interesting there to hear people talking about how raw people can feel on election day. Thanet South is where Nigel Farage is hoping to be elected for the first time to Westminster. We've no idea, and there's no intelligence on whether he's made it or not at this stage, but we're told that there could be a declaration there within 5 minutes or so. We talk about people feeling bruised and raw. Well, there's a very good illustration of that coming up. It's the Lib Dem Laura Lee Burt in Solihull, reflecting on an unsuccessful campaign. And that was a very marginal seat, but that's just one little example for you of the fact that people have invested so much time, energy, time they could have been spending with family and others. It's a huge venture, a huge commitment, a lot of dedication, and clearly for lots of people it's a bitter disappointment overnight, and the Lib Dems have had more than their share of bitter disappointment overnight. Jeremy Vine has been talking to us overnight about the house of cards that we have to show the Lib Dems and their structure and what's happened to it. I dread to think by now, Jeremy.
Well, I was going to say, if anyone out there is a Lib Dem, just look away now, because this is painful. But we have put the Lib Dem players onto a pack of cards here, and we thought we would just build the party as it came out of the last general election. OK, let's go back on Thanet.
Back with Jeremy in a moment, but this is Thanet South. Plenty of smiles, but let's see what the figures actually say and what the story tells. And will this be a hold for the Conservatives?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm declaring the results of the election of a Member of Parliament for South Thanet. I, William Alexander, being the returning officer of the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Nigel Anthony Askew, commonly known as Nigel Askew, We Are the Reality Party, 126. Ruth Angela Bailey, Manston Airport Independent Party, 191. Graham Robert George. Sorry, we got the wrong one there. Graham George Birchall, Party for a United Thanet, 63. Robert George Bowler, commonly known as Abu Obadiah Zebediah, Al-Zebedist Nation of Oog, 30. Ian Driver, the Green Party, 1,076. Nigel Paul Farage, UKIP, 16,026. Craig McKinley, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,838. Dean Bert McCastry, Independent, 61. Alistair James Hay Murray, commonly known as Al Murray, 318. William Thomas Scobie, commonly known as Will Scobie, Labour Party, 11,740. Russell James Timpson, Liberal Democrats, 932. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: a total of 163. The percentage turnout was 69.85. I do therefore declare that Craig McKinley is duly elected as Member of Parliament for South Thanet constituency.
There's the result from South Thanet, and Nigel Farage, the leader of UKIP, fails to get elected. In fact, he's defeated by a former colleague in UKIP, Craig McKinley, a former deputy leader of UKIP. We'll have a look at the figures just as soon as we have them. But Laura Kuenssberg and Andrew Rawnsley are still with me here in the studio. Let's stay on the images for a moment. Laura, your thoughts on that and what it means for UKIP?
Well, it's less tight than they perhaps expected it to be. They have thrown a lot into that campaign. They downsized their ambitions for the rest of the country in order to really focus on Thanet South, because Farage said he would go if he lost it. He said this morning he was a man of his word, so this means by the end of today we will expect not one, not two, but 3 party leaders to have left their jobs.
And cherry on the cake, I think, for David Cameron. Nigel Farage, caused so much trouble for the Conservative Party over the past 5 years. As Laura says, if he gets true to his word, he's going to quit. And love him or loathe him, a lot of UKIP's identity has been bound up with the personality of that one man. And I think in his earlier remarks, before the result was announced, we saw him sort of preparing some consolation when he was talking about, well, the younger people are coming through now. Maybe there was a man who knew what was about to happen. But the truth is, a lot of his party's identity is bound up with him, and underneath that, there's quite a lot of ideological fissures within UKIP as a party, and we'll see who replaces him and how they manage to resolve that.
We'll stay on the images because we expect Mr Farage to say something in just a moment. He may or may not refer to what his plans are. He may confirm what he said to us in the past. But, Laura, from your point of view, now that we know that UKIP have that single seat in this new parliament, you know, oh, let's have a look at the figures. Here we are. The 2,822 majority for the Conservatives there. Pretty healthy turnout of 70%. And the all-important share tells its own story. 38% to the Conservatives, 32% to UKIP and 24% to Labour. I did see quite a few polls during this campaign, Laura, suggesting that Conservatives could be in third place. So, you know, again, it just goes to show how wrong lots of those predictions were.
Indeed, and this seat was very, very closely studied, but we know that some time ago the Conservatives took the decision to station a fairly hefty chunk of campaigning effort a couple of weeks ago in Thanet South. They were keen, they did not want the humiliation of this seat going to UKIP. They did not want Nigel Farage to be in Parliament. They made a decision about that and they piled in their resources and it made a difference here. It will be now, however, Douglas Carswell, who ends up leading the party, he said this morning he wouldn't rule it out if Farage loses his seat. But there is that real question about, do they really exist as a fighting force without Nigel Farage? Now, the answer to that we won't know for ages. After Alex Salmond left after the referendum, people asked a similar question in different circumstances.
Which they're hoping for, which we've seen across the night and into this morning, of these silver medals they've got in various parts of the country.
2020 strategy.
Second places, which interestingly may, I think, affect the attitudes and the behaviour of the MPs who hold the seats, whether they're Labour or Conservative, because it makes a bit of a difference if suddenly it's UKIP in second place. But I think Laura and I entirely agree. It's whether whoever's, assuming Nigel Farage is going to be as good as his word and resigns, whether whoever succeeds him as leader can have quite a penetration, a cut through the identity he's had with the British public, or at least some of them.
Still just worth taking a breath and remembering the European elections, the last truly UK-wide elections last year, UKIP didn't just do well, they won. That man who's just failed to win a seat that was within his grasp, that he poured lots of intense effort into, was the leader of a party that beat everybody else just 12 months ago.
Let's go back to the declaration there in South Thanet, because I think Mr Farage is about to speak.
The definition of whether you're having a good day or a bad day, and many of you may think I'm having a bad day, but let me tell you, 5 years ago, on election day, I was in intensive care after an aeroplane crash, so compared to that, this feels pretty damned good. I do congratulate the Prime Minister. He has secured a Tory majority, something that nobody thought was possible. And there was an earthquake in this election, and it happened north of the border. It happened in Scotland. And I think what you saw were a lot of voters so scared of that Labour SNP coalition that they shifted towards the Conservatives. And that included some of the people here who'd voted UKIP last time round. But I saw another shift in this election, and I saw UKIP, the party, apparently, for the retired old colonels, suddenly as the party for people under 30, particularly young working women. There is a big change going on in politics. And I think what's really interesting, we've always been here to believe that Britain needs to get back its democracy. We shouldn't be governed from Brussels. But what is interesting is what's happening within our democracy in this country. We've got a party in Britain who got 50% of the vote in one of the regions and nearly 100% of the seats. And we've got another party that scored nearly as many votes, 4 million, as won us the European elections last year, that has finished up with one seat in Parliament. And I think the time has come for real, genuine, radical political reform, and it's UKIP that'll be the party that leads it. On a personal level, on a professional level, I expressed today a degree of disappointment. On a personal level, I feel an enormous weight has been lifted from my shoulders, and I've never felt happier. Thank you.
Nigel Farage says he's never felt happier, and that's after losing that contest in South Thanet. But we all know what he means, Andrew, don't we?
Yes, I think there can be a liberation, both in it all finally being over and perhaps, I mean, because, as we were discussing earlier, he's been so central to UKIP's identity, and all the attention, all the pressure to perform has tended to be on him. I mean, the whole night has also been a reminder of just what a brutal business politics is. Now, it is true, many people lose their jobs in all walks of life, and it's not nice for anybody when that happens. But only in politics does it happen quite so brutally and publicly and humiliatingly. And we take one example of the many of the night. It was Ed Balls, who might have yesterday thought there was a pretty good chance that he'd be Chancellor of the Exchequer, or heading in that direction by today, number 2 in a Labour government. And now he's just been handed his P45 by the electorate. I'm sure he'll find something else to do. But no other walk of life can I think of is it quite as brutal as in politics.
Andrew, thanks very much. Quick thought, Laura.
Interesting. We should also remember Nigel Farage during this campaign at times really was not in very good health. This has been a huge personal strain for him. But in terms of the future of the party, UKIP sources during the campaign expressed the frustration that they just didn't have the resource, they just didn't have the people, they just didn't have the infrastructure. So perhaps he's reflecting on some of that too. They were in the political game, but they didn't have the ammunition to play it properly.
Maybe too thinly spread. Good at winning by-elections where you can pour all your resources into one target, but in a nationwide campaign, perhaps shown up that the levels of organisation weren't deep enough for them to do as well as they obviously would have hoped to do.
Now, for those of you at home watching, and if you're just joining us, let me give you a sense of the timetable for this morning, the rest of the morning anyway, because there's been lots happening already. And just have a look at it, because we are expecting Nick Clegg to speak at 11 o'clock to say something about the Lib Dem performance, which he's already said has been cruel and punishing, to say something maybe about his own future as leader of the Lib Dems. At midday, we're expecting Ed Miliband to speak. That's the rough guide that we've been given, that he expects to speak about the implications for Labour and about his leadership too. And then at 12:30, we're expecting David Cameron to go to the Palace for that audience with the Queen and then return to Downing Street, and we expect him then to say something on his return about his hopes for government. So at that point, given that UKIP has been such a big part of this picture at this stage, Emily has a few thoughts for us on what the UKIP performance is, given that it's a good moment to reflect on this now that we've had South Thanet and that we've had lots of these results in, just 13 to go. It's a good moment for us to, if you like, write the last chapter on the UKIP story now, yes?
That never felt happier moment from Nigel Farage presumably means he's going to stick to his pledge and stand down as UKIP leader. So when he's talking about the youth vote, he's also presumably talking about who will be the next leader of UKIP if he is not. Now, this is the sort of pattern that he was referring to when he was talking about the need for electoral change pioneered by UKIP, because as you can see, these are 3 seats. Look at the blue along the bottom. Thanet North, Thanet South, where Farage was standing and failed to win, and Rochester and Stroud, which was Mark Reckless before this moment. He'd won it for UKIP on a by-election. It's now gone back to blue. These are 3 seats that the Tories have held or won, depending on the terminology you like to use, but they are 3 enormous swings to UKIP. 11%. 18%, another 18% swing. You can see the pattern. You can see, in other words, the momentum of a party coming through and actually gaining real traction. But it's not been enough to actually land them more than 1 seat. We thought at the beginning of the night, the forecast was saying 1 or 2. That second seat has not materialised, but it might have been in the share of the vote that just hasn't got them that extra MP.
Emily, thanks very much. We're going to talk to the MP Simon Danczuk, the Labour MP who's joining us now, the MP for Rochdale. Mr Danczuk, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. And your thoughts on your party this morning?
Well, we've had a pretty tough general election campaign. There's no doubt about that. It's not the results that I would have liked to have seen, and I'm sure it's not the results that many people would like to have seen. I think the vast majority of people in the United Kingdom are better served by a Labour government rather than a Conservative government, but that's where we're at. I don't think anybody's had a particularly good election campaign, to be honest. Cameron doesn't come out of this shiningly. It's a very small majority that he's managed to stack up. UKIP have had a pretty bad night. The Liberal Democrats have had an awful night. But, of course, it's not been brilliant for Labour either.
You have been critical of Ed Miliband. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on his position this morning.
Well, I think it's been made clear that he intends to stand down. I think that's what's being suggested, and perhaps that's the right decision considering where we are at. It's no doubt about it that in terms of the general election campaign, it's my view that we had, in some regards, the wrong personnel in place to lead that campaign. We had the wrong policies, or we didn't talk about those policies in the right sort of way. So we had the wrong approach to the election campaign. I think that's what we should conclude from what's gone on over the last 24 hours.
Bear with us, Simon, because Laura Kuenssberg wants to add a thought.
Ed Miliband has just written, Hugh, and Simon, it'd be interesting to hear you to respond to this. I'm grateful to the people who worked on our campaign and for the campaign. The responsibility for the result is mine alone. Now, Simon Danczuk, I wonder, if you agree with that. Was it Ed Miliband's fault and his fault alone that Labour lost this election so badly?
Well, I have always taken the view, if you are leading an organisation, whether it's in the public sector, private sector, or indeed a political party, then leadership is all about making the decisions. And yes, I do agree with him. He put the personnel in place to lead the campaign. He decided which policies we should go strongly on and what those policies should be. So the book does stop with Ed Miliband. But let me make it clear, he's united the party over the last 4 or 5 years. We've had a strong party and he's had a very good short campaign as well. There's a lot to be said positively about Ed Miliband, and I don't think we should just focus on the negative. Obviously he got things wrong, else we wouldn't be in this situation that we're in today electorally. But he got a lot right as well. He did unite the party and he did run a good campaign, and the more that people got to know him during the short campaign, the better he was received. Had he done more of that over a longer period, then I think we would have been in a better place. But the public had already made their mind up. That's the reality of it. 6 months out of the election, they'd already decided that they weren't really in favour of Ed Miliband, and he struggled with that right up to election day.
Any thoughts on who the party might benefit from as leader in future or not?
No, I'm quite open-minded. I think there's lots of talent within the Parliamentary Labour Party. I haven't decided who I would support. I look forward to us having a sensible, orderly, not too short, not too long leadership election campaign, and let's see what people have to offer.
A thought from Laura?
Mr Danczuk, I wonder if you've had any phone calls from colleagues this morning yet about potential leadership bids?
No, I haven't. Nobody's been lobbying me for their support at this stage, but let's see how that develops.
Well, stay by the phone, Simon, I reckon. Yeah. Thanks very much. Thank you. Good to talk to you. Simon Danczuk in Rochdale. David Aronovich is with us, I'm glad to say, from The Times. Nice to see you, David. How are you doing? Thoughts on where we are?
I love that final smile, didn't you? The call's imminent, although he's sort of rather thinking, well, maybe actually I'm not the biggest thing that they want to court right now. There'll be other calls going in first. Yeah. The biggest thought, of course, is that the last thing you would really want to do is to rush into an election contest when the party has got to decide in which direction it goes. And the second thing is that it will now rush into an election contest before the party has decided which way it's going to go. And that's unfortunate. Apparently, we can't keep leaders now for a minute later than they've lost their last election. It seems to me it was kind of slightly more mature. Am I showing my age, Hugh? To think that maybe you give the leader slightly longer than that and you give people a kind of interregnum in which they could plan and decide what they got wrong, what they got right, and what their new party was.
It's a long time since Harold Wilson would lose an election in 1970, and then 4 years later, and lose another one, and then in October...
No, you get no choice now. You just absolutely immediately... So we're going to lose at least 3 party leaders in the course of the next couple of days.
That's right.
But some people in the Labour Party have argued that one of the problems for Ed Miliband from the off was that the leadership campaign went on for so long, which gave the coalition a vacuum in which to blame Labour for every single thing that had gone wrong with the world's financial crisis and to start building a very strong narrative about their government.
Well, that would have been an argument maybe for Gordon Brown hanging on rather longer to the leadership and so on, and allowing that debate to happen in the context of his own strong reaction to the coalition. But actually, that wasn't the reason. The reason was that they elected the wrong guy. Actually, probably they didn't have the right guy standing. They've taken a series of stances that the electorate haven't looked at. I mean, one of the things that strikes me is that if the polls had said during the course of the election that the Tories were about 6 points up, most of us would have sat there nodding, saying, yeah, that feels about right. It was only because the pollsters kept telling us, and I don't blame them for that, I mean, there'll be sampling errors and so on, what the situation was, that all of us sort of thought, well, there's something odd going on there, but we can't quite fathom it out.
It's an important moment because it's just coming up to 5 to 11 and there's another result come in. We now have 12 to go. I think this is a result from Devon and it's a Conservative hold. And it does mean that we've reached the 3-2-3 mark for the Conservatives. Why is that significant? Well, if you take out the Sinn Féin MPs and take out the Speaker's vote, that's the magic number, actually, for controlling the House of Commons. But Emily will take us through the figures.
It's also another magic number, which is where the exit poll at the very beginning of the night said the Tories would get to. They've now revised that. They think it could be higher than that. But this is the Conservative hold in Devon, West and Torridge, which means they only need 3 more seats for that Conservative majority, putting them over the line at 326. So 51%, you can see a very easy hold for the Conservatives. Nevertheless, 18% for UKIP. They're now in second place. We're not talking about the coastal towns of the east of the country anymore. We're talking about Devon, West and Torridge. UKIP in second place, the Lib Dems in third. Let's just quickly have a look at that change to see what sort of patterns are emerging. That must be one of their biggest drops of the night. The Lib Dems losing 27% share of their vote. Conservatives not making massive gains, but enough to properly secure them. UKIP making the gains of the night, along with a few for Labour and for Greens. So we're now counting down, Hugh. I'll bring you the next 3 as they come in.
Emily, thanks very much. Yes, 12 to go, a 27% drop in the Lib Dem vote there, which tells its own story, doesn't it? I'm now told that Nick Clegg will be making a statement in Central London at around 11:30, so a little earlier than we thought before. So 11:30 for that. We'll, of course, stay with us because we'll have all of that for you live, including Ed Miliband's statement too and Mr Cameron's visit to the Palace. When we look at figures like minus 27%, we realise that my friend Jeremy Vine wasn't wrong to have a house of cards collapsing.
Well, I'm afraid to say it's come in rather useful. We put this pack of cards on the floor for you, and we thought we'd colour the cards in with the faces and the constituencies of the 57 Lib Dem MPs who went into this general election. So, for example, the longest-serving ones on the ground floor, as it were, you've got there Simon Hughes in Bermondsey and Alan Reid in Argyll and Butte. Let's just build this house up. Let's just remember what 57 Lib Dem MPs looks like. So you hear at the front we've got Sutton and Cheams, Paul Burstow, very popular local MP. As we build it up, we see the constituency of Mid Dorset and North Poole, and there's the candidate who went into this election. And on we go, and who was it we saw very sadly crying earlier? There she is, Laura Lee Burt in Solihull. Greg Mulholland in Leeds North West as well. So we're building up our house of cards here, and we go to the very top. And Steve Webb, the Pensions Minister in Thornbury, is there. So that is what 57 Lib Dem MPs look like, and we can just remember a few of them. 20% spare votes he had. Simon Hughes, when he was elected last time in Bermondsey, has gone now. Lib Dems have lost their deposits, we think, in half the seats they've stood in. Danny Alexander, Chief Secretary of the Treasury yesterday, tomorrow maybe looking for a job back at the Cairngorms National Park. Yeovil, David Laws, also embedded in a very Lib Dem seat. Paddy Ashdown's old seat, gone as well. In fact, having had those 57, they've now lost nearly 50 of their MPs. So let's just throw them away. Let's throw away the what is it, 49? And here we are with, I'm afraid, a rather precarious structure, if you could even see me through it. These are the remaining 8, are you there? The remaining 8 Lib Dem MPs, and that's not going to stand up, is it? So let's just consider this for a second. Nick Clegg is obviously about to speak about his future. He's in a situation where, funnily enough, he is one of the 8 who are left here. It's less than half the number they had when they first stood in a general election. In 1992, they had 20. They're down to 8. What does the House of Cards look like? Like that now. How reduced the Liberal Democrats are. Look at that. That's what they are now in the House of Commons. One good thing from their point of view, they know about building from the bottom. They've done it before, and they've still got Nick Clegg in the House of Commons with all his experience. He's obviously going to stand aside. He's only got 7 other people to choose from as leader in the House of Commons. It's a very poor state for the Lib Dems, and it takes them back to even before the 1992 election, which was the first one they fought. So the House of Cards, the 57 we started with, Hugh, has not fared very well at all.
Jeremy, that's something that Nick Clegg will clearly be wanting to reflect on, and he's drafting a statement as we speak. And Vicky Young, our chief political correspondent, is outside the building where Mr Clegg is due to speak in a short while. Vicky, what have you picked up there, and what are you expecting?
Well, obviously, Hugh, this is a party that is utterly devastated, in a complete state of shock as to what has happened to them overnight. They knew they were going to lose seats, but even the most pessimistic Liberal Democrat did not think that they would be reduced to just 8 seats. And speaking to Liberal Democrats this morning, I'm certain that Nick Clegg will come here in half an hour and resign as party leader. That decision 5 years ago to take the party into government for the first time in generations has proved to be incredibly costly. They have paid the price in the same way, really, that they paid the price in Scotland when they went into coalition with Labour. At the end of all of that, the MSPs, the Liberal Democrat MSPs in Scotland, were virtually wiped out. The same thing has happened to their MPs here. And I think there's obviously a big rebuilding programme that's going to have to happen for the Liberal Democrats in the coming years. Very hard for them to think about going into coalition ever again, really. They talked 5 years ago about a new politics. That feels pretty dead and buried today because they have suffered so much as the junior partner. They feel that they have been blamed for the things that have gone wrong. They have not had the credit for the things that have gone well. I'm sure we will hear from Nick Clegg about how he's proud of that decision and how he feels his MPs stood up and put the country first before the party.
Vicky, we'll be back with you very soon, and of course as soon as Mr Clegg appears, and we'll be following every word of that statement. Vicky Young there for us in central London. We'll have the news for you in just a few minutes, that's with Louise, but let's go back to New Broadcasting House in central London and have a look at our big jigsaw puzzle, because this is the representation, putting all seats the same size if you like. It's a kind of very good, vivid, graphic representation of what's happened overnight, and gosh, that's changed in the last 24 hours. And you see the bright yellow of Scotland because the SNP have basically driven a coach and horses through everything there, and they really are in total control virtually. And there you see a couple of dots for the Lib Dems, but they really have had a very rough night. Labour pushed back as well in some areas, and the Conservatives having made some pretty handsome gains. So that's the position we're in. Let's join Sophie, who's there.
Yes, it's our giant jigsaw puzzle, as you say, Hugh, and you really can see where the political power now lies in the United Kingdom. I mean, this is the southwest of England, and this was a Lib Dem stronghold. There's a couple of seats that haven't declared yet, like St Ives. That was a Lib Dem seat. Who knows what is going to happen to that? But a swathe of blue, one solitary Labour seat there, and it really has been a shocking night for the Liberal Democrats. Over here, we can get to London. There's 73 constituencies that make up London, which has really distorted our map. But you can see that this is where Labour have actually bucked the trend, because they've actually gained seats here in London. Now, I can show you a really good contrast, just what it looks like when we came on air last night. The 2010 election colours, there you are on the left-hand side, and you can see just how much that has all changed. There is the 2015 colours on the right-hand side. A real political earthquake, particularly in Scotland. And we've been very busy during the night laying all these tiles, our team of volunteers who've been helping us do it. And the reason this map does look a bit unusual is because every single constituency is the same size. So it just gives you a much more accurate sense of where the power balance now lies. And our latest declaration, of course, was Thanet South. We've got the tile here, which hasn't quite been laid, but let's put it in there. No UKIP seat for Nigel Farage. The Conservatives have it instead. And Kerry, you are from Thanet South. You've actually been running a campaign to get people out to vote in Thanet South.
I've been trying to encourage voters up until the 20th of April to please go out and make sure they've registered their vote. Yeah, and then it's trying to get up to the 7th of May, trying to encourage people to vote policies.
The turnout was very high. It was 70%. What has it been like in Thanet? What's the atmosphere been like?
It's been tedious to come in right up to the last week or two. It's been very tense. It's not been nice at all to live in, and I'm very pleased that it's over, to be honest with you. I'm relieved to say the least, and I can't wait to see peace when I get home. With fingers crossed, I say.
Well, I think you probably get it now. Thank you very much. So 12 tiles left on our giant jigsaw puzzle, 12 tiles left to lay. But what an extraordinary night. What a night of drama. Who would have thought that it would have ended up like this?
Well, indeed, Sophie, thanks very much. We have 12 to go. Here's a statistic for you, which is also sobering. Overnight, the Lib Dems lost more than 335 deposits. I think that's a record. If you go back to 1950, it was 319, but then the percentage for keeping the deposit was different then, not the 5% that we have now. So 335 lost deposits, which tells you, again, something about a party which, you know, won dozens of seats last time. Thought from you, Laura?
Before we go to the news, I think I can show you an image of Ed Miliband thanking his staff, and it could not be a more stark contrast to the video we saw of David Cameron talking about the sweetest victory, huge cheers and rapture. Here you see in this image Ed Miliband talking to a fairly small group of people. His chief advisor, Greg Beales, in the front there. A few other people looking desolate, exhausted, and not knowing what to do next.
Well, they'll be waiting for that statement from Mr Miliband, which is coming up before lunchtime, and as I say, Ian Watson, our colleague, was telling us earlier that his sources were telling him that Mr Miliband was preparing to stand down. That's something we're expecting. Sue Cameron has joined us. Sue, we'll have a word in a second after the news. David is still with us, and we'll talk about maybe the challenges of governing with a small majority, because there are examples we can look at in the past, not too distant past, to see what the lessons of those administrations were. In the meantime, let's catch up with the news, and it's Louise for us.
Thank you very much, Hugh. Very good morning. With most of the election results now in, David Cameron is set to return to Downing Street as Prime Minister. One of the most fiercely contested elections of recent times has ended with the Conservatives on course to win a slender majority. The BBC's learned that Labour leader Ed Miliband is expected to stand down after what he described as a very difficult and disappointing night. The party lost out heavily to the SNP, which pretty much swept the board in Scotland. The Liberal Democrats also fared badly across the UK, with a string of big party figures losing their seats. And in the last half an hour, Nigel Farage, the leader of UKIP, failed to win a seat in the Kent constituency of Thanet South. He said previously he would resign as leader if he didn't win his seat. There is some flash photography in this report by Chris Mason.
How are you feeling this morning? He's moving back in. David Cameron's returned to Downing Street for a second term. He's already been to Conservative Party headquarters to thank his staff.
But I remember casting a vote in '87, and that was a great victory. I remember working just as you've been working in '92, and that was an amazing victory. And I remember 2010, achieving that dream of getting Labour out and getting the Tories back in, and that was amazing. But I think this is the sweetest victory of all.
Mr Miliband, are you going to resign?
How things are different this morning for Ed Miliband. His activists might be applauding him, but they know he's taken a stuffing.
This has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night for the Labour Party. We haven't made the gains we wanted in England and Wales, and in Scotland, we've seen a surge of nationalism overwhelm our party.
Jenkins, Andrea Marie.
And this, the symbolic moment ramming home Labour's woes. Just look at Ed Ball's Tory rival. She couldn't quite believe she'd beaten him.
Any personal disappointment I have at this result is as nothing compared to the sense of sorrow I have at the result that Labour has achieved across the United Kingdom.
Alex Salmond. The Scottish National Party has won almost every seat in Scotland. Amongst their winners, a familiar face.
It is an extraordinary statement of intent from the people of Scotland. The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country.
The Liberal Democrat Laura Lee Birch was one of dozens from her party to lose, but leader Nick Clegg has survived.
It is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats.
In the last few minutes, a spot of election pantomime. Al Murray, the pub landlord, was a distant runner-up in South Thanet, but UKIP leader Nigel Farage was a loser too, to the Conservatives.
Many of you may think I'm having a bad day, but let me tell you, 5 years ago, on election day, I was in intensive care after an aeroplane crash, so compared to that, this feels pretty damned good.
Let's take a look at some of the election's other high-profile losers. The former Lib Dem leader, Charles Kennedy, the leader of Labour in Scotland, Jim Murphy, the Business Secretary Vince Cable, George Galloway from Respect, the Conservative Minister Esther McVeigh, and the Lib Dem Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Danny Alexander. The election's big winners are very clear. Parliament is going to look very different. Politics will feel very different. Chris Mason, BBC News.
Plaid Cymru have held 3 seats in Wales but failed to win several of their target seats. The winners were the Conservatives, who gained 3 MPs, taking their total to 11, while Labour remain the biggest party with 25 seats. Plaid Cymru's leader is Leanne Woods.
What is concerning is that we now have a Conservative government to rule over Wales without a mandate. It's likely that the cuts and the austerity that we've seen to date is likely to be much worse in the future, and we've got a third-rate devolution settlement here in Wales, unable to withstand those attacks.
One of the biggest shocks in Northern Ireland came in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, where Sinn Féin were unseated by the Ulster Unionist Party. The UUP, who had no MPs after the last election, also won in South Antrim. Peter Robinson's Democratic Unionist Party remained the largest party in Northern Ireland, holding 8 of 18 seats. So you're right up to date. Let's talk about the weather as well. Darren has a forecast. Morning.
Yeah, morning, Louise. There's still some sunshine to be found, mainly across more northern parts of the UK, but the weather is changing. All this cloud is pushing up from the southwest. It's bringing with it some outbreaks of rain and drizzle. It's been quite damp so far in the southwest of England. It's turning wetter across Wales as well. And this rain will become more extensive in Wales, the rain turning heavier as well, spilling its way into parts of the Midlands, eventually up towards northern England too. Scotland likely to stay on the drier side. There'll be 1 or 2 showers, particularly in the north of the country, but some sunshine into the afternoon as well. Much more cloud than yesterday across Northern Ireland. Many places will be dry. The rain's not far away late in the afternoon. It will be turning much wetter across northern England and across Wales. The rain into the Midlands. East Anglia, the southeast, missing most of the rain. It'll be quite warm around the London area. A little sunshine, perhaps much cooler in the southwest, where it's still dull and damp through the afternoon. Some mist and some hill fog, possibly. That will develop in other areas too. Quite wet for the evening rush hour across northern England, but you can see the winds tend to blow that rain away from most areas. It'll stay rather dull and damp overnight. A lot of low cloud around, and we'll keep the temperatures up in the south, but much colder across Scotland. Into the weekend, the low pressure bringing sunshine and showers on Saturday starts to pull away. High pressure building in to the southeast of the UK on Sunday, where it should be dry and warm. Wet and windy weather, though, in the northwest. Louise.
Darren, thank you very much. We will have another summary for you at midday. Time now to get back to Hugh.
It is 11:10. Welcome back to the BBC Election Centre. 12 results to go. We're right in the final stage. We've had 638, but we are forecasting this number of seats now. When we get to the end of the day, when the 12 results are in, we think that the Conservatives will be on 331. So the numbers have been revised over the past hour. 232 to Labour, but that is easily enough for David Cameron to govern with a majority, and a slightly bigger majority than the one that we were forecasting a short while ago. So very interesting to see those figures as they're just being adjusted. But let's wait for the 12 to come in, and then we can seal it and tell you exactly what the position is in the new House of Commons. Throughout the morning, we've been talking to people who've got things to celebrate. We've been talking to people who've things to regret. And one of those with deep regrets is the Scottish Labour leader, Jim Murphy, who lost his seat, one of many, many Labour MPs to lose their seats overnight. And this is what he had to say.
The few that grassroots activists get, and I congratulate them on their moment. They will have celebrated, rightly, well into the morning. Meanwhile, Scottish Labour are waking up after a dreadful night for our party. Far worse than that, we are waking up on a terrible morning for Scotland and for working class people across the UK, as David Cameron prepares to form another government. The friends and colleagues that were defeated last night have been faithful servants to our party and forceful advocates for their constituents. But this isn't about them, and it isn't about us. It isn't about individuals' careers. Because while we have lost seats, the thing that hurts most is the loss of hope that we felt and faced with another 5 years of a government totally lacking in compassion, totally lacking in vision. Now, I didn't stand for leader out of a sense of personal ambition. I stood because I knew that Scottish Labour, after losing in 2007 and losing again in 2011, and after the emotional hangover of the referendum, faced the biggest challenge in our 127-year history. As leader, I wanted to meet these challenges, and I still do. When I was first elected, I gave a speech where I was frank. I said we hadn't been good enough. We hadn't been radical enough. We hadn't reflected the optimism and self-confidence of modern Scotland. Those challenges remain. We have worked every day to try to turn this round. We had, by anyone's measure, the most radical manifesto. Our campaign was energetic and professional on the ground. The dedication of our activists was extraordinary. But we have been overwhelmed by history and by circumstance. We make no excuses. A party can never blame the electorate, but we found ourselves hit by the perfect storm of three really significant factors. Firstly, the simple maths of a yes vote finding a home in one party versus a no vote spread across three political parties. It is clear that it will be some time before the divisions of the referendum fade into distinction between traditional left and right-wing politics in Scotland. Secondly, we were hit by two nationalisms. A Scottish nationalism reassuring people that they could vote SNP and get Labour, and an English nationalism stoked up by David Cameron warning that a vote for Labour and you would get the SNP. Unsurprisingly, forced into an artificial contest between English nationalism and Scottish nationalism, many Scots, including many no-voting Scots, chose the SNP. And let's be clear, it wasn't just in Scotland that the SNP lost Labour votes. And the third factor is, of course, the long-standing problems that led me to stand for leadership of this remarkable party in the first place. We had for too long lacked a clear message, a clear offer, and a continuity of leadership. 5 leaders in just 7 short years. We didn't have the time nor space to turn that round in that period. Some have said it was an impossible task to turn around all those years of gradual decline in just 5 short months, but it hurts nevertheless. Scotland deserves a stronger Scottish Labour Party. Working class people need the party back on its feet. So we're now for Scottish Labour. We have to start from our strengths. And here the success of the SNP strategy offers us a guide on how to move forward. We have been beaten by a party who claimed our heritage, clothed themselves in our values and copied many of our policies. They promised this wasn't about independence. They went out of the way to avoid even mentioning fiscal autonomy. And of course, the central message of this election for the SNP was that you could vote for them and get a Labour government. I am determined that we will always be a better Labour Party than the SNP. We will take confidence in the principles behind our policies. We will renew and retarget them for the Scottish Parliament elections. We will defend Scotland against any attempts to undermine our public services by abolishing the Barnett formula and any attempts to undermine our welfare state. With less than a year to the Scottish Parliament elections, we cannot afford another period of introspection. People need Labour now. They need a strong opposition. They need us to be what we have always been when we're at our best, which is a voice for working people. We have a century of sacrifice and struggle behind us. From council housing in new towns, from hydroelectric to wind power, from the NHS to the smoking ban. Labour has been the biggest and most progressive force for change in Scotland's history. We will be again that change in our country, but only if we have the courage again of our convictions. This morning I think of the words of Ernst Toller, a socialist German poet, and I quote, "It's not seemly for you to mourn. It's not seemly for you to delay. You have received a legacy soaked in the heart's blood of your brothers. The pregnant deed waits for you. Wide burst the gates of a bright morning." Last night was gloomy for Labour. This morning as the sun rose, we were hurting. But in a morning just like this, before too long, we will bounce back. And we will again be the change that working people in Scotland and across the UK need. Thank you very much. We'll now take some questions. Which case? Hold on. Which case will chair?
Jim Murphy, the leader of the Scottish Labour Party. A dignified and eloquent speech, I think it's fair to say, reflecting on the scale of the loss and just pledging himself to rethinking comprehensively what Labour in Scotland is and what it stands for, and to an extent how it's organised, and learning some lessons, as he put it, from the incredible success of the Scottish National Party. That was interesting, David, wasn't it?
Speech was so good, you feel he must have written it about a week ago. In other words, he pretty much knew that this was going to come. And actually, that ties in with some of the things that were said this morning. There's a huge difficulty, which is actually what Labour has to do to get back at the SNP is be a proper opposition to the SNP in Scotland. It can't do... Labour in Scotland can't do very much in Westminster anymore. It only has one MP. From Scotland. Funnily enough, Scotland's representation in the major parties in Westminster is actually reduced just as the SNP grows. Now, what I've heard from the SNP so far this morning has been from its moderate wing, if you like, which is to say we're playing the long game here, we're going to be constructive. They obviously haven't got the scenario that they most wanted out of it. Now they've got to operate within this new scenario of a majority Conservative government and so on. And the biggest question which will begin to occupy Scotland, other than its own election in a year's time, is the great question which will occupy us all, the great diversion, if you like, from the task that we actually should set ourselves nationally, which is the European referendum.
Let's have a look at some images of Nicola Sturgeon celebrating, because these will tell you the story of the SNP performance overnight, and celebrating 56 victories in Scotland, of 59. A single Conservative, a single Lib Dem, and, incredibly, just one Labour MP left in Scotland. You really do have to kind of dwell on that for a moment just to realise it's happened, because decades of very strong and robust tradition, decades have been overturned by what Nicola Sturgeon and her colleagues have achieved. 56 seats, and there you have the share of the vote. 50% of the vote, up 30% on 2010. Labour, down 18%. Conservatives, down rather more modestly by 2%. The Lib Dems suffering in Scotland. And there you have, if we go through all the lists of gains of the SNP, let me tell you, we'll be playing page after page after page of them, OK? That's where we are. But it just underlines for you what they've achieved. The man to the right there of Nicola Sturgeon is Peter Morrell, who is the chief executive of the SNP, and they are a married couple. They were married, I think, about a decade ago. And they are known as properly a real power couple in Scotland. And, of course, now this is where we are. Actually, I made a mistake. That is not Peter Morrell. And they're going to... He did look like Peter Morrell from a distance, but that isn't Peter Morrell. Can I just say that? Before Peter rings me up and complains. Because
outside Scotland, there's only you who knew it one way or the other.
Because Peter actually isn't as young as that guy, OK? Nicola will be after me as well for saying that. Sue Cameron's with us, the journalist and commentator. Sue, your thoughts on the challenges, now that the SNP, as we say, have got 50 seats in Scotland, we look at the balance at Westminster, and we think about David Cameron's challenge of governing with a small majority. After all the euphoria has gone today, they'll have to think a little bit about how they manage that.
Well, I think that's true, but what a victory for Cameron. I have to say, one thinks of the great battle cry of Clan Cameron, which is, sons of the hounds come here and get flesh. And he certainly fulfilled that this time round. And I think that his personal authority is going to be huge. Though, of course, you'd rather have a large majority than a small one, I think that the way that he has scored such a huge victory is going to, certainly for the time being, enable him to overcome the right wing. They're not going to make trouble in the short term, at any rate, whatever happens later on. I think the Labour Party, even if Labour had kept on with many more seats in Scotland, they would still have been way behind.
Hugh, if we could kind of interject at this point, because this is the really critical point. At some point in the very near future, David Cameron has to come to his party and say, I have got the deal which is sufficient to me to be able to recommend to the people a yes vote to stay in the EU. And at that point, a very significant part of his own backbenchers will say, you haven't.
Well, I think that his authority is such that he will not have as much difficulty as you're suggesting. And also, remember, he's going to have huge clout now in Europe. They didn't expect this. They expected that there'd be, you know, neck and neck, chaos, all of that, and that's not going to happen. So he will be in a much stronger position to go around knocking on doors in Brussels and saying,
we always have fantasies
this is what
about what the
want.
Europeans will think and will do, and there are almost always fantasies. He'll get exactly the same cooperation as he's always going to get. He's still got the same problem. He wants to sell an EU deal to Britain, and he does, and his right wing don't want it sold. And I don't see how you finesse that problem. It may be that a significant proportion of them say, you know, this issue isn't as important to me as I once thought it was. That's possible, but based on history, I wouldn't like to bet on it.
I think he is in a very, very strong position, and I think he's going to continue to be so. And I think the Labour Party, I mean, Labour is going to sort of fight again among themselves.
Laura?
Because the Blairites are going to be in the ascendant.
Let's assume, as this debate is already suggesting, Europe is going to be very difficult for David Cameron. There's no question about that. However he manages to negotiate, whatever bit of paper he comes back with and tries to present with his backbenchers, it's going to be difficult. If we can, let's lay that aside for a second. He has won. He's able to govern on his own. There are, therefore, lots of things in his manifesto that he is going to be able to do that are going to have an effect on millions of people who live in this country. And many of them are things that they might not have done if they'd been in coalition. So, for example, the Conservatives committed to giving people £5,000 worth a year of free childcare. They said that they were going to make £12 billion worth of welfare cuts. They refused to say again and again, and sort of admitted laterally at the end of the campaign, they hadn't worked out where those cuts were going to come from. Those kinds of things are going to affect lots of people. They've committed to 4 new boats for Trident, for example, upping the inheritance tax threshold to £1 million. So there are solid things we know they're going to do that 24 hours ago probably wouldn't be able to.
Well, let's pause for a second, because you will see from the strap on the screen there that Nigel Farage has decided to step down. We thought he would, because he said he would.
Is that a record, by the way?
But
is that a record from declaration to party leadership, resignation?
it might well be, but let's listen to what he's got to say first, shall we?
I intend to take the summer off, enjoy myself a little bit, not do very much politics at all, and there will be a leadership election for the next leader of UKIP in September, and I will consider, over the course of this summer, whether to put my name forward to do that job again. One thing I'm absolutely certain of, is there are opportunities coming up electorally. I look at the Welsh Assembly elections next year, the Scottish Parliament the year after, the London Assembly elections. Goodness knows what by-elections may come. And I think those 4 million people out there are pretty loyal. They're voting for us, not because they think we're slightly less worse than somebody else. They're voting for us because they believe in us. And I think the next chapter of UKIP has begun. I want us to reform our membership model. I want to make this a party that you can join for £10 and not £30. I want us to recognise the huge success we've had in this campaign on social media and work even harder on that. And I think you'll see a younger, more vibrant, energetic UKIP campaigning not just to get our country back from Brussels, not just to control immigration sensibly with the Australian-style point system, but one that actually wants to see a fairer society that helps those who are out there working hard and trying their best to have a better life, and an electoral system that actually engages people and gets people thinking that when they vote, they might just get a government and a parliament that is representative of their views. Thank you.
Nigel, this way. Darren first.
So that is Nigel Farage in Margate. What do we make of that, Laura? So he's standing down, but he may stand again.
Well, when is toast not toast? He promised consistently he would go if he didn't get this seat, he would resign from the leadership. Except now we have a sort of Vicky Pollard resignation. I'm going to go off, I'm going to have a summer holiday, and then think about whether or not I'll stand again. Now, I imagine the party membership would be delighted if he wants to basically stay on but have a bit of a rest. But at the same time, isn't that exactly the kind of politicking that he says consistently drives him so nuts about the kinds of messages that we get from other political parties?
Sue, your thoughts on that?
Well, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he came back. I mean, one of the great concerns, if I can put it about that with UKIP, is that it has been rather a one-man band. I mean, without Nigel, where are they? And he has, whatever you think of him, he hasn't half added to the gaiety of nations in political terms. So he might well stage a recovery. I mean, He nearly died in the plane crash last time round, so I wouldn't put it aside at all. And there is nobody else, although there are some other sort of people who've been quite high profile in UKIP, there's nobody quite like him.
Yeah, but I was just thinking about that. You're absolutely right, but I'm not entirely sure that they know that. I think there are one or two people in UKIP who think actually they might make quite good leaders of UKIP, and that now he's said he's going to go, he really rather ought to stick by it for some of the reasons that Laura just said. It is a kind of slightly odd, almost kind of beg me to stay. And if you beg me enough, then in that case I might reconsider. And there's always a big chance that they won't beg him, you know.
Have a look at the the strap on the screen there, because as you see, with a few more results in, 10 to go, the Conservatives are now within 1 seat of that magic 326 number. They're on 325 at the moment. Emily's got a few results for us. Tell us how they got there.
Yeah, this one is Wells. The Conservatives have taken this from the Lib Dems. They only needed a 0.7% swing, but it's another brutal one. Tessa Munt has been pushed out into second place, and the important thing is you can't really take these things personally. She was very popular on a Tory level, very honest. She was quite open about the traumas she'd suffered as a child when she was campaigning there, and she has seen her share of the vote fall by 11 percentage points. Interesting to see UKIP there making gains on 7, Conservatives up on 4. Let's just have a look at that swing, which takes the Lib Dems to Conservative on 7.4. That's a pretty massive swing. As I say, they've now got, I think, 1 more seat before they clear that majority line, and we've just had Devon Central in. I'm trying to calculate in my head if this makes 325, 326, maybe somebody can tell me. But Devon Central, 52% share of the vote. This is a Conservative hold. That means we have 1 more seat we're waiting for. With that confirmation of another Tory gain or another Tory hold, they have crossed the line.
Emily, thanks very much. We are within minutes of being able to confirm that, therefore, with just 10 seats to come. David Cameron almost at the point now where he has that cast-iron certainty that he has a majority in the House of Commons, albeit a relatively small one, but a majority nonetheless, and a majority that no one had foreseen, even up to 24 hours ago. Nick Clegg is about to arrive at that venue in central London. Let's see if we can just take a quick peep. So this is the Westminster region, and we're looking there towards up towards Trafalgar Square. But this is Pall Mall, and one of those buildings there on Pall Mall, the great big white stone building there in front of us, is where Mr. Clegg is due to speak, and that is the venue. That's Sir Malcolm Bruce entering the room, who wasn't standing this time because his seat in Gordon has been won by the SNP's Alex Salmond, and we spoke to Sir Malcolm during the campaign, and he was very honest about the challenges that the Lib Dems were facing in Scotland. But Nick Clegg due to speak in the next few minutes, and we might be in a position where we can see him arriving. That may be Mr. Clegg's car, I think it is probably Mr. Clegg's car just arriving outside. That's the Lib Dem leaders team. So, Mr. Clegg arrives to address members of his party, and he's now at the head of a parliamentary group of 8 MPs, as opposed to dozens in the last parliament. And that's why he referred to a cruel and punishing night for the Lib Dems, which it certainly has been. So at the ICA on Pall Mall, that is the venue, and that is where Mr. Clegg will be speaking in just a few minutes' time. And Laura, as we wait for Mr. Clegg to speak, it's just worth reflecting on the fact that he has a message to deliver the party, but he also has something to say about himself.
Indeed, he does. I mean, he has to, and I do not expect him for a second to say that it was a mistake to go into coalition, because this is what everybody in the Liberal Democrats warned about, that if they went in with the Tories in 2010, they would end up being wiped out, their activists would desert them, they would lose all those northern seats, they'd be vulnerable to the Tories in the south, yes. And yet it was his calculation at that moment. The Liberal Democrats basically didn't have a choice, because on the doorstep, the biggest criticism was, there's no point voting for you. You're never in charge. You never get to do anything. He had no choice but to take that head on. So I expect we will hear that robustly from him this morning. The bigger and harder question for him is, what will he advise them to do next? where do they go? Who do they look to? Do they look to the left with a leader like Tim Farron? Or do they try to look to the right, where there's, goodness knows, hardly anybody in his party left? But a very difficult time for him. It's worth reflecting, though, quite a lot of people in the Lib Dem party never expected him to hang around for more than a year or so in this parliament in any case. He denied that, but a lot of people believed that was true.
Well, they're waiting patiently in the room, and we expect Mr Clegg to come in just a few minutes' time. And just a thought there, Laura, as well, on the task for any new leader, which is to rebuild from a very low base.
Indeed, and the Liberal Democrats built themselves up from local government, building themselves up to a high point before 2010. They actually lost seats in 2010, although they ended up with bums on seats in government, big, powerful government jobs. During that period, their local government base has eroded and eroded and eroded. I suspect what he will say is they need to get back to that tradition. They need to get back to the grassroots, recommit to people. There's just somebody popping through the door. It's not him. I suspect that's what he'll say, is they need to go back to where they started. They need to talk again to people in local communities and build up from there. But
they will also, I think, go back to being what they were in the 70s, the party of protest. And that one of the things that lost them, perhaps, a lot of votes was that they couldn't be that anymore.
Very much. Sorry to interrupt. Mr Clegg has just arrived, and there's quite an enthusiastic show of support for him. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I always expected this election to be exceptionally difficult for the Liberal Democrats, given the heavy responsibilities we've had to bear in government in the most challenging of circumstances. But clearly the results have been immeasurably more crushing and unkind than I could ever have feared. For that, of course, I must take responsibility, and therefore I announce that I will be resigning as leader of the Liberal Democrats. A leadership election will now take place according to the party's rules. For the last 7 years, it's been a privilege, a huge privilege, an unlimited honour to lead a party of the most resilient, courageous and remarkable people. The Liberal Democrats are a family, and I will always be extremely proud of the warmth, good grace and good humour which our political family has shown through the ups and downs of recent years. So I want to thank every member, every campaigner, every councillor and every parliamentarian for the commitment you have shown to our country and to our party. It is simply heartbreaking to see so many friends and colleagues who have served their constituents so diligently over so many years abruptly lose their seats because of forces entirely beyond their control. In 2011, after a night of disappointing election results for our party, one of our candidates in Edinburgh, Alex Cole-Hamilton, said this. He said, if his defeat was part payment for the ending of child detention, then he accepted it with all his heart. Those words revealed a selfless dignity which is very rare in politics, but common amongst Liberal Democrats. If our losses today are part payment for every family that is more secure because of a job we helped to create, every person with depression who is treated with the compassion they deserve, every child who does a little better in school, every apprentice with a long and rewarding career to look forward to, every gay couple who know that their love is worth no less than anyone else's, and every pensioner with a little more freedom and dignity in retirement, then I hope at least our losses can be endured with a little selfless dignity too. We will never know how many lives we changed for the better because we had the courage to step up at a time of crisis. But we have done something that cannot be undone, because there can be no doubt that we leave government with Britain a far stronger, fairer, greener and more liberal country than it was 5 years ago. However unforgiving the judgment has been of the Liberal Democrats in the ballot box, I believe the history books will judge our party kindly for the service we sought to provide to the nation at a time of great economic difficulty, and for the policies and values which we brought to bear in government: opportunity, fairness, and liberty, which I believe will stand the test of time. To have served my country at a time of crisis is an honour that will stay with me forever. I hope those who are granted the opportunity to serve our country in government now and in the future will recognise the privilege and responsibility that they have been given. It's the greatest thing you'll ever do. It is, of course, too early to give a considered account of why we have suffered the catastrophic losses we have, and the party will have to reflect on these in the time ahead. But one thing, it seems to me, is clear. Liberalism here, as well as across Europe, is not faring well against the politics of fear. Years of remorseless economic and social hardship following the crash in 2008 and the grinding insecurities of globalisation have led people to reach for new certainties. The politics of identity, of nationalism, of us versus them, is now on the rise. It is clear that in constituency after constituency north of the border, the beguiling appeal of Scottish nationalism has swept all before it. And south of the border, a fear about what that means for the United Kingdom has strengthened English conservatism too. This now brings our country to a very perilous point in our history, where grievance and fear combine to drive our different communities apart. I hope that our leaders across the United Kingdom realise the disastrous consequences for our way of life and the integrity of the United Kingdom if they continue to appeal to grievance rather than generosity and fear rather than hope. It's no exaggeration to say that in the absence of strong and statesmanlike leadership, Britain's place in Europe and the world, and the continued existence of our United Kingdom itself, is now in grave jeopardy. And the cruelest irony of all is that it is exactly at this time that British liberalism, that fine, noble tradition that believes that we are stronger together and weaker apart, is more needed than ever before. Fear and grievance have won. Liberalism has lost. But it is more precious than ever, and we must keep fighting for it. That is both the great challenge and the great cause that my successor will have to face. I will always give my unstinting support to all those who continue to keep the flame of British liberalism alive. On the morning of the most crushing blow to the Liberal Democrats since our party was founded, it is easy to imagine that there is no road back. But there is, because there is no path to a fairer, greener, freer Britain without British liberalism showing the way. This is a very dark hour for our party, but we cannot and will not allow decent liberal values to be extinguished overnight. Our party will come back. Our party will win again. It will take patience, resilience and grit, but that is what has built our party before and will rebuild it again. Thank you.
Nick Clegg, spelling out the scale of the party's catastrophe, as he put it, the punishing losses they suffered overnight, the worst since the party was founded in the late 1980s, that's in the form of the Liberal Democrats, but of course the liberal tradition going back centuries before that. And drawing on that and expressing his pride in those liberal values and the irony, as he put it, that moment at which Britain needed them most, in his view, it's being deprived of them. Nick Clegg announcing his resignation as leader of the Liberal Democrats. And while Mr. Clegg was speaking, there was an interesting event happening at Buckingham Palace. the Royal Standard being raised, signalling that the Queen is in residence and ready to hold that audience with David Cameron. That's coming up in about 45 minutes' time, but the Queen having made her way to the palace from Windsor, and the Union flag being replaced with the Royal Standard.
A bit of significance. If there were turmoil and a whole lot of different parties and neck, the Queen might just have stayed at Windsor. She's done that in the past because one of the great constitutional principles is that the Queen is kept out of the fray.
Sue, hold that thought for a moment, because we've seen the flag, and I'm very grateful to Lord Steele, the former Liberal leader, for waiting patiently to talk to us. Lord Steele, thanks so much. What did you make of Mr Clegg's statement?
I thought it was a great statement, and I think that history will be a lot kinder to Nick Clegg than the electorate has been. You know, it was a bold decision to take the party into government. We've had the most professional election campaign that I've ever seen, and yet the lesson is that the message wasn't being listened to. And the reason was that so many mistakes were made right at the beginning of the coalition, most famously, of course, on student fees. And it wasn't the student fees issue that mattered. It was the loss of trust that people felt. And from then on, I'm afraid we lost members, we lost councillors, we lost MEPs, MSPs. It just went downhill from then. And that was a terrible mistake. There were others as well. But in terms of the contribution that Nick has made to the welfare of the country, I think there's no question that he deserves a plus.
Ultimately, do you think voters give any credit to the party for stepping in, as Mr Clegg put it, in the service of the country in the country's hour of need?
Well, I think they hoped that was the basis of the campaign, but I'm afraid it was dented by the mistakes made right at the beginning, as I said. And I'm devastated at the loss of so many friends and colleagues that I've worked with over the years. We've set back the process of liberalism for, I don't know, several decades, I'm afraid. But it will come back. Nick was right on that.
What is the priority for a new leader, and what kind of new leader would you like to see in espousing what kind of strategy and principles for the party?
Well, I think it has to be a leader that takes us back on the course we were on before in previous elections under Paddy Ashdown and Charles Kennedy, when the party was definitely left of centre. And I'm afraid the image of the party has drifted to the right, and that has been an unfortunate consequence, I think, of being in the coalition. But I think a new leader will get it back on course, and it will take time, but it will come back.
Obviously, a question you may want to avoid, Lord Steele, but is there a choice at the moment? There's a very small parliamentary group. Is there someone who stands out for you?
Well, I would have thought that the favourite must be Tim Farron, but I think it's a bit early to be speculating on. I don't even know who the MPs are who've been returned yet, so let's wait and see. But the important lesson is that we must stick by what we say in an election. You cannot campaign on one thing and then do the opposite and expect to get away with it. And even with the apologies that Nick made and the acceptance that it was a mistake, I'm afraid undermined from then on, we never really recovered.
Would voters be right today to listen to you and think that you're saying it was just a wrong move anyway to go into coalition in the first place?
No, I'm not saying that. I think that the arithmetic was such that they probably had no option. But there were too many errors right at the start, of which student fees was the most obvious. But, you know, we missed out on some of the senior MPs, for example, people like Ming Campbell, Alan Beath, Simon Hughes, Malcolm Bruce. None of them were given posts. It was all inexperienced people who were running things, and I think that was a mistake by Nick. I kept quiet during all that time. There's no use having former leaders telling the current leader what to do. He had to run the party himself. I think as Deputy Prime Minister, he did a great job. I think as party leader, well, the results have shown it wasn't so good.
When you say the cause of liberalism has been set back, you said decades. Just wondering, if you go back to the late 80s when Mr Ashton was elected leader and the party then was struggling in the polls quite badly, it didn't take decades, did it, to rebuild from there?
No, but the difference was, I mean, that was in the aftermath of the merger, And Paddy did a great job pulling the party round. But by the time we got into an election, it was going well. And under his leadership in the elections under Ashdown and Kennedy, they both did extremely well. And we could have done well even with the coalition, but for the mistakes, as I say, made in the early days. But, you know, that's history, and it'll come back.
Lord Steele, thank you very much for waiting patiently. It's good to talk to you.
OK.
Lord Steele, David Steele, former Liberal leader. Interesting, Laura?
Very interesting. There's always an element, however, as we heard a little bit with some of the former Blairites now saying, well, Ed Miliband seemed to be doing quite well. They were saying that when things started to look good for him. And now, of course, it's, well, actually, all along he took the party too far to the left. There's an element, listening to Lord Steele, of that as well. Of course, going into coalition, I wouldn't criticise that. And yet, early on, there were these mistakes that I think did for us. One name I think we just shouldn't ignore in what will build to be speculation about the next leader in all of this is Norman Lamb, one of the few who has kept his seat, one of the Norwich MPs, was a health minister under the coalition, very close to Nick Clegg, same kind of part of the party, who's previously been very candid about the fact, I'm very loyal to Nick Clegg, he always said, but if he went, in a rather refreshing way, if he went, he said, well, I'd probably be up for the job. So someone to watch from a slightly different wing of the party than Tim Farron.
Important for me to say something at this point. The interview with Esther McVey, which some of you will have seen much earlier in the programme, where she said some things about the campaign there in Merseyside. She said that the Labour MP John McDonnell has now been in touch with us to say that he did not call for Esther McVey to be lynched, as she put it. He was apparently reporting what activists in her constituency had said, so we are pleased to put that right. OK, let's go back to New Broadcasting House and look at the way that jigsaw is coming together. 9 seats to come.
Yes, you can see us there from the air. This is our giant map of the United Kingdom showing the true balance of political power as it now stands in the UK. We've been using it to show you that all night, but now we are going to use it to show you some of the big name losers. Nick Clegg, obviously, as we've just seen, who has resigned as leader of the Liberal Democrats. He kept his Sheffield Hallam seat, but he is no longer the leader. But all these other MPs who have literally lost their seats, some really big names as well. Jim Murphy here, the Labour leader in Scotland. Douglas Alexander, Labour's election campaign coordinator. He's lost his seat, and this was all to huge swings to the SNP. And, of course, Danny Alexander, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, the Liberal Democrat. If I take you down here, there's Esther McVey, the Employment Minister. She lost her seat to Labour. And another big surprise loss here. This is Twickenham here. This is Vince Cable's seat. A seat he had since 1997, and a big surprise when he lost Twickenham to the Conservatives in the early hours of this morning. Nigel Farage, of course, we know he failed to get his Thanet South seat. He as well has resigned. And if I take you back here past Nick Clegg, Ed Balls. Now, that was a big shock when the Shadow Chancellor lost his Morley seat. Next to him, of course, Ed Miliband. He has kept his seat, but you have to wonder now what his future holds.
Sophie, thanks very much. Well, I tell you what, why don't we try to translate that into what the House of Commons looks like? And Jeremy's been feeding all the figures into the system. Just 9 seats left. And by the way, we're very close to the point at which we can say the Conservatives have a majority. That should be within the next few minutes. Over to Jeremy.
Hugh, thank you. Back inside our virtual House of Commons, and you can see the Speaker's chair back there. Imagine all these MPs coming back and what a changed House there will be. Of course, the Conservatives will still be on the government benches. Here is our forecast as we approach the very last few seats now, just about 9 to go. We have the Conservatives on 331. They've done it on their own. With this, they would have a majority of 12. Have a look at the finishing line, 326. That's half the total number of MPs, 650, plus the one. And there's David Cameron, just thinking that this is maybe for him as well. Quite a surprise, but he's back there. And the other thing is, he doesn't need the Lib Dems on his side to govern. Let's have a look at the other benches now. So, Labour we bring on. How many Labour? 232, down 26 on the result of the last election. Nobody, well, hardly anyone thought they were going to go below Gordon Brown's total, least of all Ed Miliband, who was feeling 24 hours ago, I think, that he was a winner. onto the SNP. Let's have a look at their numbers now. How many SNP? This is the extraordinary other story of the night. Look at this, 56 SNP MPs. How many did they have in 2010? Only the 6. They've gone up 50, taken all but 3 of the seats in Scotland. It's absolutely extraordinary. It's a whole other story, and it's amazing. Now the Lib Dems, and we've been going through why, and that'll go on inside their party for a long time, down to 8. Very, very poor performance, and how do they ever recover from that? And then we'll bring on the others for you, just so you can visualise this. So let's bring them on here. Who have we got? We've got UKIP and Plaid Cymru, the Welsh Nationalists, and the Greens, and then the others, including the Northern Ireland 18. Now, we did have, for a while earlier in this programme, seems like several years ago now, we had the DUP separately, the Democratic Unionists in Northern Ireland, because we were ready to take the 8 of them and put them on the government benches over here. So the first thought was, Mr Cameron will be a little bit short and he may need help to govern. We don't need to do that now, he can govern alone. But there's an important rider which you touched on at the desk. In the 90s, Hugh and I were working in Westminster, and John Major was in almost this situation, a little bit of a wider margin, and we had 4 or 5 years, didn't we, Hugh, of complete political chaos as Mr Major tried to govern with a majority like that, because suddenly every single backbencher believes that he or she has the power to form or create a minority government situation, and you start getting local campaigns to save a hospital and this, that, and it really is difficult to govern. So, at the very least, the whips on the Conservative side are going to be very busy. Hugh, back to you.
Certainly are. Journalists too, Jeremy. Thanks very much. Jeremy Vine there for us. Now, let's go to talk to the Labour MP, John Woodcock, who joins us, a former advisor to Gordon Brown. Mr Woodcock, thanks very much. Well, let's have your reflections on what Labour's done.
We've done very badly, and we're all gutted this morning, gutted for really good colleagues that we've lost, but of course the missed opportunity for our country, because I mean, let's not kid ourselves. I mean, what makes this hurt all the more, I think, is this government was there for the taking. This was not a good government. They had failed on the economic plan that they had set out at the beginning of the Parliament. They had not put forward a coherent or compelling vision for the future of our country, and yet we have fallen short and we've gone backwards, and you know, we have to take time now to reflect on why that is, and come forward and renew ourselves as a party, because you know the country needs a strong Labour Party, and it needs a strong opposition as we go into what is going to be a incredibly important 2 years for the future of the United Kingdom with the European referendum, which we assume will happen now.
How much responsibility does Ed Miliband bear for this, do you think, personally?
I think it would be a big mistake to think that this was only about the leader and the idea that we could change a leader and shout louder or look a bit different in the TV studios and then have one more heave and surge to victory, because I think we've been exposed in this last 24 hours has shown that actually people did not connect with the vision that we set out for the country, and they did not feel that we met our aspirations, and that's, I think that is a case for Labour. Actually, it's a case for all of the mainstream parties, which has shown the surge in the nationalist parties north of the border and UKIP in England. We have all got to do much better than this, but of course particularly the Labour Party that has suffered a significant defeat today.
Who for you would be an ideal replacement if there's a vacancy for the leadership?
Well, forgive me, it is just over 12 hours since the polls closed, and Ed has served this party for 5 years. He's taken us through difficult times, and in the main he has kept the party together in doing that, and he deserves the time to set out his thoughts on his own future before there is any of that kind of talk.
We shall see, John. Thank you very much for joining us. John Woodcock there for us in our studio in Edinburgh. Well, that's quite a bit of talk about Labour. What about the challenges facing the Conservatives now, given that they're looking at a government, a majority government? It's a nice challenge to have. Andrew has some guests.
Thanks for that, Hugh. My accountants emailed me to say if I was to buy the hat for Paddy Ashdown to eat, those of you who've been following this programme will know what I'm talking about, it would be a tax-deductible business expense. There you go. I may have to try that. We've got Polly Toynbee from The Guardian and Alan Duncan, former Conservative Minister. Let me come to you first, Polly. What went wrong?
Just about everything. It's hard to think really what went right. And Labour, of course, all the rest of us were utterly deceived by the polls, which made it very difficult to... How do you self-correct if you think you're doing rather well and you think you're doing better?
And the campaign feels good as well.
The campaign feels quite good. There were an awful lot of us who felt it didn't feel quite right, but you just had to believe those polls, and that was a big error.
And given that it looks like the Conservatives have about 2 million votes more than Labour, let me ask my favourite Leninist question: what is to be done?
What is to be done? I think what's really needed urgently now is to step back and think. I think Harriet Harman should take over as caretaker for 6 months, which is what Margaret Beckett did after John Smith died, and give the party some time to have an inquest, to think about itself, to look who the possible candidates might be. If they dash into it now, they will do the wrong things for the wrong reasons. I think she'd be a very solid caretaker. Someone like Rachel Reeves would be available in 6 months' time, who's about to have a baby now.
We're waiting to hear from Ed Miliband in a few minutes. But, Alan Duncan, let me come to you. Mr Cameron's won. He's formed an overall majority government against expectations. With the DUP, it could be very workable indeed. But he has two huge problems, and it's not clear how he solves them. One is Scotland, and the other is Europe. Now, you were around for the Maastricht rebel time, which tortured John Major month in, month out. Isn't there a huge danger that will happen again? There are even more Maastricht rebels now than there were then.
I don't think it'll happen again because it happened before. And I think that the memory of misery is still there. And it was the fag end of a Conservative era with a very strong hounding opposition, the rise of New Labour and all that, which really sort of compounded the problems. Now, I think this time there's a massive fund of goodwill for David Cameron. He's got a mandate, he has authority, and we ask people to vote for stability. And that means we have to offer both economic stability but also governmental stability. And people who rock the boat on this are not going to be, looked upon kindly in the party.
But isn't there going to be a large chunk of his backbenchers who are insatiable on this issue, that they cannot be satisfied with whatever he brings back from Brussels, if he brings back anything very much?
Well, there's going to be a referendum. On the package that he agrees. Some will like it.
Which could split your party right down the middle.
I don't think that referendums have that effect in that same way, and I don't think it will in this case. And actually, I think we may well find that a lot of the problems that aggravate people about Europe are homegrown and can be solved here if we get properly to grips with the manner in which EU directives are implemented. And we haven't done enough of that. And if we start doing that properly, you actually address more than half of the problem that irritates people.
It's a small majority. Labour needs to get its act together quite quickly to take advantage of that.
It does, but we've got a lot of things ahead. With this 5 years now, it's not like it used to be when you didn't know when the election would be. I think Labour really does need that time to pause and think. There are no obvious successors. There are a number of possibles, but no clear front-runner. I think we need time, and I think they'd make a huge mistake if they didn't say, put in a caretaker, Harriet Harman's competent pair of hands.
It's the first time in history in which a Prime Minister has seen off 3 leaders in one day.
Well, because of Mr Farage and Mr Clegg and now probably Mr Miliband coming up. Would you advise the Prime Minister to bring the DUP into the fold?
Well, that's entirely up to him. We've got to see
I know it's up to him. I'm asking what we advise him.
To be honest, I don't know enough about what the Northern Irish demands would be for that to happen, but the joy of today, unexpected by absolutely everybody in the country, is that we have a working majority. It looks as though we are going to have a majority of 7 or 8 or whatever it's going to be.
It works. You've got at least 80 on your backbench who have been Euro rebels in the past. Many more than the bastards that Major complained about.
I think you exaggerate this, and I don't think you understand the modern chemistry of the party, which will not want to inject that kind of difficulty.
But you've lost your pro-Europeans.
Let me come on, just briefly. Does he have a mandate for Scotland, though? What is he going to do about Scotland?
Look, I think, despite the vitriolic rhetoric of Nicola Sturgeon, which was the main platform of her campaign, we've got to get Cameron out of Downing Street, we hate the Tories, blah-de-blah-de-blah. I think we have to approach the SNP...
That's what the Scots voted for.
...with courtesy,
56 of MPs.
And with integrity, to follow through the promises that were made after the independence referendum. And that is exactly the tone that already David Cameron and George Osborne have adopted.
It's not been the tone of the campaign, where they have been vitriolic about the... They've treated them as Celtic hordes coming across Hadrian's Wall. You know, a Jocalypse now, all of this. I mean, Labour also is much to blame for the separation of Scotland. But in this campaign, I think that Cameron has absolutely played just for advantage of this election, regardless. And I don't think he'll be able to repair it after.
But I think that the SNP surge, and it's massive and it's you know, extensive, needs to be analysed very carefully, because not everyone who voted SNP does want independence for Scotland. A lot of them were fed up with being taken for granted by Labour. It was a very anti-Westminster feeling rather than just an independence feeling, and therefore the manner in which the SNP rise needs to be addressed is not as simplistic as perhaps the question you've put just suggests.
But the devolution that's in the pipeline that followed the referendum is widely regarded in Scotland as just not enough. That it will take a more ambitious, more radical offer, which would also have huge implications for England too, that there could well be a form of home rule for England as well.
Well, I think that the question, if you like, of fiscal autonomy for Scotland is one that needs to be explored further. They demand it, and yet at the same time they want the Barnett formula to keep the subsidies coming. So there is actually a contradiction in their policy. And I think a lot of us think that if they had the fiscal autonomy they say they want, they'd really be going financially backwards, if not bankrupt.
Should they be given
quickly.
it? It's their responsibility.
I don't have a clear view on this. I think this is now where we have to have constructive and decent discussions.
Let's head. Thank you both. Let's go back to Hugh.
Andrew, thanks very much. We're just joined by John Redwood, the senior Conservative, elected again for Wokingham. Mr Redwood, thanks for joining us. Alan Duncan there suggesting that there won't be a repeat of all the issues that caused John major problems back in the mid-90s, the Maastricht business. Do you think that this parliamentary party is that different, and that even governing with a very modest majority will not be problem-free?
Well, of course it's very different. The circumstances are very different and the people are very different. John Major was trying to drive through a deeply unpopular federalising treaty against the instincts of the Conservative Party. Our current Prime Minister is going to lead us in a renegotiation to get powers back and then to give us all an in-out referendum. So he is working with the instinct, not just of the Conservative Party, but I think with an instinct of a majority of the people of the United Kingdom, that we want a relationship with the European Union which enables us to trade freely with them, means we are friendly with them, that we will need a lot of political cooperation and commercial agreements with them, but we cannot be part of their political union. And I think in a way it was dishonest of the other major parties in the general election to pretend that you could get through the next 5 years without redefining the relationship with the European Union. The imperatives of the euro are such that all those in the euro, seeing it devouring their employment and social fabric, will need much stronger political union, which the UK has no intention of joining.
When would you like to see the referendum taking place, ideally?
Well, as soon as possible, but there needs to be a sensible period for sorting out what is the best offer available to the United Kingdom under some modified form of the current treaties. And then the British people can decide, would it be better to be outside the treaties altogether, like most other countries in the world, or is there some permutation within the current treaties which allows us to restore our democracy, control our borders, have our own energy policy, all the other things it would be good to do.
And what gives you reason to hope that Mr Cameron will get some kind of hearing when he takes those demands to Brussels?
Well, I know he'll get a hearing when he goes to Brussels. They're bound to put pressure on him and try and dissuade him and say that it would be very difficult. That's how people negotiate, and some of them are quite good at negotiating. But we also know that the European Union always gives in and gives something at the end if particularly a major member state really wants something. I mean, France and Germany are past masters at pushing it in the direction they want and going in for brinkmanship. Britain will have to make a very strong statement of case, and then I'm sure there will be an offer. I think there's huge fear on the continent that we will leave, and they must know that the British people will vote to leave unless there is a sensible relationship on offer.
And when you talk of an offer, what needs to be at the core of that offer to make it acceptable to you and those of you who are, well, sceptics?
Well, what I want is very simple. I want the restoration of parliamentary democracy over all the things that matter to the British people and their elected representatives. And I think there are too many areas now where they've made the laws on the continent and have no intention of changing them, where they dictate rules and budgets to us, and the British people increasingly are uncomfortable with that. The reason for the insurgency of voting for some of the alternative parties in the recent election was just that people feel that they want their democratic representatives to be answerable to them, to control our benefit system, to control our borders and other important matters. And under current European rules and regulations, that simply isn't possible.
And just a final thought, Mr Edward, how will the Conservative Party cope with all the tensions that will come with different factions, maybe on different sides in the referendum campaign?
Well, let's wait and see what we are going to be voting on. But I think there are disagreements within all the major parties about how much Europe people want. That's entirely healthy. And you cannot have a democratic party without groups and interests and different ideas. And I think one of the good things about David Cameron's leadership is he's always been pretty tolerant and understanding of the wish of quite a lot of elected representatives within the Conservative Party to have divergent views from the leaderships, as long as they're expressed cogently and politely and are not personalised. And I think that's exactly the way you want democratic debate to be conducted.
Mr Edward, thanks very much for joining us. John Redwood there at Westminster. Let's have a look to see what's going on at the Labour HQ, because we're expecting Mr Miliband to be speaking quite shortly. As you'd expect, the room is pretty crowded, and we're expecting him to speak in the next few minutes, so we'll be right back when that happens. We've been joined in the studio by Dr Catherine Haddon. Nice to have you with us, Catherine. Just a thought before we maybe have to cut off quickly to Mr Miliband. If that happens, I'm apologising. On the challenges of governing with a very small majority, which this looks like being. I mean, it could be 7, 8, 9,
Yeah.
but it's very modest.
It is, and I mean, it's right to say that you can't take the historical comparisons too greatly. Every government has different issues, but it's still worth looking back at those past small majorities. You have Harold Wilson had a majority of 4 in 1974. They lasted until 1979, though it was whittled away. Likewise, John Major started with 21. So you've still got to think about the same issues that you might have done under minority governments of what kind of legislation do you want to get through, managing the party, but also in what ways you can govern that don't require legislation, and thinking more deeply about what does require going to the House.
You mentioned the Wilson example, because, of course, by 76, when Wilson resigned and then Callaghan came in, the majority is virtually gone after by-elections and all the rest of it.
Exactly,
so
yeah.
That's why the pact came in with the Liberals in the first place. And it's not difficult to see a majority of 7 or 8 fizzing out at some point.
That's right. And, I mean, although, you know, on all of these issues, one just doesn't know how backbenchers will respond. At the moment, there may be a period of stability as the party sort of reflects on you know, the good night that it's had. But we've seen under the last Parliament much higher degree of backbench rebellions, and whether or not that's set to continue under these circumstances, we just don't know at the moment, because it's slightly different from before.
One thing that's been very interesting about the 2010 intake, who generationally are a bit more Eurosceptic and a bit more upfront about being Eurosceptic, but in a slightly different way to the John Redwoods of this world. And they are also congenitally a bit more rebellious. They're a bit more like MPs who sort of got their seats through by-elections, that 2010 generation, who've so successfully overnight held their seats in a much more effective way than the expectation was.
That's right.
And there are lots of people in the Tory party who think it will be extremely difficult for David Cameron to pilot his troops through a Euro referendum.
Yeah.
And in fact, the Boris Johnson dream scenario, of course this would be denied officially, but is that after the referendum, of course, David Cameron is seen to win the referendum, but goes after a rather bruising period, call for Boris, move straight into number 10. You never have to dirty your hands with the nasty business of being the opposition leader.
With that, Dave, it's a thought, David, isn't it?
I've had exactly this discussion this morning about David Cameron going a few months or a year after the referendum, 2 years left to the election and so on, and Boris standing there ready to move in. But I'm looking at that sort of gigantic John Redwood looming over us in the studio, and thinking about that gigantic John Redwood looming over Cameron in reality, and you think to yourself, is there anything that the EU would realistically give that would be enough for John Redwood to take? And there comes the point at which David Cameron has to say, I recommend to you a yes vote on these specific sets of proposals.
Thank you very much. And Ed Miliband has just turned up. Let's join him.
Thank you for your kindness, friends. Friends, this is not the speech I wanted to give today, because I believed that Britain needed a Labour government. I still do, but the public voted otherwise last night. Earlier today, I rang David Cameron to congratulate him. I take absolute and total responsibility for the result and our defeat at this election. I'm so sorry for all of those colleagues who lost their seats. Ed Balls, Jim Murphy, Margaret Curran, Douglas Alexander, and all the MPs and indeed candidates who were defeated. They're friends, colleagues and standard bearers for our party. They always have been and they always will be. I also want to congratulate all of our candidates who were elected yesterday and who will help take our party forward as well. I want to thank those people who ran our campaign. It was the most united, cohesive and enjoyable campaign I've ever been involved in. I want to thank Douglas Alexander, Lucy Powell, Spencer Livermore, and most of all of you, the incredible team at the Labour Party. And I also today want to thank the incredible team of Labour Party members, activists, and all those people who pounded the streets over the past few months. Friends, Britain needs a strong Labour Party. Britain needs a Labour Party that can rebuild after this defeat so we can have a government that stands up for working people again. And now it's time for someone else to take forward the leadership of this party. So I'm tendering my resignation, taking effect after this afternoon's commemoration of VE Day at the Cenotaph. I want to do so straight away because the party needs to have an open and honest debate about the right way forward without constraint. Let me say that Harriet Harman is the best deputy leader anyone could hope for. I worked for her more than 20 years ago. I am proud to have had her as my deputy for my term of leadership. She will take over until a new leader is elected. For me, I'm looking forward to reacquainting myself with Justine, Daniel and Sam. But before I do, I want to say a few things. First of all, thank you to the British people. Thank you to the people who met me on train stations, in colleges, in workplaces, in schools. Thank you for sharing your stories with me. I've learned so much from you. It has been an enormous privilege. Thank you for the selfies. Thank you for the support. And thank you for the most unlikely cult of the 21st century, Millie fandom. Second, I want to address those who voted Labour yesterday. Today you will feel disappointed, even bleak. But while we may have lost the election, the argument of our campaign will not go away. The issue of our unequal country will not go away. This is the challenge of our time. The fight goes on, and whoever is our new leader, I know Labour will keep making the case for a country that works for working people once again. Third, I believe in our United Kingdom, not just because it is our country, but because it is the best way of serving the working people of our country. You know, I believe there is more that unites us than divides us across the whole United Kingdom. And all of us, in the months and years ahead, must rise to the challenge of keeping our country together. Finally, I want to say something to my party. Thank you to you. Thank you for the privilege. I joined this party aged 17. I never dreamed I would lead it. It has been an incredible force for progress, from workers' rights to the NHS to the minimum wage. No other party in British politics can boast these achievements. And yes, it will be a force for progress and change once again. And to all the Labour Party members, you're the most loyal, supportive, amazing people. I thank all of you today. I am truly sorry I did not succeed. I've done my best for nearly 5 years. Now you need to show your responsibility. Your responsibility, not simply to mourn our defeat, but to pick yourself up and continue the fight. We've come back before, and this party will come back again. And if I may, I say to everyone in our party, conduct this leadership election with the same decency, civility, and comradeship that we believe is the way the country should be run. I believe I have brought a culture to this party of an ability to have disagreement without being disagreeable. I urge everyone to keep this in mind in the months ahead. Finally, I want to say this. The course of progress and social justice is never simple or straightforward. Change happens because people don't give up. They don't take no for an answer. They keep demanding change. This is my faith. When we see injustice, we must tackle it. In a couple of hours, I will no longer be leading this party. But you see, for me, that has never been the only way to achieve change. Because I believe it isn't simply leaders who achieve change. It is people that make change happen. I will never give up on that idea. I will never give up on that cause. I will never give up on fighting for the Britain I believe in. That faith will always be my faith. That fight will always be my fight. That cause will always be my cause. And I will always be there in that cause with all of you. Thank you very much.
So Ed Miliband announces his resignation with almost immediate effect. He'll be attending the VE Day commemorations in Whitehall this afternoon and in his capacity as Labour leader, and that will be the last thing he does as leader of the Labour Party. He says he wants the party to embark immediately on a very serious process of reflection and to plan ahead, to regroup and to regrow and to plan ahead. So Ed Miliband, the third leader in the past few hours to announce his resignation. We've had Nick Clegg, we've had Nigel Farage, though he might stand again at the end of the year, and we've had Ed Miliband. Within a few minutes, if we just have a look in Downing Street, the cars are in place. We expect David Cameron to be making his way to Buckingham Palace for that audience with the Queen. The Queen has travelled up from Windsor today. Wasn't expecting to be at Buckingham Palace today for the audience with the Prime Minister because nobody imagined that there'd be a result of this kind, that there'd be a majority result. Because with just a few seats to declare, 8 in fact, we are projecting a clear majority for the Conservatives. So let's stay on these images of Downing Street because within a few seconds we'll see Mr Cameron and probably Samantha, his wife, appearing with him as well. David Aronovich, Laura Kuenssberg, Dr. Catherine Haddon are with me, and we'll all study these images as Mr. Cameron goes along to the palace. And while we're waiting, David, maybe a quick thought on what we've heard from Ed Miliband.
It was an utterly unreflective speech. He might be talking about people reflecting, but all he kept on saying was, you must continue and you must keep on and you must do what you've been doing and fight harder. It was the kind of one more, two more, three more, four more, five more heaves. Utterly different from Nick Clegg's speech and even Jim Murphy's speech, both of which contain within them a real sense of what direction you're going to have to move in order to try and improve the fortunes of the parties. Ed Miliband simply said, I'm off. See ya. Good luck.
But possibly, his defenders might say, in order to leave a blank sheet of paper for who comes after him.
Oh, well,
so
that's
he's
really...
not prescribing.
That's really helpful. That's really... Have a blank sheet of paper. I've taken you up by 1.4%. I've got the lowest level of seats since Michael Foot in 1983. Now, you just keep on doing what you're doing because you're really all fantastic and great. Goodbye.
Laura?
Although, is there anything as unhelpful as advice from a departing leader for the new leader? Is there anything as unwelcome? I mean, perhaps...
If it's good advice, Laura.
Well, is it good... Would anything be considered good advice from Ed Miliband, given what's happened with the seats? But I agree with you, remarkable at the end. These are my beliefs. I still believe them, even though we've had a terrible night.
The image is live from Downing Street. Prime Minister David Cameron knows he's now in power for the next 5 years, as he stands down, of course, in the meantime, before the end of the term, because he's already told us he doesn't want a third term. Mr. Cameron, who was the 12th Prime Minister to take office during the reign of Queen Elizabeth II.
You can always imagine Boris Johnson in the boot of the car, can't you?
I think it's probably a fair guess that Boris Johnson's probably watching these pictures as we are, David, at the moment.
I think he is.
So, out into Whitehall, and then up along to Trafalgar Square, and the short journey of 5 minutes or so to the palace, for an audience that we expect to last about 20 minutes. It's been said many times that technically, because the Prime Minister's simply staying in power, he's not a new Prime Minister, that the audience isn't strictly necessary, but as a matter of formality, matter of protocol, of course, they want to mark this election victory with a visit to the palace and the start of a new term.
And as a Prime Minister who is very conscious of his visual image, his team is very conscious of the television images around him, something they've worked on extremely carefully in this campaign, the high-vis jacket probably being the most commonly worn outfit of this, the 2015 campaign. He would not have wanted to lose out on these images.
No.
Masterfully sweeping through the centre of London with all traffic cleared before him. This is a proper sense of occasion.
And that's right, Catherine, isn't it? Because it is properly symbolic.
It is.
And this is to do with a proper conclusion to the election.
Yeah, and under her father's reign, we saw after the caretaker government, wartime government ended, Winston Churchill went to see the King and said to him, you know, this government is ending, this wartime government is ending, I may be back in 4 hours. And then went off, had lunch, came back to the palace and resumed his duties, as it were.
4-hour lunch.
A 4-hour, well, it was Winston Churchill, so it's entirely possible.
Just as we see the images now, so the Prime Minister's car making its way along the Mall, going through Admiralty Arch and down towards, along the great processional route along to the palace itself, and we'll see the great sweep of the Mall. I'm just wondering, Catherine, at this point as well, in terms of the civil service and this new administration in effect now, how much of the work is already happening? How much of the talking is already taking place?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how much continuity and how much change, because, you know, they're newly single, effectively, as a government, and how much do they want to sort of reform, renew themselves? I mean, if you go back to the manifesto, there's a lot in there that's continuity about the cuts to public spending, about the changes to the civil service, but, you know, they won't be a coalition anymore. So they may want to govern in a different style. And also, Cameron has a mandate, so how does he want to govern? So it'll be interesting to see, as we expect later on today, the formation of his government and the ministerial appointments that he makes.
Not long to go, because there we are. The car is just passing St James's Park on the left-hand side, ready to past the Queen Victoria Memorial. And James Landale is with us too, our Deputy Political Editor. And James, your thoughts at this point as the Prime Minister prepares for this audience? He's just arriving at the Palace now.
My thoughts are just how straightforward it is, about how much you and I have discussed in recent days, just how complicated this entire process of forming a government may be, how delayed it may be, how there may be a question of the Prime Minister going to the Queen not fully knowing whether or not he's going to get his Queen's speech through the House of Commons in the weeks to come. And yet here we have David Cameron, as a leader of a single-party government now, unconstrained by coalition, going to the Queen with not an iota of doubt that he can command the confidence of the House of Commons, knowing that he will have a short audience, come back, make a statement to the cameras here in Downing Street. Then he will start the process, we understand, of making his new appointments to his new cabinet. And then it'll be very straightforward. On Monday, he will start the business of making sure that his manifesto is prepared and for legislation. I spoke to one of his key ministers a short while ago and I said, what's the priority? And he said, it's very simple, read page 1 of the manifesto, and away we go. Now, there are obviously lots of questions about the scale of his majority, the behaviour of Conservative backbenchers, the role of those SNP MPs, particularly over the Scottish legislation. I imagine that is something that may come up in the conversation that the Prime Minister is about to have with the Queen. So lots of questions, but the overriding thought is this is a very traditional day following a general election.
James, many thanks. So the Prime Minister has arrived at Buckingham Palace, greeted by the Queen's equerry, and is probably now almost in the formal audience room. And it's great to see the view of Hyde Park and Green Park and St James's Park and the Queen Victoria Memorial there, the traffic busily going around, as it always does every day. The Prime Minister inside the palace, marking the formal end of this election. We do have 8 seats to declare, but we're already at the position where the Conservatives are on 325. And as we know now, 325 is the magic number for a simple majority, a majority of 1. 326 is that number, of course, and they'll be there within 1 seat. And then I think by the time we've done, they'll probably be onto a majority of 7 or 8, possibly 9 seats. But let's wait before we get that. Our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell, is also with us. And Nick, just a sense of what is going on inside the palace now, then?
A very short formal conversation, Hugh. Are you in a position to form a government? Yes. Would you form a government? And after that, it will be some chit-chat with Mrs Cameron there, of course. And as we mentioned earlier, I'm sure that the Queen will want to talk about the situation in Scotland, about the repercussions of that vote. Of course, we don't know what the Queen thinks. She is scrupulous about remaining outside of politics, but she takes a keen interest in all of these things, and she will particularly want to be reassured, I'm sure, about what this Prime Minister intends to do now to ensure the cohesion of the United Kingdom. And I would imagine that that will be one of the priorities in the conversation that will be taking place there. And of course, what struck me was the difference between the arrival here this morning, or this afternoon, I should say, and his arrival when he was first invited to form a government 5 years ago. He, on that occasion, didn't have any of the outriders, none of the accoutrements of being the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. On this occasion, as James Landale has just been saying, well, to the surprise perhaps of everyone, we have a cleanly and clearly elected Prime Minister arriving at Buckingham Palace this afternoon to be invited to form a government, in contrast to the days of discussion that certainly was being anticipated by senior officials here at the Palace, in the Cabinet Office. They were ready for that, but none of that has been necessary.
Nick, once again, thanks very much. Nicholas Witchell there for us, our royal correspondent outside Buckingham Palace. And there we have the Mall all the way up to Admiralty Arch, and that is the route that the Prime Minister will take to return to Downing Street. And we expect that to happen in about 20 minutes' time. We'll be there for that, obviously, because we want to hear what the Prime Minister has to say when he returns to Downing Street at around 10 to 1. But that all depends on how the audience goes, and it all depends on how much of a chat they have. Her Majesty and the Prime Minister. But there you have a great scene there in front of you, a lovely view of London today and the River Thames, stretching along the Strand there and up past Southwark Bridge and up towards Tower Bridge. And we may even be lucky and get a quick peep of St Paul's Cathedral too, but it's a lovely scene today, a very clear day on this Friday after a general election when the Conservatives, to the surprise of all the pundits and pollsters, have actually emerged with a working majority after all the talk of deals and red lines and possible coalitions or agreements. None of that is necessary because Mr Cameron will be able to govern with a simple majority. So in there somewhere is New Broadcasting House, and Sophie is there with the last pieces of our electoral jigsaw. Sophie.
Yes, just 8 tiles left to lay, and you can see here in the southwest of England just how devastating the night has been for the Liberal Democrats. This was a Liberal Democrat stronghold. 1 seat left here, that's St Ives. It was a Lib Dem seat, but if they don't win that when it declares, the whole of the southwest England has been wiped out. Just 1 Liberal Democrat seat here in London, Carshalton. But I'm just walking around the edge of London here, 73 constituencies. It looks much bigger on our map than it does on a normal electoral map. But you can see here how Labour have actually bucked the trend in London. They have gained seats in London, unlike in the rest of the country. And if I take you a bit further up, you can just see how these blue tiles are now taking over large parts of England. There's Ed Balls' seat, which he lost to the Conservatives, the seat of Morley. And obviously the big story of the night has been up here, Scotland. So when we started last night with our colours in the general election in 2010, all this was Labour. They were dominated by Labour tiles, but now it has gone yellow. Just 1 Lib Dem seat, 1 Labour seat, 1 Conservative seat. It has been a quite extraordinary night for the Scottish nationalists. And we have just a few more tiles to lay, but my goodness, who would have thought that last night could have resulted in this?
Sophie, just a thought then. I mean, you've been here, it's been a bit of a marathon. Your impressions of how it's gone overnight, and very interested, given that you've spoken to lots of first-time voters too, what kind of impression have they made?
I think it was just when that exit poll came out at 10 o'clock last night, there was just, first of all, stunned silence. I mean, nobody could believe what the forecast was. And we were here with Ben Page from Ipsos Mori, who'd done the poll. Even he himself couldn't believe what the prediction was, given how close those polls have been for weeks, months. Every poll saying it was neck and neck. For the first-time voters, I think they thought it was just an extraordinary night. I mean, it has been an extraordinary night. Have we ever seen so many leaders of political parties go one after the other as a result of an election result like this? It has been an incredible night to be here.
Sophie, thank you very much, and with perfect timing, we now have the result from the Cotswolds, which is a Conservative hold, which means that we can say the official result of this general election is a Conservative victory, a majority win for the Conservatives. Against all the predictions and all the forecasts, delight in Conservative ranks, relief and joy and even euphoria, David Cameron has reached the winning line of 326 MPs, which gives him that simple majority. But there are 7 seats to come, so that majority will increase a little in the hour or two ahead. But that's where we are at 12:36 on Friday, the 8th of May. We can say that this is now officially a Conservative victory. And the Prime Minister, while that news is coming through, the Prime Minister is actually in the audience with Her Majesty the Queen at Buckingham Palace. That seems like pretty perfect timing as well. Let's join the Conservative MP Andrew Mitchell, who's joining us now. Mr Mitchell, who is the former Chief Whip. Mr Mitchell, thanks for joining us. Your thoughts? You'll be very pleased today.
Well, it's a wonderful moment, and it's been a great night for the Conservative Party. I think that we fought a good campaign, and I think that, once again, the British public have reached the right conclusions this time.
What were the ingredients in this win for the Conservatives, and did you pick up at any stage in the campaign, honestly, that this is what the outcome might have been?
Well, it always felt as though there were ingredients of 1992 making this up, and also that people were making up their minds very much towards the end of the campaign and indeed on the day itself. And that was a feature of the 1992 election, which I remember very well indeed. But I think the focus on the importance of sticking to the economic plan that the coalition had put in place, that assumed very great importance. And I also think that, for example, in my constituency in Royal Sutton Coldfield, the fact that many people felt very strongly about the point about intergenerational debt, that it was simply wrong to transfer the debt and not to tackle the deficit in our generation, because if we don't do it, it will be the next generation and our children and our grandchildren who face it. And I think that was a very important point, coupled with the clear commitment of the Conservative Party to make sure that the NHS continues to develop and prosper and tackle the problems of a growing, of an older population. That sort of thing, some of the social issues, the importance of education. These things counted increasingly during the campaign, I think.
As a former Chief Whip, what are your thoughts on the challenges of governing with a majority, which clearly you're delighted about, but a small majority, because we all recognise that that does present its own challenges, especially with some of the very big events that are to come, including a referendum on our membership of the EU?
Well, I joined that 1992 Parliament. I was a junior minister and a government whip, so I remember it very well. And I remember the destruction of the Conservative Party that took place in those 5 years under John Major's premiership. But there are two big differences this time. The first is, I think, that the Conservative Party has learnt the lesson of those years, that the indiscipline that took place and the failure to talk to the country at large and talking only to ourselves that went on, particularly in Parliament, did very grave damage to the Conservative Party, and I think that lesson has been learnt. The second very important point here is that there is a clear plan. The Prime Minister has made it clear that there will be a referendum. It will be preceded by a renegotiation. That renegotiation is important for Britain because for much of the time we've been in the European Union, we've had a very edgy and difficult relationship with the European Union, and now is the chance to address those issues and have a successful renegotiation. So there is a plan to be followed which will lead to a referendum, and of course the referendum will not be decided by politicians. It will be decided by every voting person in our country thinking about the issue and casting their vote when the referendum comes.
Laura Kuenssberg is here. Andrew?
Andrew, there's a big difficulty potentially in all of this, is it not the case many Conservatives will have different definitions of what a successful result of negotiations would be? What would yours be?
Well, that may or may not be the case, but the critical issue is that there is a pathway to follow, there is a negotiation to take place, there will be very widespread consultation about that renegotiation, and then there will be a conclusion upon which people will be able to vote, whether they support it or not. For me, the key point about the renegotiation is the issue of free movement of people. Now, free movement of people and free movement of capital is a fundamental tenet of the European Union, but what we can't have is this sort of benefit migration taking place, and I think that will be one of the key factors that we have to settle in this renegotiation.
Andrew Mitchell, good of you to join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrew Mitchell there, the former Conservative Chief Whip. So, Mr Cameron, very soon, will be on his way back to Downing Street, where we expect him to make a statement and outline his plans for the next few years, and then get on with announcing, possibly later today and over the weekend next week, a new team who will be taking some of these big jobs. Will George Osborne still be Chancellor of the Exchequer, for example? Who will be the new Foreign Secretary? The road to Downing Street is what we're talking about. And Jeremy is here again to explain how this road was built.
Yes, I'm over here. A few people have been asking how it is I'm still at night and it is daytime outside. The answer is this is just a virtual Downing Street, but it's allowed us to tell the story of the night and the way the Conservatives have paved the path. So here is the line. Remember, all the pollsters were saying this ain't going to happen. 326 seats for an overall majority, and the party that crosses that line sends their leader through the door of number 10. Well, it did happen, and here's how. I'll show you the Conservative seats in the order that they were declared. Let's bring them on now. Here they come, down Downing Street, past me, ready, and let's see. Let's see what we're dealing with here. These are chronologically ordered, as I mentioned, so it's not marginality now. It's not how close they were. This is just as they came into us during the night. So you might remember, for example, when Tiverton was a Conservative hold, or Calder Valley or Keighley against the expectations. We can see here Morley and Outwood, you can see just there, Ed Balls' seat went Conservative. Lots of recounting, lots of drama. One of the images of the night, just above it at the top, Rochester and Stroud, that the former Conservative MP Mark Reckless had taken for UKIP in a by-election. They've got it back. So then there are safe seats here as well. Malden and Congleton stays Conservative. Bedford there. Bedford's an interesting one. Richard Fuller, very marginal, thought to be on Labour's hit list. They should have won it. If Labour wanted to win this election, they had to win it. They didn't. Thanet South, the one that Nigel Farage failed in. Wells they take from the Liberal Democrats. Tessa Munt out of Parliament. And then the Cotswolds. The final one there, the Cotswolds, takes them to 326, where they have a majority of 2. But of course, there are still a few to declare. And we need to see now how much further they go in building that majority from tiny to just a bit less slender. Hugh.
Jeremy, indeed, thank you very much. There are 7 to go. So it's good to see that path, and it's good to see how it was built, because we have arrived at a point where very few people thought we would be today, which is a majority Conservative government. Given the closeness of the polls consistently, remarkable closeness, all the way along. Let's go to Downing Street, and James Landale is there for us, our Deputy Political Editor. James, we were chatting a while ago when Mr Cameron was on his way to Buckingham Palace. He'll be back very soon, within the next 5-10 minutes. What are you expecting to happen then?
Well, what will happen is very straightforward. He will arrive back. He will actually go back into Downing Street. He won't speak immediately. While he's inside, a podium will be set up, a microphone will be fixed out so that everything's sorted. Then a few minutes later, he will come out and he will address us. And what we're told is that he will echo a little bit of what he said this morning at his count in Witney, when he talked about leading as a one-nation Prime Minister, trying to unify the nation once again. I think he is aware that he has faced substantial criticism during this campaign because of the warnings that the Conservatives have made about the potential risks of a Labour government supported by the Scottish National Party MPs. He's aware that that has faced some criticism, that he is somehow exploiting division to make electoral gain. And so this morning he specifically said he would try and unite the country again. He also said very specifically that he would try and act as quickly as possible to implement all the extra devolution to Wales and Scotland that has been promised since the referendum last year. That is one of the big pieces of legislation that the new Cameron government will have to face. This morning he said he's going to make sure he implements it as quickly as possible. So I think that's the sort of tone. What I'm not expecting is a substantial new policy development on that front, as some Conservatives have been speculating. Maybe some promise of greater federalism within the United Kingdom or something like that. At the moment I'm being steered away from that, Hugh.
Just another little element which we're all interested in, obviously, James, the question of cabinet posts, as we're waiting for Mr Cameron to emerge now from Buckingham Palace. We're on these images. But, James, while we're looking at this, why don't you give us your thoughts on when we might expect news on whether, for example, Boris Johnson is getting a certain job, or George Osborne or others? Will there be some big announcements today?
I would not be surprised if by the end of the day we have some of the substantial cabinet posts. I think that those, to a certain extent, are the easier ones, the ones that you could have thought about before. You might have consulted with the individuals. So the expectation is that we'll get some announcements later today. I don't expect we'll get the full government. That takes longer, it's more complicated. And if you think about it, it is a job that David Cameron simply has to get right. There are many, many Conservative MPs who have been re-elected who did not get the jobs they expected to get in the last Parliament because the jobs were not there. The jobs had to be shared with Liberal Democrats, and they resented that fact and was one of the drivers that fueled a lot of Conservative resentment of Liberal Democrats. The Liberal Democrats are no longer part of government. That means David Cameron has a much wider hand. But he will want to make sure that he uses this incredibly powerful act of patronage, not only to make sure that the best people are in the jobs, but also that he binds in as many people as possible so that he can control his parliamentary party as much as possible. He doesn't want to have a real problem with his backbenchers that he has had in the past with such a small majority. So that's why I think he will act cautiously with all the smaller jobs, to make sure that everybody gets the jobs that he thinks that they can in a way that is strategic, that has lasting gain for his administration.
Where's the smart money going, James? For example, on Boris Johnson, where might he end up?
Well, I think Boris Johnson, I mean, he obviously has had a front bench role in the past, but he's a man returning to Parliament. It wouldn't surprise me if he gets a job in government. I would think I'll be surprised if he goes straight into the cabinet. That would be, I think, quite a large leap. I don't rule it out entirely. But I think initially we will get, the big three: the foreign secretaries, the chancellors, the home secretaries. There's been speculation that Theresa May might be moving on. She is, at least at the moment, our longest-serving Home Secretary since, I think, the Second War. But don't hold me to that comparison. But it is a long period now. Does the Chancellor himself, George Osborne, move on, or does he stay in the job that he has now? Because he's expressed a desire to be at the forefront of those European negotiations, and there would be no better place to lead those negotiations than from number 11, just here. So those are the kind of questions, I think, that we'll be asking as the day goes on.
James, we'll be back with you in a second, obviously, when Mr Cameron emerges and comes back to Downing Street. But these are the images right now. It is 12 minutes to 1 on Friday lunchtime, day after the general election, and David Cameron right now is in Buckingham Palace at his audience with Her Majesty the Queen, marking this election victory for the Conservatives. Just a handful of seats to declare, but we're now in the position where the Conservatives can say firmly and officially and formally that they are the winners. They are going to form a majority government, and there won't be any need for talks about coalitions and deals and all the rest of it. The audience has been going on for about 20 minutes, so we expect Mr Cameron to emerge relatively soon, and then the short journey back from the palace just along St James's Park, along the Mall there, up to Trafalgar Square and down Whitehall and back to Downing Street. It'll just take 5 minutes or so. Let's stay with these wonderful images because it's a lovely day outside, and I'm delighted to say that the BBC's Andrew Marr is sitting next to me. Andy, nice to see you again.
Hello, Hugh.
And just as we enjoy these images and wait for Mr Cameron to emerge, your thoughts really for viewers who are with us and viewers who are just joining us maybe this lunchtime, about the scale of what's happened.
An absolutely astonishing night. It was the polls that blindsided everybody, the parties, the commentators, the pundits, everybody. Senior Tories believed the polls shortly before the polls closed as well. So for David Cameron, it's been the most extraordinary roller coaster, and indeed for Ed Miliband and Nick Clegg as well. Leaders dropping like flies this morning. I almost feel we should all resign just to kind of keep in the mood. But there we are. Probably better not. As for David Cameron, when he comes back outside Downing Street, he's a guy who will have his eye on the big picture. And there are two huge things he has to think about. One is clearly Scotland, the other is clearly Europe. And in terms of party management, perhaps he's going to have to be a little bit more open and inclusive to the Tory party, above all. They've felt occasionally, some of them, that he's been a bit cliquey, a little bit too much his mates. That's got to end now, probably. Now he's got this clear Conservative but modest majority. And then all the individual personal problems. Is there a hutch big enough or secure enough for Boris Johnson? Big question there, I think. He's going to have to find something. You were talking a little moment ago about George Osborne. He is the man with, apart from the Prime Minister himself, the most authority in this new government, and therefore an obvious person to send to Brussels, whose voice will be heard and heard loudly when those negotiations are going on.
That's an interesting thought, isn't it? I'm just wondering, is this the moment at which, just to make the statement and for clarity of purpose, Prime Minister goes out of his way to make sure that all of those top big jobs in Cabinet, all of the top 3 jobs change?
I think he might well do that. Well, of course, he's losing, William Hague is now out, so there are some big beasts out. He can bring some new people in.
I'm thinking of Theresa May, for example.
Theresa May, absolutely. No, there are lots of Tories who would expect a leg up. And, making this look like a completely sort of fresh, new government is a good thing to do at this point. You don't want it to be the same old faces.
Would you expect to see Boris Johnson in the Cabinet straight away?
Well, not quite in the Cabinet. As I say, he's this great big lolloping force of nature, and he's got to be handled gently as he comes in. I would have thought a high-profile job, maybe culture or something like that, for a bit before and then quite quickly a big cabinet job.
I think that would probably suit them. They don't want to go blazing in for some huge thing where there might be potential for big disasters or big crises, but just to go in, look as if you could be sort of trustworthy, perhaps less of a caricature, less of a clown. But I must just show you something that shows what a modern election this has turned out to be, with all the activity overnight and online. But the Twitter account of the British monarchy has just posted a photograph of David Cameron arriving to have his audience with the Queen. I hope that we can see the image there. Well, I'll tell you what it is, even if we can't see it. But if I could show you the image, we have an image posted by one of the Queen's household of David Cameron and his wife Samantha being greeted at the palace. The Prime Minister, David Cameron, having his audience with the Queen this afternoon.
Hosted by British monarchy, that's
exactly,
nice.
Isn't it just? That wouldn't have happened in 2010, would it?
Indeed.
So the audience is still going on, I think. Let's just have a look at the images again, because I don't think... no, Mr Cameron hasn't left yet. So while we're waiting for that, Andy, just a point as well about... You mentioned lots of resignations today. A thought, too, about the words of Ed Miliband earlier, and indeed of Jim Murphy, actually, a very eloquent speech by Jim Murphy, too, about the reasons for Labour's defeat.
Absolutely. I thought David Aaronovitch was characteristically a little acid about Ed Miliband, but you exactly see what he means. Because what the Labour Party's big question, what they have to do above all now is think really, really hard about what some kind of alternative to the Tory party, a left-of-centre party, might look like in this new world. Does it need to be as statist as the Labour Party has been? Do everything through the big state, through the government? Can it be more community-based? Huge numbers of people in this country who would not consider themselves anything other than selfless, do their work through charities, community organisations. Maybe the Labour Party needs to think a little bit more about that and less about great, big public sector departments based on high taxation. Some really fundamental rethinking, I think, is going to have to be done by the Labour Party.
And certainly in Scottish Labour there has been, I believe, some discussion around building back up from the base in a sort of community grassroots campaigning type of way, and perhaps that could even lead to a suggestion that Scottish Labour should go its own way.
Absolutely.
Be a different party.
Wasn't it interesting that Jim Murphy said that they needed to learn lessons from, gasp horror, the SNP?
Yes.
Now, you wouldn't hear people down here saying that, so very interesting. Maybe Jim Murphy wants to lead the Labour Party in Scotland in a completely different direction.
Well, on cue, Andy, as you mentioned the SNP, Nicola Sturgeon, this is the First Minister arriving at London City Airport. And she's coming to London because there is a
coloured plane, I know.
That's right, it's a UKIP colour, isn't it?
Yes.
She's coming in to take part in the very important event that's happening later on in Whitehall, which is the 70th anniversary commemoration of Victory in Europe Day, or VE Day. So First Minister of Scotland will be there, and of course, alongside all the other party leaders, and it will, of course, Andy, be Ed Miliband's last official function as Labour leader.
Absolutely, and I hope very much he's also down here to take part, if I may say so, in the Andrew Marr show on Sunday morning. Fingers crossed about that. But seriously, there is a really big and interesting question about how David Cameron deals with Nicola Sturgeon, because I think there are lots of things he can say about Devo Max and Home Rule and so forth, which you'll be pleased to hear. The real question is the money. She is absolutely hostile to austerity under any circumstances. Can we really see David Cameron, having won this victory, cutting the departments of English cutting the budgets of English departments and then letting Nicola Sturgeon not do the same in Scotland? It's going to be a big, big confrontation ahead. He may well say to her, look, this is great, Scotland wants to be a bit free, it's time to stand on your own financial feet. How do you feel about that? We can see some big challenges.
How would she feel about that?
Well, it's very interesting that the SNP has talked a lot about the value and the great attraction of full fiscal autonomy, raising all their own money themselves and spending it all themselves. And, of course, we know, partly because of the collapse in the oil price recently and so forth, that there would be a very substantial gap. The IFS has said £7.9 billion a year, a huge gap. And so, surprise, surprise, perhaps the SNP isn't absolutely as keen on full fiscal autonomy right now as you might expect.
And I think their position is to keep the Barnett formula until it's fully phased in.
Well, there we have. The audience is over, some 25 minutes or so. And Prime Minister and his wife will now travel back to Downing Street. What a difference, Andy, when you think of 5 years ago. It was 5 days after the election, wasn't it? It was the end of a pretty ragged process, and there was a lot of uncertainty about the transfer. Look at this today.
And let's be honest, Hugh, we were all at least half mentally preparing to spend weeks and weeks of our lives here in L Street talking about very, very complicated haggling going on between the parties. We're all saved that, at least.
Catherine?
And the other people who were, expecting the possibility of that was obviously Whitehall. And as well as the appointments that Cameron's got to make this afternoon, he's also going to be meeting with the Cabinet Secretary, talking about what is the next stage. And those Whitehall departments that were thinking that, when would they find out who is the government, let alone who is their cabinet minister, they'll be thinking about, are they working the weekend? And these issues that we've talked about, devolution, an early EU referendum, they're going to be being asked to go sort of straight into those sorts of issues. So the preparation they've been doing the last few weeks and getting straight on with that sort of thing is going to be crucial for the new government, or for this government.
On a policy like the referendum, for example, how much work will already have been done on that?
I think we've had a long lead into it, so I would imagine there's been quite a lot of work on it. And not just on the drafting the legislation, but also thinking about what the renegotiation might look like. I imagine the Foreign Office has been thinking about that quite a bit over the last few weeks.
Laura, at this point, of course, this is what is part of the fun, I suppose, of the day after an election, when there's a clear result and you know that someone's taking power straight away or resuming power, as Mrs Cameron is. It is to try to slot names into jobs.
Of course.
And I mentioned Theresa May just now because she's been one of the prominent campaigners. Is there any possibility that she won't be outside the top 2 or 3 top jobs or not?
I think there would be a compunction on David Cameron, certainly, to keep her within the tight circle. Does he need to keep her as Home Secretary or Foreign Secretary? Absolutely, in numbers 1, 2 or 3? Not necessarily, but I think for her to slip sort of below something like health, perhaps, a very big job, a very big political priority for the Conservatives, I think would be rather unlikely. Also, given that the Home Office can be so toxic, and she has avoided dropping the Ming vase that is the Home Office, in a sense.
She's done very well there.
She's done very well there. Why would it be in his interest to move her?
The famous graveyard of reputation.
Indeed,
She survived it.
It goes to another issue. I mean, as well as balancing politics and thinking about, who needs to be brought into the tent, as it were, Cameron will also want to think about the sort of outward, view of this. Is he bringing in more women into the cabinet? Is he bringing in, younger ministers? Is he bringing in sort of people from different backgrounds a bit more? And how will that sort of appearance end up?
And I mean, the other group of people who will be watching all of this with very, very close attention and some concern will be in the European Commission in Brussels, where they had thought perhaps they'd have no referendum to negotiate. It might have been Ed Miliband, perhaps it would have been David Cameron, reined in by the Liberal Democrats, and now it's a clear Conservative majority they have to deal with. I don't know what the Flemish for eek is, but that's what they'll be thinking.
Critical also whether or not Ian Duncan Smith is moved from his job. He's known only to have wanted to take on the welfare brief in the cabinet. He's not necessarily somebody who's always been signed up to David Cameron's project. If he moves him from the brief, he's a very big voice if he's not in the job that he wants. He's alleged to have said he'd quit if he couldn't stay at welfare and finish it off.
Well, he didn't go that far earlier.
Universal credit is not yet universal, so there's a strong case for keeping him there for a while.
The gates of Downing Street are open. The Prime Minister, Mrs Cameron, arriving back. The audience with the Queen is taking place. So this, then, is the official arrival of the Prime Minister following his unexpected election victory. And look at the army of press and media. They're waiting for these images, because these are the images now of the Prime Minister, Mrs Cameron, and they'll stop, I'm sure, on the doorstep and just wave, because that will be the symbol of their victory. A victory which has followed a pretty hard-fought campaign, and an outright victory which very few people had foreseen. James Landale is in Downing Street too, keeping an eye on things.
No podium at this moment.
It's one of those sort of most poignant moments, isn't it?
Are you glad to have won at last?
James, they're shouting a very clear question. You're glad to have won. I think we know the answer, don't we? Which is very. So they've disappeared. A quick wave on the doorstep, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will be back out in a matter of minutes on this Friday lunchtime to share his thoughts on the victory and to maybe give us a few signals about the future direction of this government, now that it is a wholly Conservative government. No other people part of it, no Lib Dems to worry about, no jobs to share among Lib Dems. It's all a fully Conservative business, this new government. James is there, and James, as I say, the Prime Minister will be out quite soon, but just give us a sense of the atmosphere in the street, because we caught a glimpse there of the army of the world's press and media with you, but, you know, it's an intriguing sight, isn't it, on days like this?
It is, Hugh. I mean, sometimes when I speak to you late at night at the time of the 10 o'clock news, it's probably just the cameraman and me and a sound man if I'm lucky. I don't know if you want to turn the camera, just point it down, just to have a look at one or two other colleagues who are with us down here. I don't know if you can see that particular shot, but just one or two other colleagues here to share the event today. So a totally different atmosphere to Downing Street, to how it used to be. And whenever these happen, you know, we ask the silly question. My question, though, wasn't an entirely silly one. When I asked him, was he happy to win at last? That was because, in the eyes of many Conservatives over the last 5 years, one thing they've always thought is that David Cameron, he didn't deliver them a majority last time round. And it's something that whenever they reminded the Prime Minister of it, he used to not like it at all. But it's something his opponents would lay at his feet. Well, no more. The Prime Minister has just gone in there, having seen the Queen, with a majority. And I remember speaking to one of his closest allies about this at the Conservative Party conference last autumn. And I said, look, what sort of majority do you want? He said, we just want one. All we want is a majority of one, because if they can do that, they can govern by themselves. Because you can govern in minority without massive amounts of legislation. You can rein your horns in. You can govern with other forms of governance, that the powers that already exist, that are already in the hands of Whitehall. You can also do deals in a different way. You govern in a different way that you can somehow avoid those big legislative rows that, for example, the coalition got caught up with, for example, on their health reforms early on in the last Parliament. I don't think we're going to see those kind of things.
Just bear with us, James, because I'm just wondering...
there you go.
Well, that's a very good sign, isn't it?
You can see the
I was
podium.
about to ask you whether preparations were being made, and on cue they are being made.
Must have heard you, Hugh.
Well, they're there, so the podium is there, the microphone is attached. What they haven't done yet is attach the cables to the bottom of that podium. Once that's up, and once they get a sense of the sound levels are okay and the camera crews are all happy, then I would expect the Prime Minister to come out.
Well, while
They've done this quite a lot, so...
Quite right, James. While you're there, just bear with us, because I've got Dr. Catherine Haddon with me, who knows exactly what's going on inside. And Catherine, your thoughts on what Mr. Cameron's probably doing right now, talking to staff?
Yeah, he's probably being welcomed back into the building and, you know, renewing acquaintance. I mean, obviously he was in there earlier on today, but there might be a moment where he's just sort of gathering them together and just, you know, a few words. Or maybe he's having a quiet moment before he comes out, thinking through what he's about to come out and say. It's all going on behind that door.
Viewers will probably be wondering too, how much of the preparation has been done for, clearly, if it had been a transfer of power, that's a different thing altogether, but for a continuation of Mr. Cameron's premiership, albeit without the Lib Dems, will lots of that paperwork already have been done?
I think so. I mean, it's difficult to know. They might not have thought about it being the most likely scenario that they would have ended up with. But all the idea about renewed, you know, acquaintance, the government coming back in, I'm sure that was high amongst their considerations of what might happen, which is why it's so important that during all this process the civil service try and act impartially across the parties, because they knew that any option, any scenario was possible.
In fact, I was told in 2010 the civil service prepared 7 different coloured folders for all the eventualities they believed might have to happen. This time, there were apparently many more. Now, I don't have that crucial figure of how many different colours of folders the civil service had to develop, but they will have those plans there, literally on the desk. The idea being the right coloured folder is ready for the minister when they come in, sit down, and then they are ready to go.
Well, maybe this outcome was the thinnest folder of all,
Well,
given the
but
fact that
perhaps
very
it
few
was.
people were expecting it, you know. Well, just talk about tone here for a second, Andy, if I may. What is the tone that David Cameron needs to strike today? He's talked a bit about being a one-nation Tory, and he revived that phrase earlier today. What does he need to say today to convince people that that's not just rhetoric?
There will be a sense in a lot of voters' minds, not that this is just a one-nation Tory, but that we are becoming 2 nations with one party totally dominant. There's Tory England and there's SNP Scotland. Now, that is not the tone that he wants. That's not the image that he wants to get, the message he wants to get across. So I think he will sound inclusive. I think he will reach out to the Scots and the SNP in a very cautious way, but he'll have to come up with some very strong messages that cheer up the Tories as well.
Well, it's the reaching out, isn't it? And what form the reaching out takes.
That's the most interesting thing, I think.
You know, when the SNP talk, for example, as you mentioned earlier, about fiscal autonomy, they changed that phrase to financial responsibility, a rather more kind of nebulous concept. Is he going to be able to offer something which gets close to that?
To put it absolutely brutally, there's going to be the constitutional side. He'll repeat his promises on home rule made after the Scottish referendum. He's going to legislate for that, push it through. It's going to come.
It's already developed, isn't it?
It's coming very soon. All of that, that's quite warm. How much does he stick it up to them when it comes to the financial side? That's the real question. How does he balance that message? Fascinating to parse every part of it.
Well, just outside number 11, we can see lots of the staff, and some of them, number 10 staff, will have gone across to number 11 to just gather outside and get the best view. Everyone with mobile phones at the ready to take the picture that matters, which is the Prime Minister coming out to address.
But can he avoid just a little bit of gloating? Everybody said he couldn't do it. Everybody said he'd come back some minority leader at best. And he's done it. It has been the most extraordinarily successful campaign. Very few people saw it developing as it really did on the ground. People didn't believe in him outside of his party and inside his party. He would be less than human if there wasn't a slight smirk of self-satisfaction.
The first Conservative leader in 23 years to get a majority at an election. So that underlines the feat.
He has done very well indeed.
And indeed, couldn't be more different to the scene 5 years ago. The door opened first, the Browns walked out with their two young sons, seen by the cameras for the first time. They were completely stunned. Gordon Brown looked tearful, Sarah Brown looked tearful. They walked out. 5 minutes later, the Camerons walked jubilant, but somehow rather gingerly up Downing Street. At that point, David Cameron had no idea, really, whether or not his new offer of a huge coalition with the Liberal Democrats was going to work. And a very different image today. Finally, a winner in the rest of his party's eyes.
And these are the real symbolic moments. I mean, when you look back at premierships, you always look back at those first speeches. You know, one can always remember Margaret Thatcher's Francis of Assisi speech, John Major stepping out, you know, hand in hand with Norma. These are the moments that come to symbolise, you know, what a premiership is like. And historians look back at those speeches and try to read into them the indications of how they were going to govern, what would be the priorities and so forth, and then compare the subsequent premiership to that first moment. So it's a very symbolic, very British moment.
Sometimes the images are more powerful than the words, aren't they? And they stay with you longer. I mean, that day in 1997, when the Blairs walked up Downing Street and there were crowds there. It was a remarkable sight, and it said something.
An astonishing, spontaneous moment, which was, in fact, very, very carefully choreographed all the way through by Alistair Campbell, but it was pretty impressive. But if he wants to reach out, he's going to talk a lot about security, jobs, house building, homes, some of those bread and butter issues that he's been going on and on about during the campaign. He'll return to those subjects, I am sure.
Long-term economic plan will no doubt sneak in there somewhere.
I would have thought that.
Well, you've got a feel for the sound colleague there who's having to test the podium with the world's media watching. So no pressure there to get it right. Just a few last-minute adjustments. I am told that the Prime Minister will be out within the next couple of minutes. However, can I say I've stood in Downing Street many times to be told a couple of minutes, and it's not. But I feel today this is an important event, and clearly Mr Cameron wants to make this statement in the most measured and high-profile way possible. As Catherine was saying, it's the kind of image and the kind of event which people will take away with them and remember for a long time. Not least, of course, because this is the statement which follows the most unexpected election result.
And that's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, he may not have had long to think about what he wants to say here, because, you know, he may, like the rest of us, have thought yesterday that this wouldn't be on the cards. So what time has he had this morning? Maybe at the moment it's the last-minute touches about what it is that he wants to convey and the way he wants to do it.
Although apparently Jim Messina, the American advisor brought in at great expense to advise the Conservative Party, told him last night he was expecting him to get 310 or slightly over.
Interesting. Yeah.
Apparently, according to what I'm reading.
So this is the scene. This is Downing Street, where the Prime Minister, David Cameron, arrived just 15 minutes or so ago after the audience with the Queen. And the Queen, no doubt, has asked him to form a new government, given the result of this election. Just 4 seats to declare, and the Conservatives are on 3-2-7, so that gives them, as things stand, a majority of a couple, but they're expected to have 3-3-1
by the end of the day. So by the time of the last few results are in, beyond 331, a majority of around 5, and Labour on 232, the SNP on that remarkable 56 of 59 seats in Scotland. The Liberal Democrats having suffered a crushing night at the polls, with lots of their most high-profile people dispatched by the voters. They're on 8 seats. Plaid Cymru in Wales, having had a pretty high-profile campaign, very disappointed not to make any gains. Here's the Prime Minister, here's David Cameron after his victory.
I've just been to see Her Majesty the Queen, and I will now form a majority Conservative government. I've been proud to lead the first coalition government in 70 years, and I want to thank all those who worked so hard to make it a success, and in particular, on this day, Nick Clegg. Elections can be bruising clashes of ideas and arguments, and a lot of people who believe profoundly in public service have seen that service cut short. Ed Miliband rang me this morning to wish me luck with the new government. It was a typically generous gesture from someone who is clearly in public service for all the right reasons. The government I led did important work. It laid the foundations for a better future, and now we must build on them. I truly believe we're on the brink of something special in our country. We can make Britain a place where a good life is in reach for everyone who is willing to work and do the right thing. Our manifesto is a manifesto for working people, and as a majority government, we will be able to deliver all of it. Indeed, it is the reason why I think majority government is more accountable. 3 million apprenticeships, more help with childcare, helping 30 million people cope with the cost of living by cutting their taxes, building homes that people are able to buy and own, creating millions more jobs that give people the chance of a better future. And yes, we will deliver that in-out referendum on our future in Europe. As we conduct this vital work, we must ensure that we bring our country together. As I said in the small hours of this morning, we will govern as a party of one nation, one United Kingdom. That means ensuring this recovery reaches all parts of our country, from north to south, from east to west. And indeed, it means rebalancing our economy, building that northern powerhouse. It means giving everyone in our country a chance, so no matter where you're from, you have the opportunity to make the most of your life. It means giving the poorest people the chance of training, a job, and hope for the future. It means that for children who don't get the best start in life, there must be the nursery education and good schooling that can transform their life chances. And of course, it means bringing together the different nations of our United Kingdom. I have always believed in governing with respect. That's why in the last Parliament, we devolved power to Scotland and Wales and gave the people of Scotland a referendum on whether to stay inside the United Kingdom. In this Parliament, I will stay true to my word and implement as fast as I can the devolution that all parties agreed for Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. Governing with respect means recognising that the different nations of our United Kingdom have their own governments as well as the United Kingdom government. Both are important. And indeed, with our plans, the governments of these nations will become more powerful with wider responsibilities. In Scotland, our plans are to create the strongest devolved government anywhere in the world, with important powers over taxation. And no constitutional settlement will be complete if it did not offer also fairness to England. When I stood here 5 years ago, our country was in the grip of an economic crisis. 5 years on, Britain is so much stronger. But the real opportunities lie ahead. Everything I've seen over the last 5 years, and indeed during this election campaign, has proved once again that this is a country with unrivaled skills and creativeness, a country with such good humour and such great compassion. And I'm convinced that if we draw on all of this, then we can take these islands, with our proud history, and build an even prouder future. Together, we can make Great Britain greater still. Thank you.
Prime Minister and Mrs Cameron enjoying the taste of victory in Downing Street. Mr Cameron promising to govern as a one-nation Conservative and promising that'll be the principle underlying his government. Clearly mindful of what's happened in Scotland overnight with the huge surge for the Scottish National Party. I'm hoping that our political editor, Nick Robinson, is in Downing Street. Nick was with us earlier, but let's join Nick now. Nick, your thoughts on the Prime Minister's message?
Well, I'll never forget him uttering in his first sentence words which I believe, Hugh, he thought he would never say, that he would form a majority Conservative government. Remember, if he'd fallen just a little short of this, he would go down as the leader who had never won an election. He knew that that was how he was regarded by many in his party. He knew that that's how he was regarded by large parts of the Tory press. But the reason this is a moment of supreme personal triumph for him is he's able to say, I won, I did it against the odds, none of you believed me. And if he's honest, he'd probably say, I'm not quite sure I believed it myself.
And with all of that in mind then, Nick, what can we expect from this Prime Minister now? What kind of government does he want to shape? And who are the kinds of people he's going to have around him?
Well, the great question is whether he will live up to that rhetoric. How different was that rhetoric to what we've seen in recent months and years? So the man that came out on the morning after the Scottish referendum and was seen by many to be exploiting that referendum result in order to play, as some people called it, the English card, today stood here and said, no, I am a one-nation Conservative. I want to bring the four nations of the UK together as one, and I will treat everyone with respect by creating a Scottish Parliament, he said, that would have more powers than any devolved parliament in the world. Does he stick to that? When he talked about his domestic agenda, it was the language of the manifesto offer, but littered with references to helping the poor, helping the disadvantaged, helping those people who needed a hand up. How will that sit with promises, for example, to cut 12 billion pounds from welfare spending? And finally, Hugh, how will this tone that he's struck deal with the fact that though he has a majority, he now has to worry about Conservative backbenchers in a way he never had before? Remember, the great joy of coalition for him was, for all the trouble that Liberal Democrats occasionally called him, whenever a right-wing Tory came, whenever a Eurosceptic came, whenever someone opposed to gay marriage came, he could effectively show them the door, saying, I've got the votes I need. Nick Clegg delivers them to me. No more. Every single Tory vote counts. So I'm just going to ask our colleagues to do that. Thanks very much.
Nick, your stage management is appreciated. Just a very quick final thought then, Nick, if I may. A very quick final thought. When can we expect some big announcements, and who do you expect to see in some of these big jobs? Let's say Chancellor, Foreign Secretary, Home Secretary.
I don't doubt for a second that George Osborne will stay Chancellor. He flirted, and he did do it, whatever he now says, he flirted for quite a long time, George Osborne, with wanting to be switched to become Foreign Secretary. Part of what appealed to him was the thought that he might lead the negotiations for the reform of Europe that then get put to a referendum by the end of 2017. But he changed his mind, concluding actually there was much more power over there at number 11. He made a joke, didn't he, to you earlier on, about it was nice to see the neighbours moving safely back in. He wants to be the neighbour of the Prime Minister. He wants to be the closest ally of the Prime Minister. But don't be surprised at all, Hugh, if as Chancellor he's given some power to negotiate in Europe, and that the Foreign Secretary is a rather less important role than the one that he might have had if he'd taken the job. But of course what we're looking for is who fills some of the gaps, and what about the newcomers? Who fills in the role effectively as key Tory advisor, deputy leader, deputy Prime Minister, in effect? William Hague. He's no longer here. Who will do that? What role for Boris Johnson now? And how does he manage Theresa May, a woman whose ambition to be Tory leader has been on clear display, who's been one of the longest serving and safest Home Secretaries, politically at least, for the Tories for a very long time? Does she stay or does she get switched? Decisions that even a week ago may have seemed rather a luxury for Mr Cameron to worry about when he and his advisers were, I believe, studying the Liberal Democrat manifesto and working out how to do a deal with them.
Nick, we'll talk to you again later on, but for now, thanks very much. Nick Robinson, our political editor there in Downing Street, with his thoughts on Mr Cameron's message as Prime Minister, having won this general election and heading for this majority that he's now proudly proclaiming. We'll have a word with Laura and with Andy Marr and with Dr Catherine Haddon in a moment, but I'm now interested really in showing you what this new House of Commons looks like, because we're at a pretty final stage in the process. Jeremy?
Yeah, very much so, Hugh. Really worth just coming inside the virtual House of Commons again and seeing the Conservatives on the government benches and just making the numbers really clear what has happened in this general election, this extraordinary general election. 3-3-1 for the Conservatives, an improvement of 24 seats on last time, and well through the 326 seats required for an overall majority, which is why, if you just have a look at David Cameron there, he looks rather intent on thinking about reshuffles and ministers and the next 5 years of government. It's worth remembering that when they fought against Gordon Brown in 2010, they got to about here. So they were short of an overall majority, and they had to send for the Lib Dems, and we had the coalition. They don't have to do that now. So that's the first massive story of the night. The second one is just how poor Labour's performance has been. Let's just have a look here at the Labour MPs, 232 of them, down on their performance in 2010, down by 26 seats. So they've done worse than Gordon Brown did in the dog days post the crash and everything else. And Miliband will not be long on those benches if he even sits on them again. So that's a very, very, very poor night for the Labour Party. But it doesn't end there, because the other massive story is the SNP. Have a look at this. 56 seats for the SNP, and when you consider they came into this election with only 6, they won 6 in 2010. So they were nowhere near this result, and they've added 50. It is remarkable. As we said earlier, we had the swingometer out. It almost broke when we fed in the Scottish National Party's figures. But almost the reverse of that story is what's happened to the Liberal Democrats. Now, they've almost gone down 50 seats, down 49. They've gone down to 8, and it's anyone's guess how they rebuild after such a crushing blow. So the Liberal Democrats have an awful lot of thinking to do here, and they won't be summoned by David Cameron to form another coalition. They need to work out, first of all, who's going to lead them. It's not Nick Clegg. It's got to be one of the other 7. Then we have the other parties. Let's just show you them. All important to see here. Let's have a look. So we've got Plaid Cymru 3 in Wales, and the Greens on 1, and UKIP on 1. And then the Northern Ireland parties, worth saying, the Ulster Unionists have gained 2 MPs, so they're back in the game at Westminster. They had 0 before last night. The Alliance lose their 1 MP. Sinn Féin have lost 1, gone down to 4 in Northern Ireland. The DUP stay at 8, the SDLP stay at 3, and the Independent in Northern Ireland, Sylvia Herman, is also staying in the House of Commons. That's the situation. We were going to look at taking some of the DUP over and putting them on the other side, but the Conservatives don't need that help anymore. But the rider we've added to these figures, and by the way, we're not quite with the final figures yet, because it's got a few more seats, but very few, is to say that when John Major won in 1992, he scraped to win. Conservative jubilation. His majority was 21, and he had 5 years, well, 4.5 years of chaos, followed by a massive Labour landslide. So all kinds of warning bells will be sounding already on the Conservative side about just how slender this victory is. Hugh.
Jeremy, thanks very much. And I suppose, Andy, that really is one of the big things for us to talk about. A majority of 12, you know, where there are 4 seats still to go, but let's say a majority of 12. And Jeremy making the perfectly fair point.
That is man management and it's woman management. But before we move on to that, just one final thought about the tone of what the Prime Minister was saying outside Downing Street, because I thought very, very important indeed. Just before he started, you remember, I was saying there's a lot of people in the country who feel this is now a one-party state. England is a Tory country. Scotland is an SNP country. The Prime Minister is saying absolutely not. That is not true. I am not merely the leader of the Conservative Party. I want to be a Prime Minister for the whole country. Now, he's going to find that very, very difficult to deliver, but at least he wants to try, and that may be part of the reason why he had a much more successful election than many people expected, that he does try to reach out.
Do you think that, because clearly today people are focusing on the fact that it's a win and it is unexpected and, you know, Conservatives are excited about that. They don't want to talk about problems.
No.
They don't want to talk about, you know, the obstacles ahead. But Jeremy making the point that a government elected in 92 with a majority of 21 ran into huge difficulties. Admittedly, there was a very big European thing going on, but there's potentially one for Mr Cameron too.
One of the things that even Mr Cameron's friends and admirers inside the Conservative Party sometimes say is that he can be a little bit cliquey. You're inside the Cameron group or you're not. And there's lots of Conservatives who've just felt a bit bruised, a bit pushed out. And if he's going to be a successful Prime Minister in this new majority Conservative era, he has to reach out much more, as Nick Robinson was suggesting, to Tory backbenchers, new MPs, make it clear that people will get promotion, will get inside on the basis of merit and not on the basis of who they know.
Let's go to Birmingham, because Labour's Tom Watson is there. Tom, thanks very much for joining us. Good afternoon to you. Your thoughts on what's gone on overnight?
Well, it's obviously a very sad day for the Labour Party. You know, I've been on the road. I've been to about 100 constituencies in the last 60 days. And up and down the country, there were thousands and thousands of Labour Party members campaigning for a fairer country. So my thoughts are with them today and my colleagues that have lost their seats.
When Mr Miliband talked about, you know, the reasons, or at least a few of the reasons behind the defeat, he really didn't get into any of the issues to do with how Labour had positioned itself, the kind of message it had, the kind of message that Jim Murphy gave us earlier, which was all to do with, frankly, needing to go back to basics as far as Labour's values are concerned. Do you think all that's valid?
I think it's a little early and premature for us to actually understand exactly what's gone on, but there were clearly a couple of things happening. You know, in 2012, when I was helping put the general election campaign together for Ed, you know, I thought very clearly that we needed to convince people that we wanted a country that was more entrepreneurial but fairer and kinder. And I think that we, you know, from 2005, we've been losing working class voters, blue-collar working class voters in particular. I suspect that part of the combination of votes that were stacked against us were that we didn't sufficiently convince people that we were the party of working people as we historically have been. So in one sense, Jim Murphy was right with that analysis. But I think there was something else going on as well. On the entrepreneurial bit, yes, we challenge vested interests, but I'm not sure if we convince small businesses that we were on their side. There's 1.5 million small businesses in this country. And if we're going to be entrepreneurial, they are the future of productive capacity of the economy. And I think perhaps some of those people were a little confused with our messaging.
We're just being told, Tom, you may know this already, Harriet Harman, who's stepping up as acting leader, we know that, has announced just in the past few minutes that she is standing down as deputy leader. She's not going to be in that role in future. Your response to that, and can I be so bold as to ask you if that's the kind of role that would interest you in the future?
Well, I'm surprised to hear it. You know, Harriet is one of the great campaigners. She's been deputy leader for 7 years. I was out on a pink bus at the start of the election campaign, so I know how tough it is in that role. Look, I would consider it. It's coming. You're breaking news to me, Hugh. But I've always thought that the deputy leader role is a campaigning role. It's one that requires party focus and organisation. You know, we've got a mayoral election in Tower Hamlets to fight in 6 weeks' time. Who knows, we may even have a by-election for London Mayor. So this party has got to keep campaigning whilst we're trying to understand what's gone on in the general election. And yes, I would consider it.
And just a thought, as a former campaign coordinator, what would you point to then as the main causes of Labour's heavy defeat?
I think it's too early. I think we need to understand where, you know, who voted against us and where the defeat, where the losses are. But I think part of it is our messaging. I mean, in all truth, our field organisation was the best I've ever seen it. So you have to look at what our message is. But that it's early days, and I think we need to have a little bit of time to sleep and think about what's gone wrong, and for some of our colleagues that have lost their seats to be able to contribute to that process.
Tom, thanks very much for joining us. Good of you to come in. Tom Watson there for us. And we're joined in the studio by the Conservative Sir Malcolm Rifkin. Thank you very much, Malcolm, for coming in.
Thank you for inviting me.
I'm bound to ask you straight away about Scotland, if I may, and then I'll come to the wider
Absolutely.
UK picture. Your thoughts on what the SNP have achieved and where it leaves Scotland in the UK jigsaw?
Right. Obviously, they've had a stunning victory. It's a remarkable achievement, a historic achievement. So what I'm about to say isn't meant to detract from that. The fact is that their main appeal to the Scottish electorate was that this is nothing about independence. It's nothing about another referendum. We want you to vote for us because we too want a Labour government, but we'll be more effective in helping that Labour government. Now, actually, Ed Miliband was quite right when he said, if you're seduced by that argument, you will make it more likely that Cameron will end up in Downing Street. None of us expected the stunning victory that happened yesterday. But on that central objective that the SNP set themselves, they actually failed, because they actually made it easier for the Conservatives to do what they have now achieved. And that was partly because every seat they won from Labour made it less likely that Labour could be the largest party. But there was an additional factor which I think explains what, at least in part, what happened yesterday. That over the last couple of weeks, the electorate in England and in Wales became more and more disturbed by the likelihood of instability of a nationalist party, not a Scottish party. It wasn't that they were Scottish, it was that they were nationalist against the continuation of the United Kingdom, nevertheless being used to prop up the party that would otherwise have lost the election. And I think that meant a significant move towards the Conservatives, either from people who might have voted UKIP or people who just hadn't made up their mind.
Andy?
Well, when you're a journalist, you bumble around the streets and you walk around your local park, and people come up to you from time to time and say the same thing again and again and again. And I was really struck, once the Conservatives started to do that, watch the SNP message, by how many people of all sorts of backgrounds came up to me and said, I'm really worried about the Scottish National.
And there's a point worth making.
Really cut through.
When the Conservatives tried to suggest that Miliband couldn't be trusted on Trident because of what he'd done to his brother, that didn't sound like a real issue. That sounded like an invented issue. When they pointed to the implications for the stability of the United Kingdom as a whole of that kind of nationalist strategy, that's when people said, this is actually a real issue. We need to know about this, and we perhaps need to think how we react to it.
What are your thoughts on what this new government needs to do, the shape...
On the Scottish aspect?
No, I'm talking now about Mr Cameron's new government, what it needs to do, the kind of message we heard from the Prime Minister earlier about being a one-nation Conservative.
Yes.
How does that translate in real terms?
Well, you know, magnanimity in victory was Churchill's phrase, and that's, I'm sure, David Cameron's approach. Here we've suddenly got this stunning victory, more than even we expected or planned for. You have to realise it wasn't because of everyone loving the Conservatives or thinking we were the best thing since sliced bread or anything of that kind. There were a number of factors that have led to this. So you have to respect that. You also have to, I think, respect what the Nationalists have done in Scotland, because that too is a stunning victory. It's a political reality, and therefore, even if we fundamentally disagree with their ultimate objective, we have to accept that they have legitimacy. They have been elected like any other members of Parliament, and as long as they are prepared to accept the way the political system operates, then they are entitled to the same respect as anyone else.
Could I just jump in for a second? Because when I was a small boy, Malcolm Rifkin was putting together an earlier Tory version of devolution, as I recall, many, many years back. So I wonder what your thoughts are now about whether we're going to move to some kind of more federal UK, what's going to happen next?
It's a crunch question, and I think there's actually two routes that the government can choose. One is to say, well, we've already got devolution improvements that have been agreed. We're going to implement them. We'll be in the Queen's speech. And I'm sure that will happen. But the question is that enough? Because although the Nationalists are not entitled to claim that what happened yesterday was anything explicitly to do with independence or a need for a new referendum, the reality is their political authority as representing Scotland is much, much greater as a consequence of what has happened. And therefore we face the possible instability, not because of no majority government, but because of the very future of the United Kingdom now being a question mark to a much greater extent than it would otherwise have been. What that says to me is that what needs to be thought about, I mean, nothing should be announced today or even in the next few days, but what we need to start thinking about is a need for a new constitutional settlement, not just for Scotland versus Britain, but a constitutional settlement that actually would be acceptable and fair to all the four countries of the kingdom. Wales, England, Northern Ireland, as well as Scotland. And what that, in practice, I'm really saying is, what we need to think about is what used to be called a royal commission, but we don't have royal commissions nowadays.
Constitutional convention?
Well, a convention, no, even that I'm not sure. It's not something that need to take years. Somebody once said about royal commissions, they take minutes and last years. You don't want that. I think what needs to be thought about is saying, over the next year, we want people to put together a settlement. It would be a federal type of system, but one that would recognise that that will have to mean different powers in England, Wales and Northern Ireland compared to Scotland.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Not at all.
Let's join Andrew, who has the... Well, we're going to join Andrew in a second. Andrew Neil has Grant Shapps with him, I think. Andrew?
I do indeed. We've moved outside to make way for the news, but it's a lovely day now here in Westminster. Chairman of the Conservative Party joins me. When you saw that exit poll last night, which was so different from all the polling that had been done, did you think that was right, or were you surprised?
No, I mean, look, I was pleased to see it, and I was somewhat surprised to see it, although, as I was just mentioning to you off air, I had put a bet on an outright majority back in 21st of March, when I started to see that people were saying, though perhaps not quite yet decided, that they thought that our alternative, the kind of the long-term plan that we talked about many times, actually had... We don't have to talk about it at all, but we're going to implement it now. That's the difference. But that this somehow actually had more traction. People actually could see we had something there than
So
what
you
Ed Miliband
thought you were
was doing.
going to get an overall majority?
Well, I wouldn't have bet on it otherwise. I don't normally
I don't
just,
know, you might just be loyal.
Yeah.
Is it now this government's intention to push ahead with boundary changes?
Yeah, I mean, there are things that we put in our manifesto. Boundary changes, I mean, you know, the big things. Boundary changes, the referendum on in-out on
Right,
Europe.
but on the boundary changes, if you get that through Parliament with an overall majority, you may now, how many seats do you think that's worth to the Conservatives?
By the way, just in terms of where it ended, my understanding in the last Parliament is it ended that they come in anyway in 2018, I think November, if nothing is done. So they will come in any case.
But it becomes a higher hurdle for Labour if you get these boundary
Well, this
changes
is nothing
through.
about Labour or anyone else. The simple fact is we've got massively sort of differences in the number of people who live in constituencies. One vote, whether it's yours or mine, should be worth the same.
I understand. So
you
how
know,
many
let's
seats
make
is it worth to you?
I don't know how many seats, but what I
You're
can
the
tell you is
chairman.
rather than 650 people here, there'd be 600 in here because we'll have equal-sized constituencies, which is just fair votes. It's
And
what-
you're going to cut the number as well?
Yeah,
of
down
MPs.
to 600, that's right.
With
yeah.
an overall majority, you can do that now.
Well, it's already voted for. We don't actually have to do anything to make that happen. It's already gone through. We may
Okay.
want to make it go through faster, but the fact of the matter is the House of Commons has already voted, I think in November 2018, for those changes to come in anyway.
This has been a difficult election for you personally,
Yeah.
hasn't it? We haven't seen much of you. Did they kind of take you out of circulation?
I don't know about doing nothing. I mean, I've been on Question Time, I was on Any Questions, and Newsnight, and many others. But the truth is, the chairman's job is to run the campaign on the ground. So we had, I know, not seen by you guys and people here in Westminster, but we had this thing called Team 2015. I started it when I became chairman. 100,000 people signed themselves up for it. And it's one of the elements, one of the many elements that helped us win this election because we could get the message out on the ground.
But has it been
and that is the thing which I went and led. Especially in the final 10
But
days
has
of
it
the
been
campaign.
bruising because of all the controversy around you? I mean, there was a 6.6% swing against you in your constituency.
Was it?
It's harmed you personally, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
look, let me not sort of make any bones about it. When people are suggesting that stories which are completely factious and untrue, like that wiki story, nonsense story, yeah, you know what happens is some mud sticks, right? But in reality, the wiki founder, Jimmy Wales, phones me up the next day, and so hold on, because I don't think your viewers will know this. Phones me up the next day.
I mean, I wasn't really the one going over
but
the whole issue again. I
only
just wondered if personally you felt
Can I
hurt.
just make this comment
All
because
right.
it wasn't said at the time? Phoned me the next day, said, sorry, not Wiki's corporate view. This was one individual, happened to be a Lib Dem activist. He shouldn't have said it. He's been chastised.
Okay.
He's under investigation
All right.
within Wiki. It was not true. But
Right.
yeah, of course these things have a
So,
personal
look,
impact.
you're chairman of a party that has just won an election campaign against the odds. Will you step back a little bit now from frontline politics? Will you step down from chairman?
Well, what happens next is, of course, a matter for that guy who's just walked into number
But
10. But I've no intention of stepping back from politics. We've just won.
But would you like to step down as chairman?
Well, as I say, what happens next is up to the Prime Minister. We've just won an historic election
I've
against
said that.
all the odds
All
with
right.
a firm programme for the people of
Okay.
Britain. And I'm more interested in getting that programme through
All
for
right.
the people of Britain than my particular job.
I think we've had enough speeches and sound bites for now. Let's go back to Hugh.
Andrew, thanks very much indeed. Andrew Neil there at Westminster with Grant Shapps. Well, it's been more than 15 hours of non-stop drama, and there's been plenty of drama. We're taking our first break in coverage from the BBC Election Centre now. We will be back, do not fear. In a moment, we'll have the delayed 1 o'clock news with Jane Hill at Westminster. But first, let's reflect on what we've seen and heard overnight.
This election must count as one of the most fascinating, unpredictable ever.
Tonight, we'll see how near the winner of this election could get to the very door.
We will relay it and see how much the power balance has shifted.
Quite remarkable, this exit poll. The Conservatives on 316.
And it leaves us poised for a fascinating night.
Mary Black, Scottish National Party, 23,548.
Kirsten Francis Oswald, Scottish National Party, 23,030.
This is, of course, an enormous moment for the SNP, and no one can deny that.
The people of Scotland are speaking, and it is time for their voice to be heard at Westminster.
The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country.
Neil Coyle is duly elected.
Labour take that seat from the Liberal Democrats. You can see it on Simon Hughes' face.
What a night. What a night.
Vince Cable, the business secretary, defeated in Twickenham.
This has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats. The election has profound implications for the country. It also obviously has profound implications for the Liberal Democrats.
Well, it would be fair to say it was a brutal campaign.
But when you go into it, you know it's going to be brutal. I mean, it's never an easy ride, is it?
This has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night, and I'm deeply sorry for what has happened.
16,692.
And I hereby declare that the said Boris Johnson is duly elected.
Cameron David William Donald, the Conservative Party candidate, 35,201.
I will make sure I do not let you down.
I'm confident Labour will be back.
This general election has produced quite a remarkable story.
It will be a leadership election for the next leader of UKIP. I will consider whether to put my name forward to do that job again.
I must take responsibility, and therefore I announce that I will be resigning as leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Britain needs a Labour Party that can rebuild after this defeat, so I'm tendering my resignation. The fight goes on.
One of the most extraordinary election nights any of us can remember.
The official result of this general election is a majority win for the Conservatives.
I've just been to see Her Majesty the Queen, and I will now form a majority Conservative government. We will govern as a party of one nation, one united kingdom.
The Conservatives win the general election. They've defied the polls, winning an outright majority in the House of Commons.